Day 4 in Romania. And we have a hot shot showdown. First thing this morning, Banasa. Well, they're without a win in the European Cricket Series as yet. 7 attempts that are called. All changed this morning. And the umpires, well, they have a big job to do to keep this match cool. It's going to be hot conditions today. And Banasa, can they get their first win at the ECS? It's the Gladiators that want to upset the apple cart. Only one of these teams will make it, I think, to the playoffs. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Romania, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. 4 T10 matches coming your way from the FanCode European Cricket Series Romania, and these matches today, they really will shape the standings. And remember, only the top 4 teams will progress to finals day, and we'll know exactly who those teams will be at the end of tomorrow. But right now it's time for match 13. It's Banasa versus the Bucharest Gladiators. Now both of these teams, they potentially are fighting for one place in the playoffs. That's why I think these two games, they are so interesting this morning. The match referee, Rob Kemming, is with the two captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
Your call. Tail.
Tails is the call.
It is heads.
What would you like to, Abdul?
Then bat first.
Well, it is Banasa that have won the toss and have elected to bat first. And that seems to be a little bit of a trend, particularly first match of the day, because it is a little bit greasy. There's a little bit of dew on the field early in the morning here, and there's a bit of humidity from the nearby lake as well. So what that'll do, it'll just make the ball a little bit greasy, a little bit difficult to handle for the fielding side. It'll also probably slow the outfield down a little bit. So that's a bit of a disadvantage for the batting team. But I think that when you consider both of those factors, it probably is a good idea to bat first and get the runs on the board. And we certainly know that statistically that has been a good idea. But I tell you what, Banasa, they have their captain Abdul Shakur. He's the national team vice captain, certainly one to watch out for. Mohammad Mashal, I like the look of him, the youngster who scored 55 runs in his 2 matches so far on Monday. And look, Banasa, they're without a win so far in the ECS. They're 0-4 this time. They're 0-7 lifetime, but you do think that this is probably one of their best opportunities to get some wins on the board against the Bucharest Gladiators team. And what can you say about them? And they chased down 140 in their last game, and that was 2 nights ago against the defending champions ACCB, and they did it off the very last ball. Look, their captain Cosmin Zavoy, I don't think he'll be too bothered about chasing it all because they are fearless, and Moiz Mohammed, he is a key player for them. And Manmeet Kohli, well, he did very well when he went to the top of the order in that run chase. I mean, 140, it's a lot of runs to chase down. You just feel that they will back themselves to chase down whatever Banasa set for them. And also, we're going to get to see Cosmin Zavoy potentially with the ball. He was a bit of a surprise packet, picking up a couple of wickets in that game, match 8. Also, well, Pavel Florin, he will be on the field, and you know that he has got the Gladiators fired up and ready to go. So like I said, these two teams, potentially, I can only see one of them making it to the next round. And with the Gladiators already having that one win, it's so important for Banasa to perform well this morning. Let's talk about the conditions today in Bucharest. I can tell you it's a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky at all. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 33 degrees. Currently, it's about 25 to get this one going. This pitch is played pretty well. Not a lot of bounce in it, but it is fairly consistent. I think that when you drop short, you get punished. So the bowlers, they have to make that adjustment. And of course, these boundaries, about 50 metres all the way around. We've seen run rates over the first few days of around 12 and over as par. So I think 120 to 125 is a par score on this field. So we are almost ready to go with the first of 4 matches today. Match 13 is on the way. Let's go over the comedy box and get ready for the first ball. Certainly is an exciting day of cricket ahead, and we thank you for your company on the European Cricket Network. And we have a really interesting clash at the start of the day, Banasa versus Bucharest Gladiators. And this is the setting of this week's FanCode European Cricket Series, the Morav Lesia Cricket Ground. You can have a look at that lake nearby, and we can hear a lot of wildlife. And there's going to be some pretty wild scenes on the field, I think, between these two. Banasa, they're 0-4, and they're still without a win in the European Cricket Series in 2 attempts, and they're 0-7 lifetime. You would think that they would back themselves to at least secure 1 win this morning against the Bucharest Gladiators, who had to qualify for this tournament. And the Bucharest Gladiators are coming off a real upset win against ACCB, who are the champions of last year's ECS. And they really started a bit of a downward spiral for ACCB, who then dropped their next game. But ACCB, they did rebound last night to win match 12. And some players to note from both teams. Well, Abdul Shakur, the national team vice-captain. See where he bats. He can bat anywhere in the top 4, really. We have seen him opening, and sometimes he's had his time, sometimes he hasn't so far in this series. Also, I actually like the look of Janaka Samantha with the ball. I don't think we've actually seen the best of him yet. Hasn't really got the results. But watch out for him. Mohamed Mashal, like I said as well, certainly one to watch. Sheria Sahel, he's promised a lot at the top of the order, but hasn't really gone on to big innings so far. So he's another player who could fire. Bucharest Gladiators, though. Prabhath, will they go back to him at the top of the order? Or will they stick with Manmeet Kohli, who was thrown up there? He did a very good job in match 8. That upset win over ACCB contributed a really handy score of 30 plus on that occasion. Imran Haider, he was the hero, really. Him and Patras Masih, or Peter Masih, they came together at a real crucial time. They put on an unbroken 52-run partnership to win the game. And Moiz Mohammed is always a really, really important player for the Gladiators. Not only with the bat, he'll open the batting, but also normally bowls his 2 overs. And I probably couldn't go and talk about the Gladiators without talking about Pavel Florin, who you see there is listed at number 8. And will they bowl him? How will they bowl him? You know, he's a bowler unlike any bowler we've really ever seen in cricket. He really tosses up those grenades and challenges the batsman. And he can be expensive, but he does take wickets, and there's no doubt about it. There's a body of evidence building up that he does take wickets. He has 5 in the series so far. So, certainly great to have your company, no matter whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and we are all set for the first ball. And, well, I think this will be a really spicy encounter. I know these two teams, they're probably fighting it out for the 1 spot in the playoffs. That's just the way that you feel this series is panning out, and that's what makes these 2 games so crucial this morning. And there's Gladiators in the field first. And I don't think that'll bother them, despite losing the toss, because they did win that game chasing. And when you chase 140, certainly will give you a lot of confidence that you can chase down anything, especially 140 was against a team that were the defending champions of the ECS. So settle in for a big day ahead. Here's the first ball of day 4. Kohli down the leg side. We'll start with a wide. We see that quite often, don't we? And I'm really excited to see what these 2 teams offer. Of course, who can forget some of the highlights we saw the other day? There's Pavel Florin in the field that started it off with a kind of assist and catch assist. Bounced off him. That's a big wicket of Manan, who will return today for ACCB this afternoon. This one wraps the batsman on the pad. It's Mohamed Mashal who's out there. I think it's probably heading down the leg side. This one, no doubt, it was swinging, but he's certainly getting some good movement. Just has to make sure he doesn't lose the ball down the leg side. Well, this one's a full toss. It's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be 4. And this can happen, can't it? Especially with a greasy ball. Sometimes we've talked about the bowlers needing to bowl full. When you overcook it, yeah, I think that's no doubt to me. That's a full toss. That is above the waist height. So it will be 1 for the no ball, 4 for the boundary, and then also the next ball will be a free hit. So this is potentially a very costly start for Kohli. Mohamed Mashal, he was all over that one, wasn't he? Free hit now for Banasa. And he hits it probably not as sweetly as he would have wanted, but I still think he's going to get 4 more. So just the start that the men in green would have been after, and they're 10 after only 2 league deliveries. Kohli again, swinging the ball, but just kind of drifting onto the pads of Mohamed Mashal, who I said impressed me on Monday. He's really got to make an effort, Kohli, to get it outside the off stump and try and swing it back in. I mean, he does have the protection of a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg, but I still think with these boundaries, they're not offering you that much protection, because if it goes over their heads, which plenty of them do from the left-handers, they're not much good to you at all. This One's just turned away, and it's going to be another boundary. Once again, Coley not quite getting his line right. He's a good balls to right-handers, but the lefty, Marshall, he's looking a good touch early on day 4. After that one, he moves to 12. Just a fine little leg glance. Fine leg up in the circle. That's Mihai Akim in the circle. We might see him bowl as well. Very, very interesting player. Romanian teenager. Has had some success in the series so far. Once again, this one's going to be 4 more. And you just can't get on the pads of Marshall, especially in the power play. So hard to defend this field. And just like that, 4 boundaries in the first over. That's good batting. Just shows you the margin for error is so small. And Coley just has to get the ball another kind of metre, I suppose, probably a metre to the right. And that will really test the left-hander, I think. But anything drifts onto his pads, he's got immunity to play those leg side strokes. And he changes his angle. It's not a bad idea, even though it wouldn't be my plan A to go around the wicket to the left-hander, because I think it probably risks the bowler bowling into the power zone to left-hander. But I think you've got to try something when every ball's going to the boundary. If the adjustments aren't working, try a different angle of attack. This one's cut away nicely, and this is classy batting from Mohammad Marshall. Amazing stroke play, and this just shows you he's a good batsman, because he's not necessarily making up his mind before the ball's bowled. He waits to see what comes, and he knows with those 2 fielders back on the leg side, there's nobody back at third man, nobody back on the offside at all. So a 5th boundary in the over, and it's a magical start for Banasa. It's the end of the first over. The score, 22 for no loss. 5 boundaries in the opening over of the day. Banasa without a win in the ECS. They've played 7 matches lifetime, 4 in this series. Still to taste victory, and they really think they've got a point to prove against the Gladiators. Banasa higher ranked than the Gladiators. They did get automatic entry into this tournament. The Gladiators had to qualify, but the Gladiators already have poached a victory against ACCB. Here's one of the heroes from that memorable match 8, Peter Massey. He's the man who hit the last ball to the boundary when they required 4 to win against the defending champions. He's into bowl the second over. Abdul Shakur faces for the first time. This is smart batting from him. He just takes the one and says, well, the Marshall show may continue. Abdul Shakur, regular vice-captain of this team. Ijaz Hussain normally leads the side, but unavailable this week. He may return tomorrow. Some talk about that. At the moment, he's the acting captain for Banasa. Pure Hridoy on the chat saying it was pure class from Marshall, who took 5 boundaries in the first over. Yeah, no doubt about that, Hridoy. And we certainly welcome your contributions in the live chat today. Well, he goes straight and he goes long, he goes strong. The first one of the day, Maximo. Oh, well, Marshall already on 20 and he's ready to party. There's nothing too wrong with the delivery from Massey, perhaps slightly overpitched. But it's just a comfortable length for him to go bang. And no one back straight. This certainly is a blistering start from Banasa in the power play. And it's Mohammad Marshall that's putting the power in it at the moment. 26 off only 8 balls. 6 of those balls have gone to the boundary or over it. Wow, this one is up and away, and it's going to be 6 more. This one has been a little bit too short. I said he might have overpitched last time. It just shows you there's very little margin for error for the bowlers on this surface. Massey just probably puts out a good length, but he's seeing them so well now. Seeing them so early, Marshall. And he raced into 30s with another Maximo, his second. Benassa, God, no doubt they're irked by the fact that the Gladiators have a win and they don't. And they're out to prove a point in match 13. Certainly has been lucky so far for Benassa. Well, this time keeps a bit low. Could be in trouble here. Umpire says no. I mean, I guess it did hit him above the pad, but he had the bent leg. Let's have a look on the replay. Where does it pitch? Yeah, it pitches outside leg stump. That's what saved him. Yeah, so here, I think it hits him in line. It was going on to hit the stumps, but the issue is as soon as it bounces to the left of the wickets here, and he can't be LBW. That one's a nasty one because it didn't hit his pad either. Good old-fashioned dead leg for Michal. But he's probably feeling invincible at the moment, the way he's hitting the ball. That one just didn't bounce as much. And I think the occasional one keep down, haven't we, on this surface? First sign of vulnerability for the left-hander. This one flicked away, but it won't carry to Mihai Hakim. Romanian left-hander. And pretty sure we'll see him at some stage during the innings as well. He's the kind of bowler that can swing the new ball. He's a good young talent. That's one thing we have seen in this series is native Romanian players taking part and mixing it with the more established cricketers. I think it's a fantastic thing. So what do you think here? One thing I've learned is you don't call the games too early. We're not even 2 overs in. Although this is a very, very strong start from Benassa. There's a lot of cricket left in this match. Shakur, he's happy just to play second fiddle at the moment. It's the end of the second over. It was a better one for Gladiators, but still pretty good going from Benassa. 2 overs down in Romania. It's 37 for no loss. And you can see here the daily run rate. So this just shows you what I think is a par score with 120 to 125. Looks pretty close, doesn't it? We saw 12 and over on day 1, 12.4 on day 2. Yesterday, 12.2. So you can see that they're the kind of scores which would be average. 120 to 124 is an average score. But we have seen even more than that chased in. We saw the Gladiators chase down 140. This field is so hard to defend, and you can see the bowlers already. If there's a batsman that gets in and gets confident, you really exhaust your ideas pretty quickly. You just got to almost hope for a mishit or hope for a mistake. And they're turning to Mohamed Moyes to bowl the 3rd over. And be Shakur on strike. And this is the point where I wonder, once we get out of the power play, do you go to Florin? You just try and throw something completely different at them and hope that you get a mishit. And we know he does have 5 wickets, but he has been a very expensive bowler. That's what you're going to get out of Pavel, especially with the short boundaries. Going to get hold of him sometimes, but also can make something happen when other bowlers, more usual bowlers, can't. Almost to Shakur. He just defends this one. And I guess we have to say, if you're the Gladiators at this point, they'll know. And you know, they were in a tough position against ACCB in that match 8 the other day. I think it was 67 at the halfway mark. And I was staring down the barrel of another big run chase, but they just hung in there. They kept it to 139 in the end and chased them down off the final ball of the day. This is in the air, but he's mishit it. He's still going to go for 4. Just getting over Manmeet Kohli. Again, lucks of fortune, Shakur. This can quite easily go to hand. And he was in a little bit from the edge of the circle. Maybe trying to stop that single. Oh, frustration for the bowler. Moyes, he's fired up. Now this one gets the length. Again, it's not quite out of the middle, but I think it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Shakur gets in on the action, doubles his score with one swing of the bat. Moyes once again. It's not a bad delivery, but Shakur backs himself. It's the last over of the power play. And he goes up up and away. So things really motoring now. This opening partnership's worth 47 in only 15 balls. This one just grabs the pad of the batsman. So Moyes, a little bit of relief. It's not going to get much easier with Mashal up there. You see what I'm talking about with Banasa. They're no easy beats. Hello to Prakash Mishra, who's watching from Bulgaria. He says, good morning to me, Mr. Maximo. It is Vinny Sandhu here, but he also is wondering where Rico is. Well, Rico's got a little bit of time off, and he deserves it, Prakash. You kept him very busy last week with some of your stroke making, and congratulations on your victory with your Indo-Bulgarian teammates last week in the Bulgarian series. Always chops on this time, Mashal. It's great to see Prakash in the chat, and we have fond memories of that series last week. I'm sure we'll be back at some point, perhaps later in the year. We'll have to see how it goes. That's the thing, we have so many locations that we want to get to this year. Hard to get everywhere. Oh, this one's miles in the air, and it's a chance for Kohli. He's got plenty of time to think about it, and he takes the catch. So Mohamed Moyes gets the wicket, and they get Mashal at a key moment. Well, that is good persistence from Moyes. He certainly had a bit of free coaching for Manmeet Kohli earlier in the over. It obviously paid off. Kohli, I think he knew he better not drop that. He would have been wanting to dig a hole for himself. He would have at least had to get the earmuffs from Pradeep Gangappa in Prague, because he wouldn't have wanted to hear what Moyes had to say about it, but he does take the catch. Well, that is a regulation catch, but I mean, you have a lot of time to think about it. A lot of time to think about how it might go wrong. The end of the third over, end of the power play, 48 for 1. A key wicket for the Gladiators. Well batted though, Mashal certainly started this innings with a bit of swagger. 33 off 13 balls, 5 fours and 2 maximos in that innings. So after a very expensive first over, there was improvement as the power play went on. But still, this is a very good start for Banasa. This brings Pamin Daman to the crease. I think Pamin Daman has had a pretty good series as well. Left-hander. And so I still like the left-hand, right-hand combination. Just forces the bowlers to adjust. And they are going to Pavel Florin now. Well, this is interesting to me. And they've got a new batsman out there. And here's Man that's on strike. Also Shakur. I don't think he's super comfortable against Florin. Certainly a unique experience. Here's Pavel again. And this one probably will be called a wide. Deliberately tossed it up outside the off stump. And you see a different kind of bowling style. But again, as a new batsman, this man is new at the crease. It's got to be disconcerting. Still yet to score. Goes after it. And, well, he doesn't quite get it. It's going to go for 4. And certainly if the field was there, it may have been a catching opportunity, but it was in the gap. Man gets off the mark. But again, he makes things happen. Especially when you're early in your innings. I don't think this is super easy to face. Pavel has worked a lot on his accuracy. Saw him take a wicket with his very first ball. Now they're pushing a 4th man back on the leg side. I think this is a pretty good field. Pushing man back to where that ball landed pretty much. Florin. Swing and a miss. It is called wide. It's a very harsh one. I mean, these are things, they're wide indication lines, and I guess maybe technically it's correct call, but you've got so much time. And certainly had plenty of time to go across and play whatever shot he wanted to it. This time, he's going to get whacked. He's going, he's gone. Maximo! Pamin Daman. It goes 4, then 6 this over. Once again, he hits in the middle. I think this is actually quite a clever tactic. He knows that he's got plenty of time to play whatever shot he wants, and often we see the batsmen kind of with too much time, and they keep changing their mind about what they're going to do. But I think to Florin, you've got to have a clear mind, and you've got to just stick to one shot. So, running off that leg side again. 5 fielders on the leg side. You see now, you get swing and a miss. And I think, when you consider that all bowlers have been fairly expensive so far, you don't lose too much by going to Pavel at this stage. If he bowls well, you can give him a second over. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, edged on this one. Expect to have a slip in place, but this was very, very close to Hyder. And at this pace, depending what sort of edge it is, you almost have time as a keeper to adjust slightly in the metre or so that you have between the edge and it coming to you. But that one just flew a bit too far away from Hyder. Shakur, the right-hander to face. Watch the field here. They go 3 back on the leg side to Shakur. Deep cover, long off. This one is called wide. I think that he's just kind of daring Shakur to go after these deliveries. Pavel Florin, Romanian national team player, owing to his national teammate Shakur. You see there, Shakur, careful. And Pavel said to me, certain batsmen that he perceives play him quite uncomfortably, and Shakur might be one of them. See what happens here. I'd be very alert if I was on the boundary right now. Shakur, this is in the air, should be cut off. That's really good fielding by Cosmin Zavoyu, the captain, who's down a deep backward square leg. Ends the over. 15 off it in the end, but as usual, Florin comes on, things happen. And what do you think about Pavel Florin's bowling action and bowling style? Certainly is different, isn't it? Let us know in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. No matter where you're watching around the world, it's always great to get your thoughts about what's happening in the world of European cricket. There certainly is a lot of it. We've got 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year on ECN. Well, pound for pound, I don't think you'll find better entertainment anywhere in the world. Not just in cricket, but for any sport. One Romanian to another. It'll be Cosmin Zavoyu, the captain, bowling the 5th over. I think it's a conscious decision from Zavoyu to take the pace off in the middle overs. He knows that the seamers got whacked around a bit in the power play. I think he identifies that two batsmen that aren't necessarily super comfortable against the slower deliveries. It's himself, Zavoyu, to bowl. This should just be one, and there's Binod Nabali, who you might remember the other day. He was the recipient of the catch assist from Florin off the first ball of match 8. He's a pretty good fielder down at long on at the moment. Long off to the left-hander. And they go for a similar field than they had last over to Florin, with 4 men back on the leg side. This is well bowled by Cosmin Zavoyu. He's the first Romanian-born man ever to captain a club in the domestic scene here in Romania. And I actually think he's bowled pretty well since he's employed himself. Hyder behind the stumps, but wasn't he a key player for the Gladiators in that win the other night against ACCB? This is well bowled by Zavoyu. That's right where he wants to be. I mean, Man can go after that, but it certainly is a big risk if he does. So Gladiators just slowly working themselves back into this game. Again, that's well pitched by Zavoyu. That just shows you it's a lesson for all you kids at home. It's not necessarily how fast you bowl. Unfortunately, slight fumble I'll get to, but not just how fast you bowl, it's how accurate you can be. And also, the way you think about your bowling. What is your plan? And see that. Have a look at this one again from Nepali. I thought he gathered it in time. This one comes back. If we have a look here, he just slips. Well, it's fine. This one could be out, and he's gone. So Zavoya gets the wicket. And the wicket of Shakur. And the ploy has worked from the Gladiators captain Zavoya. He's used himself. Again, you see, it's just an uncomfortable length. He decides to play back. Little Edge and Hyder has been outstanding behind the stumps for the Gladiators this series. Former Romanian national team wicketkeeper. And Shakur, well, credit to him. He walks straight away. He's very sporting. And again, just working themselves back into the match. It's now 67 for 2. Well, very interesting start. Very interesting start to this one. The players will have a little bit of a drink, but it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network today. And what can I tell you? I mean, this is actually exactly where the Gladiators were in match 8. They had conceded 67 in the first half of the innings. And they were able to restrict, if that's the word, ACCB to 139, and then they chased it down. They are fearless with the bat, and it doesn't always come off, but they certainly won't be bothered about chasing a score in the 130s or perhaps even the 140s against Banasa. But Banasa, they will be very keen to get a win on the board. The reason is, on the table at the moment, the Gladiators, they have a win. Banasa, they don't have a win. And these two teams will play each other twice this morning, and it really could shape that fourth place position. With one team at the end of tomorrow, they'll be out of the tournament. The top 4 will get the chance to play on finals day, and I'm sure both of these teams will be desperate to be involved in finals day. But it's very interesting tactics. And what do you think about the tactics to bring on the slower bowlers? I mean, the very slow bowling of Florin, but also Zavoyu. He's actually improved his bowling a lot, and you can see that's a big wicket to get the Romanian national vice-captain. A great bit of keeping as well by Hyder. And, these two teams, I think that it's going to be played in good spirit, but also it's going to be very, very competitive. And I think we're going to see a very, very interesting morning of cricket. A lot of big hits, a lot of, I suppose, calculated gambles from both skippers. I think they're going to try things. And that's why I think it'll be fantastic entertainment for you. Certainly a lot of viewers this morning. Expect nothing less with the bodyguard on the field. But it's not just Pavel who is the Romanian talent in this tournament. I mean, we're seeing Cosmin Zavoyu, the way he's playing. Loves his cricket, doesn't he? But also Mihai Akim. Maybe we'll see him bowl at some point in this innings. I definitely think we'll see him at some point this morning. So 3 native-born Romanians in this Gladiators lineup, Progress Gladiators. Fairly new club, less than 12 months old. Zavoyu, this is well bowled. Man, his accuracy has been outstanding. And what an over from the skipper. He takes 1 for 4. And the score at the end of 5 overs, it's 67 for 2. So halfway point, like I said, exactly what they had last time. The Gladiators. And you can see the Gladiators, they have been one of the most expensive teams, but the other one is Banasa. Gladiators have been conceding 143 on average versus the 152 of Banasa. And the Gladiators, although they're only averaging 101 with the bat, and it's a bit less than Banasa's 110, you can see that they are capable of chasing down that big score. This will just be one. Moyes coming back to bowl over number 6. So now later in the day, we will see ACCB versus Cluj, and they're occupying the top 2 positions. And look at the way that that's flipped. Their batting rate is much better than their bowling rate, isn't it? Well, much higher than their run rate that they are conceding. And you can see that's why the teams are in that order on the table. And all averages out to about 12 to 12.5 and over across the board. United, they're kind of smack bang in the middle, aren't they, at the moment? It's like those Cluj versus ACCB games. That'll be crucial, I think, in determining the top 2 that will get the double chance. Moyes knocks him over. Great bit of bowling. And Forkan, he goes without scoring. So Moyes stepping up for the Gladiators. He's a bit of a fiery customer, but when he channels it in the right way, certainly is good news for the Gladiators. And this is just a good delivery. It's just a good Yorker. And Forkan, really, it was a low percentage shot, wasn't it? It's a pretty good ball. He's just trying to swing across the line. Moyes strikes. He picks up a second wicket. 2 for 11 he has. And after a very, very tough start, the Bucharest Gladiators are storming back into this contest. Janaka Samantha is the new batsman. I think he's a pretty good cricketer. we've seen him play to his potential as yet. He's definitely one to keep an eye on. Right now, I'm watching Moyes with the ball. Samantha just goes back and prods it to the leg side. He'll get one. It's really increases the pressure, I think, on Pamindaman as well to go on with it. How's the entertainment already? You see the momentum shifting between these two teams several times. Oh, this is a pretty good shot. Should find Pavel on the boundary. He makes the stop. He does it lying down in the end. It just curved away from him. And now they'll get a third. Have a look, and the issue is we've seen this happen before on the point boundary. First things first, and the stop. I mean, it's basically gonna curve, and it does last minute. You see, that's why he has to almost go goalkeeper style, and then just to make the stop. So he does well to make the stop and throws it in pretty quickly. I mean, Hyder then thought he had a shot at running him out. He's just home, but then rather appealing, the ball went into no man's land, and they get a third. So in the end, all of that. Florin does stop one run. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because it does expose the new batsman to Mohamed Moyes, Janaka Samantha. I think it's strange, but if you had the choice of making that 2 or 3, it's actually not too bad that it's 3. Costs you an extra run, but I think Moyes is hunting more wickets, and I think saw that he went very close to knocking over Samantha with the very next delivery. This one, I think that's hit the pad. And it'll be the end of the over. It was a strange one, didn't it? The way it kind of looped, I don't think there's any bat in it. It's definitely the end of the 6th over, 72 for 3. Look at this on the replay. Yeah, it just flicks that pad, doesn't it? Kind of loops up, Hyder takes a catch, but it won't be a dismissal. It is the end of the 6th over, though, 72 for 3. You see that rate has been brought under control after it was very, very high early. I mean, 22, 15, 11, 15. They were the first 4 overs, but since then, 4 and 5. So it's been an excellent comeback. Here's a guy that I don't mind as well, Kokulan Subramaniam. Saw him missing from the lineup a couple of days ago, but he's back to bowl his left armers. Pamindaman, bat in hand for Banasa. It's leg side, should be stopped. It's good work by Manmeet Kohli. He certainly gives everything in the field. That wasn't an easy stop because it's just quite a greasy field, especially first thing in the morning. It's very humid because of the nearby lake and the temperature already up to 27 degrees. Feels a lot hotter out there in the middle. This one kind of just skates off the surface on the first bounce, and Kohli does well to block it. Keeps it to 1. Brings Samantha back on strike. Subramaniam round the wicket. He goes for it and he gets it pretty good. Maximo! Samantha shows his muscles. And really, to be fair, there's not too much wrong with this delivery. The batsman takes a calculated risk. Swings his arms and gets it straight. Like I say, I mean, maybe you could argue if you're going to get it up Yorker length, but I mean, it's also the sort of delivery that can elicit a mishit. Subramaniam with the comeback ball. He's hit hard. Goldie's got the task, and he's not going to be able to stop this one. It's just a good cricket shot through the line. Not trying to drag it away to the leg side. You can see why. I think Samantha's got a lot of talent. It's this one hard, and Kohli only had to go a few metres, but he absolutely nailed it, the batsman. And Subramaniam I think he has to change his length. I think he has to get a little bit fuller. Get it up there in the block hole. Samantha's enjoying these length deliveries, just swinging through the line. He goes shorter. And it is a bit of a miss hit. Gets through the skip up Cosman Zavoyu, but won't cost him any runs. It'll be just the single. And once again, you see the momentum kind of shifting slowly but surely back towards Benassa with this partnership. Already, it's worth 16 in pretty quick time. This is good bowling though. Subramaniam gets one past Marn. So I don't think you want to take your eyes off the screen this morning, ladies and gentlemen. These two teams, I don't think there'll be room for both of them when the finals come around on Saturday. A bit of extra bounce this time for Subramaniam. This one, occasional one does something. This is one that I think takes off. Right up, he enjoyed it behind the stumps. It's the end of the 7th over. 84 for 3, off 7. And they're bang on that 12 and over, which I think's par. This is where we're going over the next few weeks in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, believe it or not, after this week, there'll be 8 weeks before the first ever European Cricket Championship in Spain. But before then, we have 2-week series coming up. Firstly in Stockholm in Sweden, then Malmo in the south of the same country. And we're back in Dresden in Germany for our 3rd series in Germany this year before we head to Capelli in the Netherlands for our final ECS before the ECC starts on the 13th of September. Join us. You can go to our website, europeancricket.com, for more information. And for ECC information, go to ecc.cricket. Holy, back, swing and a miss. Yeah, that ecc.cricket. If you go to that website, you can actually find out how you can actually get involved in the first ever European Cricket Championships. The Euros of cricket, and you can be part of our fan village. Some great packages and deals available. And with the world slowly but surely opening up, it'd be great to have you with us for some or all of that 4 weeks. It'll certainly be a special time. All right, bit of mind games from Samantha. He shows him a long leg, but he couldn't catch up with it. Smart bowling by Coley. I think he said, I'm not too worried about what you're doing at your end. I'm just going to go on. I'm going to try and bowl outside the off stump. I dare you to hit me. Coley, key player for this Gladiators lineup, former Cluj all-rounder. Worked away, gets past Akeem. And this one, well, it's going to go all the way. That just shows you this outfield is quickening up already. And it was just a little dab, wasn't it? There was nothing too wrong in the delivery. But he just times it well. And Akeem, once it got past him, was up to the boundary right up, but he couldn't stop it either. So, handy boundary. Again, it'll be super fascinating if there's that kind of pass score. I think we're heading to something around the 120 mark. Something in the 120s, perhaps. Goes after him. It's a low return catch chance. Well, you can't be expected to hold those really in your follow through. This one was nailed by Samantha, but he did well to take a little bit of pace off it. Make it a bit easier for Moyes. Look at that one. Yeah, they either stick or they don't. That's what you do at this stage. I think if you're batting, just hit the ball hard. Hit the ball correctly. This one's just sliced away. This will be a tough stop for Florin. He does very well. Oh, this is an excellent stop. Well, talk about giving your all in the field. And Pavel certainly does that. And this looked to be headed to the boundary for me, but look, he goes full stop and then knocks it to the fielder in the circle. That was an outstanding bit of work. Last ball the over. And he knocks him over. Coley has success with his final delivery. Well, he hasn't had too much luck, the youngster. But he gets a very, very useful batsman with the last ball of his spell. Just pump into Marn. Just presses the go button, but it was straight. It was fairly full. Coley is right on target with his final delivery, and he's thrilled about it. Why not? It's the end of the 8th over. 91 for 4. So 2 overs remain. I think that's a huge wicket because, man, he was the set batsman, wasn't he? Although, certainly Janaka Samantha has shown the ability to hit the ball very well so far. was a good knock from nonetheless. 19 off 13. Just contributing. A lot of people in the chat appreciating the work of Florin on the boundary. Well, they all count, don't they? And certainly these native Romanian players, not just Florin, but also, we've seen a few of them, haven't we? They give their all, and they love playing the game of cricket, and it's great that there's this platform for them to show their skills. Subramaniam starts with length delivery, totally mishit. Hyder was hunting it, but he couldn't get there. It's Akeem that does the fielding. So only 11 balls left in this innings now. Big 11 balls, really. They've gone back to Subramaniam. First over went for 12. Zavoy hasn't had a second. His only over went for 4 so far. Would he bowl himself at the end of the innings? I don't see why not. He's been pretty accurate, especially with a new batsman at the crease. This is Hoyer for the first time. Hoyer swings and misses. And if you're 10 balls to go, if you can go kind of like 2.5 a ball, then you're looking at kind of 112 to 117. But if the Gladiators can keep them to a runner ball, then you're looking at something like 102. Make a big difference. Stop has to be made here, and it is. Hoyer gets off the mark. Again, Nepali. Certainly a very underrated cricketer. I think he does a lot of good work and saves a lot of runs in that long on position. He's been reliable. That is up and about. When you think about that start, I mean, they were 63 off 4 overs. This one, it's a miss hit. I don't think Moyes is going to be able to catch it on the full, but he does keep it to 1. I mean, just going back, they were 63 off first 4 overs. The next 4 overs, there were only 28. So it just shows you how dramatically the Gladiators have come into this match. They did it by taking wickets, taking key wickets. And Benassa, they're not a bad team at all, but they're still without a win. This is their 8th match in their ECS history. Pretty well bowled. Subramaniam has found his range now. And now that's an excellent 9th over, all things considered. They're only 4 runs off it. So another great comeback over from the Gladiators. The score after 9 is 95 for 4. It seemed certain, didn't it, that the score would be around that 120 mark, but little things all add up. And I'm actually thinking about the boundary stops. Quite a few boundary stops. Just saved a couple of runs here and there. It's why 10 overs. I mean, it's a short form of the game, but a lot can happen. There's a lot of subplots in the 10 overs. Here's Maseet to hold the 10th. No bad in this. Just strikes the pad and they'll scramble through for a leg bye. Let us know what you think. Do you think the Gladiators will chase this down? Looks like it'll be something around the low hundreds, doesn't it? But really, absolutely anything can happen. And that's why we love the ECS so much. This is good bowling to see. He's a pretty cool cat under pressure, isn't he? This is the man that hit the final ball of day 2 to the boundary to take the Gladiators to their first win in ECS cricket. There is some bat on this, but Nepali, he's reliable. Even with a slight fumble, he won't allow a second run. And never a comfortable feeling when the ball escapes you, but this outfield may be a bit more forgiving than last week in Bulgaria. If any of these type of balls get past you in Bulgaria, they generally go for 4. This one gets away from Maseet. Now they're thinking about a run. Well, they won't get it. They're just going to throw a wicket away. And probably won't have too much to do with the final score. They do have the wickets to play with. I think that Samantha, I think this is necessarily that smart from the striker. I think you'd rather have Samantha down there. He is the established batsman that's on 20. I wasn't having anything of it. He said, well, it's my turn. You go back to your end. So he's got a new partner. Higher. Faces up. Now maybe this is what he was planning all along because he gets a little edge and, well, that one crashes into the Romanian bear. Eats that one up. And this is just unlucky for the bowler. It brings up the 100 for Benassa with 2 balls remaining. It's 102. All's well that ends well. I think it's where I was intending it, but the result is good for Benassa. It's a useful boundary, and they creep over that 100 mark. But like I say, it's been a tale of 2 halves this innings. Hits this one pretty well as well, and he's going to get 4 more. 1 bounce, 4 runs. They're higher, justifying his decision to stand his ground. He didn't want to sacrifice himself for Janaka Samantha. And he's repaid his faith in himself with back-to-back boundaries. So 106 the score. Overs worth 11 so far. Last ball of the innings coming up. This one should be stopped. Well, it isn't stopped. It bounces straight over Nepali, who attacked it. But it took a big bounce. I mean, even if he was back, it might have gone over him. Certainly was a bit of a Tortuga bounce. So there you go. 3 boundaries, a dozen off the last 3 balls. This one just takes off and surprises the fielder. And so they're going to finish on 110. And after that is pretty much spot on with what their run rate is. 110. They'll make 111 the chase for the Gladiators. I think it's going to be really interesting. Let's have a look at that. Benassa, well, they were spot on. They normally score at 11 and over. That's exactly what they've scored. 110 off their 10 overs. And we know that these 2 teams, there's probably only room for one of them in the final series. And that's why we're going to see some hot and spicy contests here early on day 4. Back-to-back matches between these 2 teams. But early on, it was an assault. And Mohamed Mashal, he really got things going quickly. 5 4s and 2 6s, hitting 5 4s in the first over. And he wasn't finished there. He contributed 33 to the score for only 13 balls. Just the start that Benassa were looking for, a team that is without a win in this form of the game. And Moyes, well, he was pretty frustrated, but then his frustration turned to ecstasy as Coley got the wicket. Now, Florin came into the attack. He was a bit expensive, bowled some good deliveries. It went for 15. Look, it wasn't the worst over in the first half of the innings by any means. Nepali, well, he had a couple of slight fumbles. Didn't really cost him until the end. But then, Cosmin Zavoyu has been a really effective bowler so far in this tournament. Gets a little bit behind. Hyder holds on to the catch. Then Moyes follows up. And this is the moment in the game where you really felt the tide turning. And after there were 63 in the first 4 overs, the last 6 would only bring a further 47 runs. So under 8 and over off the last 6 after they were 15 and a half and over in the first 4. Things really ground to a halt. You know, it was a lot of this, a lot of little things adding up. And Coley with his stops on the boundary. Even Florin here trying hard, saving a couple of runs. And then Coley finishing up, finally getting some reward for his efforts with the ball. And Messi, the last over, well, as usual, cue the circus music. And this is one I was a bit surprised that Haya said, no, I've got this under control. And he certainly did, because he sent the next 3 balls to the boundary. And finished this innings with a flourish. The final score, 110 on the board for Benassa, searching for their first win in ECS cricket. Join us in just a few minutes. It will be the Bucharest Gladiators, and they will be out to plunder 111 runs for victory if they're going to go to a second win and 2 games clear of Benassa. This is match 13, the first of 4 matches today on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you, and see you shortly for the run chase. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello everybody and welcome back to Romania. This is day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Moravlasia is a small village just outside of the capital, Bucharest, around about 20 to 25 minutes or so away from the centre of the capital. And you can see it's a beautiful cricket ground. Certainly has a bit of history already to it. And you see the nearby lake, which is home to all kinds of creatures. We drive past it every day and it's really nice to drive through the village actually on the way to the ground. We get to see a bit of what village life is like. And it certainly is a beautiful and unique experience to travel to all these locations in the FanCode European Cricket Series. And we're grateful that you are part of our adventure and that you are watching the European Cricket Network today. Of course, we have so many locations we've been to this year. You think of the 5 weeks we spent in Barcelona, then 5 different cities in Italy, then Austria, then Czech Republic, then Germany, in the west in Krefeld, the north in Kiel, then Malta, and then a Danube detour, as we're calling it. This is the third leg of it. We're in Hungary, then Bulgaria last week. Now, here we are in Romania before we head off to Sweden for 4 weeks, 2 in Stockholm, 2 in Malmö, 2 weeks in Dresden in the east of Germany, then 2 weeks in the Netherlands before the ECC in Spain, which will be the marquee tournament of the year. 15 European cricket nations in the T10 format that you love so much. And it's great to have your company. And right now, right here, this is a really fascinating contest. It's the Gladiators. They want to go 2 wins clear of Banasa, and they can do it if they chase this 111 down. And it's spot on with what the Banasa team have been scoring at so far in the series. So it's pass score for them, but probably 10 to 15 short of what a pass score is, I think, across the board. The Gladiators, saw them hunt down 140 the other day. That was against the defending champions, ACCB. Could they pull off another victory? I mean, these 2 teams, I think Banasa, you asked me before the series started, I'd say Banasa would have been slight favourites over the Gladiators, but certainly there's a certain degree of confidence that comes with beating the champions, which is what the Gladiators were able to achieve the other day. Here's the first ball of the reply. It's 111 to win. Just like the first ball this morning. The bowler starts with a wide. The bowler is Mohamed Mashal. He certainly batted well, didn't he? 33 he scored in the first half of this game. Start's all important. They've gone with the same opening combination. They got them off to such a good start in that win against ACCB. It's Mamik Kohli who's facing up. He's batting with Mohamed Moyes. Kohli punches away off the back foot. Good bit of fielding though. Really good bit of fielding. Mohamed Furkan. Well, he's had a few dramas in the field during this series, but he certainly can't fault his effort. This one looked headed to the boundary, but he came across, and even though he got a bit of an awkward bounce, he got something behind it and kept it to 1. So the first run off the bat. And those kind of stops, they will be crucial, and they all add up. And that's why I actually think that the Gladiators, with a couple of exceptions, they probably saved 10 to 15 runs in the field just with their endeavour and some of those boundary stops. They did let one go at the end, but for the most part, couldn't really criticise their fielding. The Gladiators, they work hard on it. This means Moyes will be on strike for the first time. They've gone for a long on and a deep mid wicket as their 2 outfielders. Wow, this one really takes off. Moyes, looks like he's got a bit of padding. Have a look at this. This is the new ball, and we don't see many take off, but that's a nasty blow. I think that's just a case of the ball hitting the seam. Because this pitch really, not too many do take off. But I think your only chance is when you're bowling with a new ball. You've got that really hard seam, and especially when it scrambles, occasionally it will hit the seam and just jump or keep low. This one doesn't really get up. It's dragged to long on. So Moyes off the mark. He has a little bruise, or a big bruise to show for it. He will do. And while chasing 111 victory, just have to look at that 11 and over. 22 every 2 overs. That's the kind of rate they're going to try and keep up with during this innings. And the wicket's the key for Benassa, searching with their first win in ECS cricket. Once again, good delivery. I don't think there's any bat in this. Certainly took off. I think the fielders, it's funny here because I think the fielders, they're really enthusiastic. I don't think the bowler was particularly interested. He's kind of half appeals, polite inquiry. But for me, he's a long way away from the edge of the bat. But once again, Mohammad Mashal getting some good bounce out of this surface. Always a funny one as the bowler. You do want to back up your fielders, but you probably know in the back of your mind, you had a pretty good view of it and you knew there was no bat in it at all. Still, this is a very tight opening over. Very, very different to the start of the Benassa innings, that's for sure. As this man, Mohammad Marshall with the bat, was dishing out the punishment early in match 13. Again, swing and a miss from Coley. Just looks a little bit rattled. This is one of those times where I think, okay, he's bowled 5 balls. Don't want to throw one away here. You've gotten through 5 of the 6 deliveries. You don't want to reward Mashal with a wicket, even if you have to eat it and take a single here. You'll get a chance to look at a new bowler. There's plenty of time left in the innings. Coley certainly is one man they'd be counting on for a few runs in this chase. End of a very, very good over from Mashal. He's a young talent. He's impressed me enormously during this series so far. At the end of 1, the Bucharest Gladiators. Sheepish start from them. It's 3 for no loss. Again, that's one way to start an innings if you are Benassa. But the Gladiators, they don't have to panic. They don't have to panic at all. You're going to get some good overs along the way. Well, there's 8 runs less than probably what they wanted out of that over, but they've got 9 overs to catch them up. It's just a couple of boundaries along the way. Plenty of time left. They won't want to leave their run too late, but sometimes you get a good over, you just got to respect it and say, you got the better of me. But the 2 batsmen, they are still there. They still have 10 wickets in hand. And the key batsmen are still available. So Supinder Haya is going to bowl over number 2 for Benassa. Bowling to Moyes. Gets a little bit short, and well, Moyes is making up for lost time. Maximo! You can see the difference from Haya. Just doesn't quite have the same zip as Mohammad Mashal. And this one, a little bit too short. I think he knows it too. Moyes is brutal on anything short of a length. And he just muscles this one out of the Moira of Lucia cricket ground. First one of the innings. Just the shot in the arm the Gladiators were after. They're sticking with a very wide long on and a deep mid wicket. So the 2 outfitters pretty close together actually. Gap straight down the ground. This one is probably going to be 4 more. This time it's square of the wicket. And once again, it's just too short from the bowler. Higher. This one wasn't higher, but smashed away on the leg side. Moyes is up and about. And that's why I said no need to panic after that first over. Just play the ball that's bowled to you. Now Moyes, look to me, only gets in trouble when he premeditates toward that leg side. I think he's a pretty good hitter straight down the ground as well and can hit through the line of the ball. He just has to be careful, doesn't get carried away. This is a slightly better length this time, but still on the legs and flicked away by Moyes. Good stop in the circle. It's Wazir Sharif there who was able to cut it off. Definitely saved another boundary. So straight in, but it had to be. So the stop had to be made, didn't it? Coley to face. Takes a wide. And just like that, they're pretty much back on the rate, aren't they? And you think about some of the hitters still to come as well for the Gladiators. They've got a lot of raw talent in their team. They've got Messi. They've got Prabhath as well. That's not to mention Haider, of course. Coley. Maybe we get any bat in this one. There's Messi and Haider that took the game away from ACCB the other night with an unbeaten 52-run partnership. Prashant Bandari in the chat saying, got a bowl of good length, not short. Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more, actually, Prashant. Oh, he's just had his issues outside the off stump. Hello to Desiraj, who's also in the chat, watching from Vienna. Great to see you. Hope that everything is well with you and you're enjoying your summer. Maybe even playing a bit of cricket down there at Vienna CC. It's better from Coley. I think he just has to concentrate on getting bat on ball. Doesn't necessarily have to play the big shot, especially with Moyes up and going. It's the end of the second over. The score is 15 for no loss. Much better over. And there were 12 runs off that over. Let us know how you're enjoying the action in our live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's always wonderful to have your company. That's what it's all about. A lot of interaction and opportunities for you to ask questions and give comments, and I'd love to see what your feedback is, as always. Prashant Bandari saying, good comeback by the bowler. It certainly was after a shaky start. And I think it was also the adjustment in length also. I think it helped. Coley has really struggled so far. 1 off 7. One more over in the power play. And if it continues in this vein, and we know he can turn around very quickly, Coley, but it's almost hit out or get out time. Give someone else an opportunity if it's just not happening for him. But it's a funny one because it can change very quickly. Now here's a very interesting bowler, Janaka Samantha. He's got a bit of zip about him. He's bowling the 3rd over. This one's a good start. He called a wide though. Doesn't look particularly plussed about that. And Moyes tried to go leg side. Yeah, touch and go. Probably umpire's call. Anything that touches that line as it goes past the popping crease, even if it's a fraction of the ball, seems to be consistently being called. Swing and a miss. This is what I mean about Moyes. Sometimes he just seems a bit too keen. An appeal, but I don't think there's any bet on this. Just inside edge, and it's going to be 4. So, a bit of luck. You're going to need a bit of luck normally when you're chasing triple digits. Not too much wrong with this ball. Have a look at that. It's a good outswinger. Moyes able to get it away for 4 runs. Miss hit once again. He's kind of shaping up to hit over that leg side. I think Moyes doesn't have to necessarily do that. He's a good hitter of the ball around the wicket. But sometimes you can just get it in your mind that that's your power zone. Oh, what a ball. What an excellent ball. And sometimes there's big moments in the match, and that might be one of them from Janaka Samantha. It's a good Yorker, and much in the way that Moyes is able to execute the Yorker. This time he gets a touch of his own medicine. And this is a really good one. Look, he jams down on it, but it's just too good for him. Over goes the castle. The opening partnership is broken. It's a big wicket of Moyes. He goes for 16. And the score is 20 for 1. Sensational power play bowling. sensational bowling really for any point in the innings. That will bring Shalitha Prabhath to the crease. So, lots of action, that's for sure. Samantha. There's one more ball this over. It's the last one of the power play. And the one who's going to keep the Gladiators on the back foot, you feel. And it's the end of a very, very good over. When you think about the fact he only conceded 5 runs, 4. We're off a bit of an inside edge from Moyes, who ended up cleaning up with his penultimate delivery. End of the power play. It's 20 for 1. So, contrast that power play with the power play of Vanessa, who scored 48 runs for 1. A long way behind in this game, but just have a look at those kind of middle overs. Overs 5 to 9. Very, very tight in the first innings. That's why the Gladiators were able to work their way back into this match. Now they're going to go for Supinder Haya. He's going to bowl out. Power play's over, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point on. Now this one is hit really well. It doesn't waste too much time. Maximo! Coley, he hasn't gotten going at all yet. He's 1 off 7, but after that he's 7 off 8. And that's a way to catch up. Have a look at this. I mean, he hit this so well. That's why I said he's had to be patient. You felt like the longer he stays out there, matter of time till he clicks. This one's worked away. So, comments about Coley's scoring rate, but if you remember back to match 8, he was crucial in that run chase, and he's still there. Especially, it's important now that Moyes has gone. He goes on with it. This one's thick inside edge. It'll just be 1. Prabhath gets off the mark. A really, really fascinating contest at the moment. Lots of people are enjoying it. This one's in the air, and it will be a chance, will it? Parminder holds on. So, Coley gets one over the top of Parminder Maan, but this one was catchable. The opportunity was taken. So, Banasa fighting their way back into this match. And Coley can't repeat the heroics of earlier in the over. He becomes the second wicket to fall, and it's 28 for 2. So, we'll bring Messi to the crease. Again, he was just critical, wasn't he? In that effort the other night. And at the end of Coley, so he's 2. Prabhath in particular, he's been tried opening the batting. This hasn't been the best form. He's certainly capable, Shalitha Prabhath. But a long way from the target at the moment. Still, there's 83 runs required. Now, how about this for a shot? VVS Lakshman would be proud of that one. Just flicks this one away, and that really is Messi's zone. And the other day, he scored 4 at the very last ball. And that was a very, very memorable victory. But that 4 that he scored, he was able to get the ball in the zone that he wanted. This is hit well. This is going to be 4. So Prabhath, well, maybe it's his turn to step up for the Gladiators. certainly hit this one well. This one was pitched up. It's a good straight hit. Just the end of the over. They wanted to have a look at this. Beautiful swing of the bat. Straight down the ground. Right into the over. Up to 4. It's 33 for 2. Well, this morning we were speaking about the European Cricket Championship. It's the first time we have held this tournament. First tournament of its kind, really. T10 format. 15 countries will be sending sides to the Cartama Cricket Oval, just outside Malaga in Spain. It's a beautiful part of the country, Costa del Sol. And the countries have been split up into five-team groups, and you can see that they'll compete a week at a time. The best performers will return in the 4th and final championship week. All the action will commence 13th of September, so just over 8 weeks' time. It's coming up quickly. You can check out our website, ecc.cricket, if you want to be a part of the experience. The first ever European Cricket Championship. The Euros of cricket. Well, Italy, they were successful in the football Euros. We'll see how they go. They're in Group C. A lot of people are calling the group of death with England, Germany, Finland, and the Czech Republic. So keep an eye out for that. Romania in Group B. It's a pretty good shout, and he's saying, well, Nick Massey, he's got to go, but it's too bad. Yeah, well, it's disappointing for the young man, but he's got to go. And, well, let's see what happens here. Now, he's trying to say it's off his bat. Let's have a look here. It definitely impacts the pad, doesn't it? And, well, this is something I suppose sometimes the players will learn. We certainly saw 1 or 2 players getting in trouble earlier in the week. I mean, it's right in front of his stumps. I mean, the ball perhaps pitching on leg stump. It's one of those umpires' calls. It certainly wasn't an obvious edge if there was one. But Massey, he might be in a bit of hot water after that one. It becomes the 3rd wicket to fall. Disappointment for the Gladiators. It's 33 for 3. I'm sure the match referee will have a keen eye on that. I mean, we saw Gohamanan be suspended for 1 match for sticking around and not accepting the umpire's decision. So I think Massey could be in some hot water there. They won't want to lose him for the next match. I guess we'll see what kind of a mood Rob Kemming, the match referee, is in. Maybe got out the right side of the bed. Massey might get lucky, but could be in a bit of strife for that one. Prasanna, well, he gets a wicket first ball. Gladiators in some trouble now. 33 for 3. Remember, Benassa chasing their first win in the European Cricket Series at their 8th attempt. What do you think about that? Just never know what you're going to see next in this FanCode European Cricket Series, that's for sure. Well, it could be trouble if he picks it up, but he can't handle it. He's just rolling very slowly. Sana, he's already pretty close to the ground because he's not too tall. But wasn't able to handle this one cleanly. Need to go down a bit further. Here he is again with his left armers. This one won't be out. Pitched a mile outside leg stump. Hit him outside leg stump, but that is just in a bit of a funk here, aren't they? It's an interesting one because any way that the Benassa team can get ahead of the Gladiators this morning is if they win both games. If they split them, then the Gladiators still have that 1 win against ACCB. They'll be ahead. Goes for a wrist spinner this time. Full toss. Trying a variation there, Prasanna. It's been a good over so far. It's just below the waist. Imran had a go at it. Lucky for him, it fell in a space. Another miss hit. But fortunately for the batsman again, it falls safely. So just a single, and that rate is creeping up now. It's over 14, that's climbing. Here's the last Last ball of the over. And a miss. So certainly a lot of action, and it's the Gladiators who are a little bit behind after the first half of the innings. Score at the end of 5 overs is 37 for 3. And good morning to all of our viewers, or good afternoon, or good evening, no matter where you are in the world. It's always fantastic to have your company. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm solo this morning, but I'm sure I'll have some guest commentators before too long, and it's great to see them out on the field, isn't it? We got Abdul Shakura out there, who's joined me in the commentary box earlier in the week. Also, Pavel Florent, obviously, has spent a bit of time with me in the commentary box. And, we also had some other guest commentators, haven't we? Aaron Kumar, Taranjit Singh, and Farooq Hossaini as well joined me yesterday. And it's been fantastic to get involved close up in the Romanian cricket scene. And I haven't actually been to Romania before. I've only watched it from far away. And obviously in Spain, we had the experience of Cluj Cricket Club being the Romanian representatives at the ECL in 2019. So it's really great to see this cricket ground in the flesh and to see the real feel around cricket. And there's a lot of optimism about cricket in these parts. I mean, the Gladiators themselves, they are a fairly new club. And it's something that I've noticed that in countries where cricket is on the up and up, we see clubs breaking up, or perhaps new clubs being created because there's too much talent in one side. And that's where you see that Kohli, for example, Pavel Florin, obviously as well, and Moyes jumping on to this Bucharest Gladiators bandwagon. And I think it's a great opportunity for them to gain experience at this level. And they certainly have had some success already. That's ACCB, beating defending champions. But Banasa, you look at it from their point of view, at the halfway point, only 37 runs on the board for the Gladiators. This is a great opportunity for Banasa to register their first win in ECS cricket. And if they do so, then they will be level on points with the Gladiators after this match. So that next match will become so crucial. Perhaps it will be the match that determines which of these teams progresses to the Final Four and which team will be eliminated. Still plenty of cricket to play, of course. We have a whole day of group matches tomorrow. But for Banasa, they really have to make the most of these opportunities, particularly because the Gladiators did beat ACCB in match 8. That memorable match they won off the last ball where they chased 140 down off the final ball of the match. Let's have a look at the players coming back out onto the field now. And the equation really hasn't spiraled a little bit out of control for the Gladiators. 74 runs off 30 balls required. But especially with Imran Haider there, you can't really count them out of it because he had a very, very good game. Man of the match performance in that match 8. Although he didn't hit the winning runs, he certainly put him in that position where they could win the match. This is where you just need a magical over, don't you? You just need an over of 20 plus, but it's hard to see where it's going to come from. Mohammad Akmal is going to bowl. And so, happy factory. Just showing the batsmen to come. Zavoyu, Florent, Napoli. Single off the first ball. And Prabhath's out there. And look, Prabhath hasn't really clicked in this series, but you see him play a couple of nice shots. Just needs to go on a run, doesn't he? Haider, Romanian cricket veteran. There's one you should hit, and hit it he does, but does he hit it hard enough? No, he hasn't. He's caught right on the boundary. And so Parminder Maan, once again, is in the right place at the right time, and that one hurts the Gladiators. It's a full toss. It's one that Haider, he thought it had 6 written all over it. It's a knee-high full toss. Don't worry about the fielders hit it over him, but, well, Parminder Maan, take your hat off to him. He kept his cool. We've certainly seen these being spilled over the boundary before. And now the Gladiators, the panic button's been hit, 38 for 4. How often do we say how important the fielding is? And that shows it right there. Taking your opportunities. Haider, he was a match winner the other night against ACCB, but he's back in the pavilion now, thanks to a great catch from Parminder Maan. And he makes 2. So both the batsmen from that match-winning partnership are now back in the shed. Massi and Haider. And that really does make it tough. Pinot Napoli comes to the crease. And we haven't seen too much of him with the bat in this series. toss news from match 14 as well. Is the same result as this match. Banasa, they've won the toss and elected to bat, so of the same order of innings in the second match of the day. Success for Mohamed Akmal. This one has really dropped at the last moment. This one, I thought it was above his waist. It was for a while, but by the time it came down, I mean, it almost takes out the stumps. Really pulled the string on that one. Now it goes after this. Has this one got the legs? Well, it does. It's going to be a Maximo to Nepali. Well, third time lucky. This one wasn't too far away from me, tell you that much. This is the same kind of ball that got Hyder. Well, maybe Mohamed Akmal thinking if it was good once, it might be good again. And Nepali, I think his heart was in his mouth for a second, but it just gets over the fielder. So a useful 6 to the total, but still they're well behind in this match. 45 for 4. 66 required of the last 24 balls, but still, it just does keep them in touch. But you look at the batting to come, doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence as far as boundaries comes. That's why these two are going to have to do most of the work themselves. But the Gladiators, we know they like to deal in miracles. Maybe they're cooking something up here. Prasanna to continue. Once against full toss, and this one's in the gap. It's going to be 4. And again, the full toss. I talk a lot about being consistent as a bowler. Well, there certainly have been a lot of full tosses. Some of them worked out. And this is probably where they should go, to the boundary or over, especially on a field with these dimensions. So after that, 49 for no loss. Maybe it will be the opposite of what we saw in the first game. Well, the first innings of this game had a very fast start. And kind of mediocre few overs in the middle. And yeah, now, is it going to carry? It won't, but it's well blocked by Furkan. And we'll come back for 2, but that was an important stop. And a lot of chat from the Gladiators dugout, just encouraging the batsmen out there to get something going. Prasanna to continue. This is hard. Again, the stop has to be made. Furkan gets everything behind it. And, well, again, these stops look easy on TV, but when the ball's whistling at you, and I've often said how when you're fielding on the boundary, you're a lot closer because of these small boundaries than you would be otherwise. You don't have too long to set yourself. Furkan been pretty solid there for Banasa. Prasanna pushes this one through, gets the dot, so need to Maximo soon. Otherwise, going to be out of time, you feel. Down long on, but he's very wide. He's not going to get this. It's going to be 4. They just pushed him around a little bit, and you can understand why, because a lot of balls have gone to that wide mid-on region, but this time it is hit straight. More of an orthodox long-on position. Mohamed Mashal can't make the stop. So one thing I would say is that this is the kind of field that you can hit multiples of boundaries on very quickly. So Gladiators aren't completely out of it yet. It's hit hard, but Shakur should do the fielding. Romanian vice-captain covers that ball well, just a single. So it takes us to the end of the 7th over. And the score is 57 for 4. Just 12 of that over in the end. Coming up next, of course, we've got a rematch between these two teams. And look, assuming, and look, it's a long way to go on this match still, but assuming Banasa, they do get the win here, the first match of the day, then these teams will both be on 1 win. And I think that the next match will be crucial. in determining the final standings. Because whoever wins it will go through unless the Gladiators are able to spring an upset in tomorrow's matches. So I think it's, especially for Benassa, I think it's really almost a sudden death matchup. That match will be starting in about half an hour's time. The news from the toss, same as this match. Benassa, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Scramble through for one here. Because those fixtures tomorrow, I mean, both these teams, they do have 2 matches tomorrow, but they'll be big underdogs. Benassa against United and the Gladiators against Cluj. So Benassa, if they weren't to sweep this series, they'll have to take a game off United, which, look, they're very capable of. Like I said, they're no easy beats, the men in green. Nice shot, but he's picked out Shakur and will keep it to a single. So now we're getting to that point where you do need something magical to happen if you're the Gladiators. And the bowling has been pretty tight, hasn't it? That's a crucial part of the game. Haven't given away too many for free, Benassa. And now he knocks him over. Pum into man. Well, he's happy with his work, and why not? But again, he's in that zone where it's not easy. You take a risk as a batsman if you try and hit this ball out of the park. Just gets a bit of assistance onto the stumps. The end of Nepali. Takes the back pad, I think, on the way through. But you can't fault Nepali's effort. Went out there and gave it 100%. Didn't really come off. And the Gladiators, they are teetering on the brink. It's 59 for 5 in the 8th over. So this will bring Kokulan Subramaniam out to the middle. Certainly, you know that he'll be giving it his all as well, but there's a lot of runs to get, isn't it? Reward for Pamindaman, who has 1 for 2. It's been a good start to his over. Little hit by Subramaniam. They'll run hard here, gets through the point, so they will scramble back for a couple. Gladiators, they just need to try as hard as they can to get as many on the board as possible. And if these teams were to end up somehow level on points, the net run rate would be a factor. That's something to think about as well. Point of no return. I think it's been passed, Keanu, in the chat. I'd have it about 18. This one gets down, maybe a little bit of a bottom edge, but you can see that they're running out of time. They're running out of ideas, the Gladiators. Credit to Benassa as well. They've defended, what I said is an average score for them. They've been averaging 110 with the bat, but yeah, it's a little bit less than what I think is par across the board on this ground. Goes after this, and he'll probably get a boundary here. In fact, it might have gone all the way. We'll wait on this one from the umpire. I'm not sure anyone got a great look at this. He slices it away. I think that's gone all the way. That's a Maximo. So, well, 6 to the total, and they all help. And so, that's the way to finish the over at least. The end of 8 is 67 for 5, but 44 required off 12 balls. And you have a look, they've been dancing a bit like 2 teenagers at a school formal. They haven't been too close together. They've been keeping a distance, those 2 worms, haven't they? And it really has to be something special now if the Gladiators are to challenge for this total. They need 44 off the last 2 overs. And here's a man that bowled a very, very good first over, Mohammad Mashal, with a new ball. He really got it to dance. Hit the seam a couple of times. And Michael Daub saying, saw some of yesterday's play after work and saw a very, very young co-commentator. He could have been talking about Prabhjit Singh, the very young commentator. Prabhjit is 4 years old. Amused me that came into the box, put the headset on, turned on the microphone and just started talking. Didn't teach him how to do that either. The kids are pretty clever, aren't they? They pick things up very quickly. But also we had Marian Gerasim, one of the young Romanian internationals, in the commentary box at one point, and a fair few of the local children. Now this should be a run out, but the throw just goes in that area where it's very unpredictable. Michelle, you won't be too fussed about it. He said that one, especially when it's the captain that throws him in, you can't be too grumpy. This one, look at that. Into the footmarks, so it was always going to be a tough one for the bowler. Only boundaries can hurt Banasa from here, and a lot of them. This one's a miss hit. Shakur, well, can he catch this one? He does. So the captain back in form with the hands, and he says, yep, don't worry about that. And he said yesterday in the commentary box, and his catching is something that he's really going to work on. He's dropped a few, and Banasa, well, looks like they are on track for their first win in the European Cricket Series. And the captain leading the way. It was a miss hit, just sliced up in the air. Shakur, well, he's in that position for a reason. He's normally got a pretty safe pair of hands, but hasn't necessarily caught everything that's come his way this week. He holds on, and the 6 wicket is down for the Gladiators. 69 for 6. This will bring Pavel Florin to the crease at number 8. 10 deliveries remaining. It does look to be out of touch now. But great work by Banasa. A team that's come so close so often, but still to register a victory in this form of the game. Desiraj said bring in Pavel next. Well, here he is, but he's at the non-strikers end. Subramaniam is on strike. A miss. So Ashal didn't get a wicket in his first over despite bowling very, very well. And gets the wicket in his second over. 1 for 5 for him off 1.5 overs. That's outstanding work. Such a key player for Banasa. And we'll probably see him opening the batting in the first half of the next match, which is coming up in around about 25 minutes. Ashal, a bit of extra bounce. And he seems to have done this pretty consistently. He did with the new ball, but a few bowlers that's been able to get a bit of life out of this pitch. A lot of people in the chat excited to see Pavel out there, but I don't know if this is the kind of miracle that he'll be able to do much about. Certainly we'll give it a crack. Full toss, and this will be 6. Maximo! No ball called as well. And so this one, well, it was pretty high. Have a look, he's not a tall man. He's one of those ones that, look, maybe it's around the waist, but I don't mind it being called. I think that high full tosses, if there's any doubt at all, you've got to give it to the batsman, because they're not the kind of deliveries that are in the spirit of cricket, those high full tosses. But it will result in no ball plus 6. And the next ball will be a free hit for Subramaniam. But he can't hit it. So Mashal is off the hook. It's not an easy one to call in real time. That one, like I say, maybe it was at the waist. But if you're not sure as an umpire, I think you've got to call it. And just encourage the bowler to get him a bit lower, get him to hit the pitch. Krishna Bandari says, credit to Samantha, he changed the whole scenario. Yeah, I agree, and I actually identified Samantha as a player to watch. Hasn't really had too much success this week, but he looks to be a good cricketer. He's driven away down the ground. Just be a single, and it will finish the 9th over. Well bowled, Mohammad Mashal, 1 for 13 of his 2 overs. It was his first over that really set up what's going to be Banasa's first victory in the European Cricket Series. 77 for 6 after 9 overs. So what do you think? This basically sets up a really, really important match 14. These two teams, I think they're pretty evenly matched, to be honest. I mean, they've both got talented players. It just depends who fires. Well, Florin, he's out there, but he's not at the right end at the moment to do any damage. He certainly looks strong enough to hit a few Maximos, doesn't he? But not even Pavel can hit them from the other end. It's Subramaniam, who's tried his best. He's got 15. Pamin Aman, who bowled an excellent first over, is going to come back and bowl the last over of this match, match 13. And Pamindaman also was critical in helping Banasa put those 110 runs on the board. Tenth overtime. Swing and a miss from Subramaniam. His accuracy's been pretty good in this innings, hasn't it? He did go for 10 his first over, but it's at a stage where they need a lot more than that. And credit to Banasa and their captain, Abdul Shakur. One's cut away and is caught. So an excellent bit of fielding, and now Banasa can just enjoy it. It was a pretty good catch by Wazi Sharif. He had to move quickly to his left. Let's have a look at this one. Not a bad shot by Subramaniam at all, but just pounched it. So another wicket goes down. It's 77 for 7. And now Banasa, they are cruising. Get to see the all Romanian partnership of Cosmin Zavoiu and Pavel Florin out there in the middle. And Cosmin Zavoiu, I thought he bowled very well. And he was telling me at the innings break, you know, trying to give everyone a chance with the ball. Because I was asking, you know, why didn't you bowl a second over? His over was outstanding. Only 4 came off it in the 5th and didn't give himself a second over. Can be sometimes a bit too unselfish as a captain, I think. Zavoiu's was pretty effective as a bowler. Pavel Florin will be on strike. They must have crossed very quickly. Actually, Zavoiu on strike. He drives away nicely. I thought that was a bit too quick for him to have crossed. Zavoiu off the mark. Again, for the Gladiators, they just need to put this out of their mind and get set mentally for that next match, match 14, which will start in about 20 minutes' time. Here's Pavel. That's a really good shot, actually. He's nailed it. It's all the way to the boundary, but there's a fielder that is guarding that area of the ground. Furkan. I don't think Furkan's had a bad game at all on the boundary. He's taken everything that's come his way. Hasn't let anything through. Has been following this week. Zavoiu gets this one just past the fine leg, and he's going to get 4. So consolation boundary for the Gladiators. This one, the old draw shot through the legs, gets 4. So West Gladiators up to 83. And so it'll be Banasa. You just have to complete the formalities. Congratulations to them. Here's the last ball of match 13. And it's the first win for Banasa. And they'll be celebrating it after this ball. I think they were pretty keen to start celebrating. I know I was. But now Pamindaman will bowl the last ball. And Banasa, now they register their first victory in ECS cricket. They draw level on points with the Gladiators. And they are challenging for that playoff spot. In the end, the final score, 110 to 84. And Banasa register their first win in the European Cricket Series. Congratulations to the men in green and their captain, Abdul Shakur. And it was dotted with good performances, wasn't it? When you think about the start from Mohammad Mashal with the bat and the ball. Think about the contribution of Prasanna with the ball as well, with his spinners, Samantha Janaka, as well as numerous others. It was Banasa getting on the board, well, chasing a target of 111. He just knew it was going to be one of those games that could have gone either way. This was a big moment for me. Moyes, he got knocked over by an absolute beauty from Janaka Samantha. And, well, they were thrilled about it. And then Prabhath, well, he came out. And Pamindaman, his catching, don't underestimate his contribution in the field. He then would go on to deliver 2 very good overs. Masih, this was a moment that, well, he might have to rue the Judge LBW. And certainly hitting across the straight one. He wasn't thrilled about it. I don't think the match referee will be thrilled about it. His reaction either. Ultimately, the Gladiators weren't able to find the fence or go over it with any kind of consistency. And then Imran Haider, he just couldn't clear the fence, and that was a big moment as well. Instead of 6, it was out. Oh, that one did clear at the boundary. Napoli trying his hardest to keep the score moving. The run rate just got out of control, didn't it? And really it was Banassa's to lose from there, and they didn't give the Gladiators any oxygen. I think they bowled very well in the second half of the innings. And they were just able to keep that rate down. 37 in the first half, and then 47 in the second half. So never getting anything going in this innings. And ultimately, you just knew well before the last ball that Banassa were going to register their first victory in the European Cricket Series. So that's a great moment for Abdul Shakur and his men, but they won't have too much time to dwell on it, as the next match, a crunch match, is about 15 minutes away. It's 84 for 7, the final for the Gladiators. He just couldn't get anything going after losing their openers, and Kohli just didn't recapture the touch that he showed the other day. He went for 8 after hitting just one Maximo. Moyes, well, he looked good, but when he was knocked over by a good nut from Janaka Samantha, you knew that was going to be uphill. Prabhath, well, he ended up being the top scorer with 18, but once again, I think he can actually strike the ball a lot better. Apart from that, Napoli and Subramaniam hit double figures. The Romanians at the end, Florent and Zavoyu, saw out the 10 overs, but they were a long way short where they needed to be. The margin was 26 runs. All the bowlers used picked up wickets. I particularly like Mohammad Mashal at the top and tail of the innings, but Samantha, 1 over, 1 for 5. Didn't bowl a second in the end, didn't need to. And wickets for all the bowlers, like I said. Parmin Aman doubled down, 2 for 17, but all the bowlers can be proud of the job that they did. So, we're not too far away from the second match of the day. We'll be rejoining you on the telecast in about 10 minutes. The news from the toss, Banassa. Once again, they will be batting first. They won the toss for match 14. Gladiators will be chasing. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. Check out what the ECN robot has to say and who they're predicting. Tell you what, good luck predicting anything at the moment. It's Vinny Sander here. Mr. Maximo, we'll see you shortly for a crunch match, match 14 between Banassa and the Gladiators, shortly on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Vlasia cricket ground just north of Bucharest, the capital of Romania and the scene of this week's FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, of course, these matches are so important this morning, and this is no different. Match 14, the rematch between Banasa and the Bucharest Gladiators. The match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, has the coin and he's got the two captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
Your call? Yeah. Heads.
Heads is the call. Hang on, I'll look.
It's heads. Yeah. We'll bat again. Okay.
Once again, the same result of the coin toss as we saw in match 13. It's Banasa that win it, and they all bat first. Once again, they're going to try and put the runs on the board, but will it be enough this time? We will find out shortly. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 14. It's the second match of the day. Over to the commentary box. Crucial match now, isn't it? Match 14 between these two teams, and both of them now have one win in the series. They both have tough matches tomorrow, where they'll be big underdogs, and that's why I think this match is crucial between them, because only one of these teams I can see making to the finals day on Saturday. Both these teams now have the same record, 1-4. Banasa, led by Abdul Shakur, the national team vice captain. Probably see him opening the batting, and we certainly saw Mohammad Mashal opening the batting in a very positive manner, didn't we, in match 13. That first innings, striking 5 boundaries in the first over, and he was very, very crucial in getting them off to that bright start. I thought it was a really good bowling effort, though, as a team. They defended that 110 very, very well indeed. And Parminder Maan was crucial in that. Prasanna did well, even higher. Janaka Samantha, big wicket of Moyes that he picked up, was crucial. Muhammad Akmal was one that was used. And I thought the Gladiators, well, they need to bounce back, and they'll be disappointed, of course, to lose match 13. But if they can register a win and bounce back against Banasa in this match, then they will be sitting one game clear of them. And you just know that they will be thrilled to get one over on Banasa and perhaps push them out of the finals picture. Although there is a full day of action tomorrow, let's not forget about that. I think we'll look back at this game, and this will be crucial because only one team can get the 2 points for this fixture. And you can see that Mamik Kohli was used again at the top of the order in that game, but the main news for me is that actually there has been a late change because Masih, he has been suspended for one game by the match referee. So you won't see him featuring in this match for the Gladiators. That was just in response to that reaction to his LBW dismissal. And that will hurt them. But, well, they certainly have a number of other players that can pick up the slack. So certainly hope that you're enjoying the action so far today. And you can tell all your friends and family about the European Cricket Network, of course. We have 4 matches every day, 6 days a week. And Pavel Florin, of course, he is part of the Gladiators setup nowadays. And he didn't take a wicket in that last game. He was brought on 4th over. Bit of calculated gamble, I suppose. 15 off his over. Not a couple of good deliveries, but let's see if he gets used in this game. Pavel is certainly a man you can't take your eyes off, isn't he? He's highly entertaining. And it will be the Gladiators who are bowling first, because Abdul Shakur, the man you see on the left of the two batsmen there, he won the toss and had no hesitation in batting again. Obviously, it worked reasonably well in the first game, although they put 110 on the board. Often I don't think 110 will be enough, but they certainly defended it very well. We've seen statistically that around about 12 to 12.5 and over seems to be a usual scoring rate on this pitch and on this outfield in these conditions. It certainly is beautiful conditions for cricket at the moment. Weather is perfect for cricket. It's 31 degrees currently, expecting to get to about 33. The field's dried out now. At the start of the day, there's a little bit of a covering of dew and a bit of moisture. That can just make the ball a bit greasy for the team that has to field first. But right now, it's just a light breeze, and I think it's beautiful conditions for a cricket match. Know where you'd rather be. It is one of the most picturesque grounds in Europe as well, this Vlasia cricket ground. And I always like to get your contributions in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. As We are all set for a start. And it's going to be Mohamed Moyes to open the bowling for the Gladiators, but not just yet. I bet the clock hasn't ticked over. No, it hasn't, so we have to wait. It's great that everyone's in position. I think it's quite funny that we can't get the players to go through it overs as quick as possible, but we slow them down. You can't start 10 seconds early. No way. Phil G's in the chat. It's always great to see Phil in the Czech Republic getting involved. Here is the first ball of match 14. Crucial match. Flicked away. And Mashal. Well, he's not going to start with a boundary this time. It's a bit of foot fielding. And actually pretty good work from the Gladiators. First there was the boot stop, then Akeem. Well, he was alert to it as well. So once again, a bit of teamwork from the Gladiators off the first ball of an ECS match. It was pretty well done out there. Keep it to 2. And if you remember back to the first match of the day, it was Mashal that got them off to a real flyer. That's why I think they've decided to go for Moyes first up, who I think the Gladiators would probably class him as their strike bowler. Just a bit of a different look for Mashal. Don't want to concede those boundaries. There were so many of them in the first couple of overs in that previous match. This is in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this. Oh, is it going to fall? Well, what a catch! What a catch by Prabhath. And you talk about taking your chances and getting your key wickets. And this is an outstanding. He might have hurt himself, but he put his body on the line. He put his body on the line for his team. And I thought this was falling safely. I really did. But he made up his mind. He was going for it. Prabhath, full length. Just a leading edge from the batsman. So Moyes gets the wicket, but Prabhath, that's an outstanding piece of fielding. And the first wicket goes down, 2 for 1. Huge scalp for the Gladiators early in this crunch match, match 14. He came a long way. I mean, he was right on the edge of the circle. He was right back on the edge of the circle, and you can understand why, because the batsman has been smashing them this morning, Ahmed Mashal. Just have a look at this. And then he said, I just thought this was hitting the turf for sure. He comes in, his last 3 steps, bang! Almost slipped out of his fingers. Pat Coley, well, he's thrilled about it as well. Moyes, he's the happiest of the lot. And Mashal, disappointment for him. What a start to this match. Next one, Moyes gets past the new batsman, and this shows you at the start's all important, isn't it? And it is Sharia Sahel, the left-hander, who's come out number 3, but he's a non-strike zone at the moment. It's Shakur on strike. About that for a catch. It's pushed away by Shakur. Certainly, if you take the runs out that Mashal scored in the first innings of the first game, you see the planes flying overhead. If you take Mashal's runs out, there wasn't too much between these two teams. Well, Shakur goes bang, and this one is nailed over long off. That's a really good hit. Maximo! The first one of match 14. And Moyes, he just put it up in the slot. And Abdul said, thank you very much. Stayed deep in his crease. Really good cricket shot. It's the end of the first over. Banasa 8 for 1. But I think, all things considered, I think Gladiators will be thrilled with the result of that first over, picking up the big wicket of Mohamed Mashal. And here's Mihai Akeem, the young Romanian teenager. Just a few weeks off his 16th birthday. He's a raw talent. He's been developed over the last few years. Took up cricket at 10 with assistance from the Romanian national team coach, Andrew Begg. He's developed his bowling. We've seen him take some really key wickets in this series. We didn't see him bowl in the first match. It surprised me slightly, but Hakeem, the left armour, will be bowling to the left-hander in Sharia Sahel, who's facing his first delivery. This one, not a bad delivery, but just sneaks past that leg stump. And you've got to be pretty sure it's missing your leg stump when you jump across like that. Hakeem will just typically shake the ball away from the left-hander. Look at this one. Shows a bit of the furniture, but that was probably missing by a stump and a half. Well pitched this time. Should just be the one, and it is. So we'll get to see Mihai Hakeem on strike. Bowling now to the right-hander on strike. Let us know how you're enjoying the action on ECN today. And the reason I think this game is so important, both these teams 1 win each. Only one of these teams, I think, is going to make the final 4. The other team will be eliminated at the end of tomorrow. This is well bowled by the youngster. It's kind of the emerging generation versus the veteran in Shakur. He's lucky that was edged onto his pad, otherwise I think it might have been heading for the stumps. Hello to Lance Vance and friends. Max, Pato and Sam have joined the live chat. Well bowled by Mihai Hakeem. This is why I was a bit surprised he didn't get an over or two in the previous game, because he's a real raw talent. And so I'm just saying on the chat that they're very happy for ECN in Melbourne because they're going into another 5-day lockdown. Well, sorry to hear that, guys. So they're strapping themselves up for Mr. Maximo time. Once again, Hakeem gets this one past Shakur. Hey guys, I've got to tell you about this guy, Mihai Hakeem, who is a Romanian kid. He took up cricket at 10, a young Romanian, and now he's almost 16 years of age, and what a talent he is, left armour. He's hit reasonably well, but straight at the fielder. And that's the Romanian, does the fielding. But it's one thing we've really noticed in the last couple of weeks, seen a lot of ethnic European talent. It is something which, you know, without the game being established here first, they wouldn't get those opportunities. But we've seen a lot of Romanian kids getting involved in cricket and getting involved in the practice next to practice facilities here, which I think is really exciting for the game. End of the second over. That was a really good over from Hakeem. Only concedes 4, and the score at the end of 2, it's 12 for 1. So have a look at that. Great start for the Gladiators. Only 8 and 4. The big wicket of Mohammad Mashal. He made a very bright start in the first innings of the day, but now his innings is complete in match 14. They're going to go to Kohli. So they're not going to bowl out Moyes. They're going to bowl Kohli in the third over. They come around the wicket. He's bowling to the keeper batsman, Sharia Sahel. This is short and it's punched away, and this one will find the boundary. And Kohli certainly went for a few in that last match. You can't have them everywhere. We're still in the power play, so both the outfielders are on the leg side. And Kohli, this one might force a field change. It was outside the off stump, and Sahel hasn't really batted to his potential in this series. He loves to play offside strokes, actually, but he's often had his innings nipped in the bud. He's hit a couple of boundaries and got out. He certainly will hope that this isn't one of those occasions, especially with Mashal going early. I think he needs to step up. It's a great opportunity for him to get stuck in. He's edged, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, it's totally wrong-footed hider. Have a look at this on the replay. I mean, with Hyder, this ball's always coming in to him. You see him come to his right, and then he has to change tack very quickly, and you see he just can't get back there. That's probably a subtle positioning thing. It's always difficult for the keeper when you're wrong-footed. Was a big edge, so maybe that's the little bit of luck that Sahel needs to get his innings going. Well, he's going to try and launch this one, but this is a chance. It's Subramaniam who holds on to the catch, and once again, Sahel can't go on with it. He goes for 10. And well, Hyder, well, he'll be pretty relieved as well. And it's good bowling by Kohli. It's a good comeback after he went for a couple of boundaries. Once again, no patience from Sahel, who just tries to launch this one into Jurassic Park. Instead, it finds the safe hands of Kokulan Subramaniam. Banasa in some early trouble. It's 20 for 2. We know how important this game is, don't we? And Gladiators, they are really fired up. And well done to Coley as well, who's asking questions of Sahel. Abdul Shakur, what's he thinking right now? He's seen a couple of partners come and go, and he's kind of content to play second violin in the first game. As Mashal went about his business in the power play, but now he's lost a couple of partners. But he's got a very able replacement in Parmin Aman, who comes out at number 4. Well, this one could be another one. It's in the air. Now, who's going to catch this? Is it going to fall between them? It does. And they'll probably get 2. Now, the Inquisition begins. And there's the fielder, it was Amir Mushtaq, who I think was eyeing it off. But you had Nepali. This is where in cricket there's no real established pecking order of whose it should be. For me, I think the outfielder coming in has to call the infielder off it. And in the end, we get 2 runs just like that. It's the pad, but I think this one's heading down the leg side. That one, I think, good decision by the umpire. So Coley gets his chance now against Parmin Aman, the left-hander. Last ball of power play. Driven away. Won't get any run here. So that's the end of the 3rd over. That power play, points for me, go to the Gladiators. It's 23 for 2. This is where they tried Florin last time in the 4th over. But I think the way that Akeem was bowling, why wouldn't you just bowl him out? And yeah, they're going to give him the ball in the 4th. I think it's a good move. And he will have the protection of 5 outfielders, I should say. So, Banasa, fresh off their first win in the European Cricket Series. They didn't have too long to celebrate, did they? Come back out here in a crunch game. Second match of the day. Both these teams now on 2 points. They have 1 win. They have 4 losses. Like I said, I see one of them progressing to the finals. Mihai Akeem, the left armour. Get another opportunity to impress. Very tight first over. Didn't pick up a wicket. Only 4 runs off it though. In the air. It could be out. And it is out. And this time it's the Romanian again. And it was a little juggle. And, well, luck's the fortune. And Mihai Akeem, what a great moment for him. He picks up a wicket. The Romanian teenager getting it done. And, well, they are super pumped, the Gladiators, and why not? And this one is the big one. It's Shakur, the Romanian vice-captain, who goes to Romanian. Well, I think he was panicking for a second, but it just fell nicely. Well, Abdul Shakur, disappointment for him. He has to trudge off, and he almost hit it too well, didn't he? But he found the man who was perfectly placed on the boundary at deep extra cover. And a wicket for the Romanian teen sensation, Mihai Akeem. He deserves it as well. He's bowled very well so far. And he beat Shakur a couple of times outside the off stump. This time he picks up the wicket and it's 23 for 3. What do you think? Let us know on the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. What a wicket. What a moment for the young man. Here is a batsman, an all-rounder really, that impresses me in Janaka Samantha. Mihai has 5 balls left to impress. So they're just getting their field set. And we'll push 5 outfielders back, so they've got deep square leg, long on, long off, deep extra cover, and deep backward point at the moment. You just never know what's going to happen next in this FanCode European Cricket Series. That's a bird's eye view. You've got a pretty good view at home as well, thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. Hakeem. This could be another one. It could be, it should be, and it is! So 2 in 2. And Prabhath takes the catch, and the young man is on a hat-trick. Mihai Akeem, once again, challenges the drive. Well, if I was a traffic policeman, then I would probably be booking the batsman for reckless driving, because it went straight down to Prabhath and long off, and they spent a bit of time getting their fielding right, their field right, I should say, the Gladiators, and they certainly have had their outfitters perfectly placed. That is disappointment. Further disappointment for Banasa. And now they're 23 for 4, and Mihai Akeem is on a hat trick. Now, things happening so fast now. MSG saying they're trying to recreate the first game. They realise each game is unique. Well, it certainly is. In fact, every over is unique, isn't it, in the FanCode European Cricket Series? And speaking of unique, you think about the story of this young Romanian, inspired to take up cricket, and his talent's been developed, I know, by Romanian coach Andrew Berg. He's, I'm sure, has aspirations of representing Romania in the T20 national format. But now, Akeem on a hat trick. Can you believe it? And it's going to be Prasanna that's going to have to face up. Two batsmen that haven't faced the ball are at the crease. Big wickets of Man and Shakur before that. We've seen a lot of batsmen, a lot of bowls on a hat trick. We haven't actually seen one taken yet, have we? Here's Akeem on a hat trick. Won't get it. Still, well fielded by Moyes. He just keeps it to 1. One thing I would say is there's plenty of cricket left in this 10 overs. We can't be too complacent, the Gladiators, because we've seen how quickly things can turn around. This is well bowled. Really well bowled. Samantha going back, and a bit of a risky stroke. I think it made the gloves more than anything else. But this is one thing that makes my job so exciting. I think when you think what we're trying to do with the European Cricket Network project and developing the game and trying to foster interest in the game, people that don't have traditional cricket backgrounds. This could be 3, but it's not. Where's a real spicy one put down by Kohli at cover. Well, he does stop the boundary. This one was hit pretty hard. They either stick or they don't. It would have been 3 for the teenager. This one was right out of the screws, about knee high. Can't pouch it. Last ball for Akeem. And well, it could be a run out here. Well, he just fumbles it at the crucial moment. And this one, I tell you what, if this was handled cleanly, Prasanna was never interested. Look, he's not backing up. He's got 2 feet in his crease. And I think it was news to Samantha. Prasanna wasn't interested. We would have had another wicket in the over. So the chances coming thick and fast. At the end of 4, it's 24 for 4. Let us know, what do you think about the young Romanian, Mihai Akeem? Let us know in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We've got not just him in this team as well. We've got Cosmin Zavoya leading the side. He's got the first Romanian-born captain of a cricket club. And obviously Pavel Florin, I mean, he gets a lot of attention, obviously, and he's done a lot to promote the game in this country as well. But I like it that there's not just those guys. There's, probably name 10 or even a dozen Romanians that are playing the game consistently on the club scene, and some pretty good performances. So it's a little edge. Is knocked down by Zamir Mushtaq. Short third man, so it'll just be a single. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you still have to keep attacking. There's no real point in just knocking it around in these middle overs, because you put a lot of pressure on yourself to then go big in the last 3, and then if that doesn't work out, you kind of compound your problems, don't you? So, Subramaniam, who's taken 2 catches, key catches in this innings, gets his opportunity with the ball. Another left arm option. This one just watchfully, and that's the kind of ball I think that it's later in the innings, or you don't have all these wickets on the board, and that probably the batsman steps across and smashes this one. But that's a slight difference in mindset, isn't it? Maybe the wicket to the left-hander. Probably be a wide. Just losing this one outside the off stump. But Subramaniam, and that'll give him a lot of confidence as well. Joe likes the work of Mihai Akeem. Let's get this young man to the IPL and the Vitality Blast. Oh, these Gladiators, gotta love the way they pick themselves up after a loss. This one, again, well, I think it's just gonna be a wide. Focus on the replay. I don't mind a wide if it's outside the off stump. I mean, this one, yeah, it's touch and go. Anything that even touches that sideline as it goes past the crease typically is called. This one won't be a wide. It would have been, but it hits the end of the bat. So, a bit like that time for Subramaniam. But you look at this scoring rate. It's down around the runner ball, not too many more than that. So, something has to happen soon for Banasa. They certainly haven't had too much time to celebrate their first victory in ECS cricket, have they? They're right back on the rack here in match 14. This one will be called a wide. So Subramaniam just makes a subtle adjustment. You know, for me, a bit of coaching I got when I used to bowl before I took up keeping full time was that don't try and aim it with your arm. Change your angle of approach. So if I was Subramaniam, I'd probably be taking my run a little bit wider. So maybe starting maybe a metre to the right. Then your body approaches a bit more of a friendly angle. You don't change your action. This is better. But I tell you what, the batsman says, I like this better too, because this one's out of here. Maximo Prasanna. He got one that he liked. He hasn't had too many close to his body. But Subramaniam, well, he had to bowl straighter, he did. Well, that was outside off stump. Prasanna, he went and fetched it. And he put it over mid-wicket for 6. That is actually only the second 6 of this innings. The first one was hit by Shakur. Another edge, and well, it's not stopped cleanly, and it's going to be 4. Mushtaq can't make the stop. Again, I thought he got lucky originally here, Subramaniam, because it looked pretty wide. Yeah, I think it probably would have been a wide. It just hit the end of the bat, but Zamir Mushtaq just couldn't handle it. And once it went past him, it shows this outfit is quickening up. He's all the way to the boundary. This time, see Prasanna has the big shots on his mind. It's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 39 for 4. So we'll go to the halfway point of the innings, and it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And what a morning's entertainment we've seen so far from Romania. And like I said, it was Banasa this morning, match 13, that won their first match ever in the ECS. It was actually their 8th match that they've played, so I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. But the Bucharest Gladiators are coming back strong, and you can see here the order on the table of these teams and the fact of why this is so crucial. So Banasa and the Gladiators, they're both 1 and 4. But you can see that the Gladiators, they just haven't scored as quickly as any other team. Although they did have that one chase of 140. Apart from that, they've had some trouble putting innings together. Banasa, well, typically they score 110 in 10 overs. That's actually exactly what they scored in the first match of the day. And at the moment, it's going to be a struggle, I think, for them to recreate that. But you can see if they can put 100 on the board, well, the Gladiators, they're only averaging 97 off 10 overs with the bat. Both of these teams have been conceding too many runs as well on the whole. I know they have played some strong teams along the way, but you can see that they're all they're up there in the high 13s, the high 130s when they're bowling. And that's something, if they are going to challenge the top 3 teams, they do have to cut down on the extras and cut down on those boundary balls. You can see that on this field, the average, I think, is around 12 to 12.5 and over. And you can see that the best teams are kind of scoring at that kind of 140 to 130 kind of mark. So yeah, it's just something we're keeping an eye on as this series progresses. It does give you a really good indication of how quick teams are scoring their runs and how many runs they're conceding on average when they are in the ball, when they've got the ball in their hand. And you can see it's been fairly consistent, the scoring rates over the first 3 days as well. An average score, like I said, 120 to 125 seems to be average. And that's why it was a good effort to defend 110. But again, the Gladiators, I'd say they're a bit inconsistent with the bat, is probably what I would call them, because they did chase down 140 in that match 8. So anything's possible. There's certainly a lot of cricket left in this game. And so we're almost getting ready. And look, if you do want to get all these statistics and all the statistical information about the players and the teams in the series, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. Click on this series, this ECS. You can even go to ecs.cricket as a bit of a shortcut and click the series you want. Just click on Romania, and then the tab at the top will give you all the scores, the stats, the standings, and the news. And there certainly is plenty of news. The news here is that it's the Gladiators on top after 5 overs, but I've learnt you don't call a game after 5 overs. as there's a lot of cricket left in this match. Now Coley is going to bowl his second over. His first one went for 11, but he did pick up a wicket along the way. How's the figures from the young left armour, Mihai Hakim? 2 for 5 off 2 overs. I think it's a must that he bowls his 2 overs. I mean, didn't see him bowling in the first game. So crunch time now. This is where the rubber hits the road. 6th overtime. Coley. Wild swing from Janaka Samantha. Again, he's one of these players, I don't think he necessarily has to swing across the line. I think he can hit the ball straight. He can hit through the line of the ball. Coley, if you're seeing that from the batsman, you're just saying, well, I'm going to keep this ball outside the off stump. And if you want to go get it, well, good luck to you, Janaka. He goes offside this time. And this is good work by Subramaniam. He's been pretty reliable. We didn't see him, I think, the second day that they played the Gladiators, but it's been a good addition to their lineup. Remember, they're without the services of Messi, who unfortunately has been sanctioned by the match referee. On the leg side, well, Hyder misses this. This one hurts you. Well, he's really upset with himself because he knew that's one that he should have stopped. It just got away from him, the angle, I think. Look at this. Just kind of went with the one hand, but it was a little bit of a lazy effort from Hyder, and he knows he's better than that. See this one here. Just basically tried to block it in the end. That'll go down as 5 wides. It's just what Banasa wanted at this stage. They needed something to start them off in this second half. This time it's in the air. Just be one. Zavoy down there. It's good running. They will get back for 2. He just had to contend with the side spin there, the Romanian captain. I think Ida telling him to hustle, but I think Zavoy was a little bit worried because when this bounced, and sometimes this can be unpredictable. When it bounced, it kind of spun sideways, and he had to make the adjustment. It was a good throw, but not good enough to get the batsman stopping him back for 2. So these two trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again after a bit of a broken start in this Banasa innings. Edged and gone. So Coley once again just has that knack of picking up wickets. This time Hyder makes no mistake. He makes up for his error earlier in the over. Hyder this time takes a regulation nick, and that's a handy wicket. Prasanna just driving expansively. Coley got it outside the off stump, and that's where you need to be. We've seen it time and time again. And that partnership is broken. 47 for 5. Once again, Coley stepping up for the Gladiators. He's 2 for 16 halfway through his second over. This will bring Wazif Sharif to the crease. And now it makes you think, who will they bowl in these last 4 overs? Because do you go to this low men when the faster men are doing such a good job? Subramaniam and Coley's bowled out. They do still have one from Moyes. I'm sure he'll get a second over. You see at the moment, the seamers are getting the job done. I mean, you've got Zavoy, you've got Florent. They're slow bowling options, but kind of horses for courses. And I think based on this morning's performance, you'd probably go to Zavoy first. But again, it's probably a good time to bring on Florent because you've got batsmen that aren't set, and they're going to be a little bit nervous, I think. Bit of deer in the headlights. What do you think, guys? A lot of options for the Gladiators. Coley doing well at the moment. And this will take us to the end of the 6th over. Apologies that our scoreline is down. There's a technical issue, but I can tell you that the score is 47 for 5 after 6 overs. So 47 for 5 after 6 overs. Let's just think about where we're at in this game. Mr. Maximo's 6 over check-in. Well, here, I mean, you'd say bare minimum you'd want 10 and over, and that'll take you to 87. So I'll go 47 to 87. Really, par is 2 a ball. So if you get the par from here, you double your score. pretty much, and you get to 95. I mean, they're fighting to even put 100 on the board here, really. Seems like it'll be an uphill battle. Look, they are continuing with the bowlers that are working. I think this is smart. Subramaniam is going to come back to bowl his second. And, well, he's going to have to hustle here. Oh, this is pretty close, I think. And the boy backing up then fires it in, but, I mean, it's very kind of very lazy kind of running from the batsman. Doesn't go that far from the stumps. Look at Hyder. He would have been gone by a mile. Still not too much damage, just a single. Certainly hope you're enjoying the coverage no matter where you're watching around the world. This is in the air, and I think it's going to bounce just in front of Coley and Moyes. Give you the score. It's 49 off 6.2 overs. 49 for 5, 6.2 overs. Again, apologies. The scoreline is down currently. Well, it knocks him over, and he tries to get inventive. The batsman tried to get funky, but it was Subramaniam who's having a great innings so far. Well, he took him down to Funky Town, and it wasn't a pleasant ending for the batsman. Janaka Samantha is trying to exploit the fact there was no fine leg. The trap was set. This is why it's a difficult shot, because if you give up your stumps, if you don't make contact, it's going to end badly. So the Gladiators really pulling one out in match 14. Crucial match for these two teams. 6 wicket falls now. And it is 49 for 6 off 6.3 overs. This just shows you how quickly things can change in this tournament. Banasa, they were thrilled to get their first win on the board. At the moment, it's really going to be uphill stuff. Trying to put any kind of a total on the board now. Subramaniam, it's good captaincy from Zavoyu. He's sticking with the bowlers that are working. Oh, man. Next one is aimed out of here by Mohammad Furqan. Comes out at number 8. Certainly don't think he would have expected to be in the 6th over. 49 for 6 off 6.4 overs. And Subramaniam, his teammates are enjoying his work. Just telling the batsman, get ready to face Malinga. What do you think of that? See some similarities, I guess. Furqan, between a rock and a hard place. Needs to play his shots, but they don't want to lose any more wickets. What's his approach? Thick inside edge. Well, it could be trouble. Subramaniam gathers it, but he will scramble through for a single. Any boundaries can hurt the Gladiators from here. Subramaniam, I like his energy. This one. Look at it. It's closer than you think, but Aziz Sharish able to scramble home. That brings up the 50 for Banasa. 50 for 6 off 6.5. His last ball, the 7th over. And well, this one, does it have the distance? I think it does. It's Maximo time. Subramaniam didn't really get hurt. Just the last ball on the length. And it was a bit of a risky shot, wasn't it? No, Wazif Sharif said, well, we need runs. And I'm going to go down swinging if I'm going to go down. In the end, the fielder went back, but just cleared him. 6 runs to finish the 7th over. The score at the end of 7 is 56 for 6. Well, if you're enjoying this FanCode European Cricket Series, and how could you not be? We have plenty more locations around the continent that we are visiting. And next week from Monday, we'll be in Stockholm. We'll spend 2 weeks there before we head to the south of Sweden, Malmö. We were there last year, and some very interesting cricketers in that area. I can tell you, east of Germany will be next from the 16th of August. We'll be in Dresden in the east of that country. And then we'll be in Capelli, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands from the 30th of August. That will be the final European Cricket Series before we hit the ECC, which is basically the Euros of cricket, the European Cricket Championship, the first ever tournament that we've held of that nature, and it starts 13th of September. Zavoyu comes and starts with a wide. And so after the ECC, we do plan to have more European Cricket Series locations for you. We'll release them in due course once they're organised. And we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year. Very exciting times for you once again. Just loses this one. Again, you can bowl wides, I think. Offside, at least you only give up the one. I mean, if he bowls that down the leg side, the batsman has the option of smashing it for 4 or 6 or taking the wide. This one, I think it's just dabbed down the corner. A little bit of movement from Zavoy there, I think. The batsman thought it was going to be outside his legs, but then had to be a little bit more careful. 20% more careful, because then he realised it's probably on the line of the stump, so just had to make sure he got something on it, which he did. Picks up a single. This is better. This is better. It's called wide. And Savoy, this didn't seem that wide to me. It was though. It's a good call from the umpire. They've been red hot on those wides. Fair enough. Overcompensation. Savoy, it's funny because he is a part-timer. Look, he is a part-time bowler, but he's been really effective in this series, and his accuracy, I was mentioning earlier, is something that he's worked very hard on. At the moment, he's just struggling to get through the first part of this over. This is better. I suppose what you'd say, he hasn't really been hurt so far. Wide's the one thing, but he hasn't really bowled anything. The batsman's easily been able to hit to the boundary either. He's gotten away with it to an extent, but still. Captain Cosman Zavoy. And leg side, this one will be called a wide. And again, it's very interesting how from one game to the next, things can change. And Savoy had the ball on a string. He's just trying to place it there at the moment. Maya saying a Pavel style bowler. Well, I suppose he is, actually. Savoy, in a way. And now the chance comes, and he's going to have to do it himself. There's nobody around him. Savoy, well, almost takes an outstanding catch. Well, he was looking for help, wasn't he? Savoy, he looked to his left, looked to his right, and all he saw was green grass, and he realised he had to go himself. In the end, he almost pulls it down. He's looking straight into the sun by the time he looks up at that. It's only a single. It would have been an outstanding catch. This is better. This one could be a catch. The fielder not able to catch up with it, Subramaniam. He's been pretty good in the field today. Can't criticise his efforts. But despite Savoy really bowling an over of licorice all sorts, there's only been a few runs off it. There's been 8 off it so far. And this one gets wrong. This will be a wide. It's going to be called no ball for Hyde, is it? About Hyder though. That's good effort from him. He's probably saying, I'm too old for this. Yeah, that was above the waist, wasn't it? So that's what the call was for. It'll make this a free hit, and that's what the difference is. Savoy just has to dig deep here. This will be a free hit. Like I say, there haven't been any boundaries off this over so far. Just wides and singles, and that no ball. This one will be another wide. It can't be stumped off a free hit either. So as long as the batsman makes an immediate attempt to turn around and go back to his crease, then he won't be able to be stumped. So time to think for the skipper. Here is the free hit out to Florin. He shouldn't mess this up. I think about 2, but that was good work by Pavel. He was able to stop that. Savoy. Again, it's one of the rules in cricket. Once you start an over, you don't have to finish it unless you're injured. And Cosman, he wanted out of this over around 4 balls ago, but still there. This time, a little bat on it. This will probably run away. It'll be a test for the outfield. Hi, Hakeem. He's got a pretty good arm. Oh, and I think that was a little bit straighter. I think that Hanif Sharif would have been in trouble. And then Cosman gets out of jail to an extent. There were 14 off that over. I think he'll be the first to admit that it wasn't his best over. 70 for 6 now after 8. They call it hunch-based captaincy, which is that just do what you think. It looks like Florin's going to get the next one, so it's certainly a time where the batsmen have to attack, isn't it? Ninth overtime. We know it all happens in the ninth. You'll probably see some things you've never seen before, and you certainly will with Pavel. And this one is straight up in the air. Hyder is going to catch it, and Pavel gets the wicket. And what do you know? And Pavel, he's off. Where's he going? That's the question. Well, Pavel, can you believe it?
Gladiators!
Well, what can you say about Pavel Florin? He headed in my direction, and when you talk about your celebrations, and the umpire probably saying to him, look, you have to stay on the field next time. Pavel, well, if you want to talk about doing everything at once, well, Pavel, with the very first ball, it was perfectly pitched, really, and it's just completely mistimed by Forkan. And I was holding the headset. We had Vasu Zaini ready to come in here, and the next minute, Pavel's up in my grill. And so, well, this is why you never want to turn away from the FanCode European Cricket Series. Pavel, commentaried and bowled, caught behind by Hyder. 7 wicket falls. 7th wicket falls, 77. Well, I'm speechless. You think you'd be everywhere at once. Pavel Florin. I thought maybe he was going to swap positions and I'd get to finish this over for a second, but it all happens in the ninth. You want to talk about your unusual celebrations. That's something you probably won't see on a cricket field too often. Well, follows up with a big no ball. Well, certainly he's saying, well, sorry guys, next one's going to be a free hit. And some people would probably argue they're all free hits with Pavel on, but new batsman can swing away with immunity. He does, but this one should be cut off. It's actually Hanif who's on strike. Prabhath, who took an excellent catch earlier in this innings to remove the dangerous opener, Mohammad Mashal. Florin, another moon ball. And again, batsman having to make all the pace. And it's not super easy if you're new to the crease, I think. I always can tell who's going to be a good golfer when I see who can hit Pavel Florin, because it's pretty much as close as you can get to hitting a stationary ball. And another wicket, and he hasn't given up too many runs as well. Got away with that no ball off the pitch. Another one. It's going to the moon, and it could be another wicket. It's Moyes who's under it, and he's not going to miss out. And once again, and he says, there's another grenade. Watch out. And Florin getting it done in the ninth. The Gladiators, a key game for them. And he now has 2 for 3. Once again, slow bowling from Florin. The miscue. Batsman going for it. You can understand why, but if you don't get it right, you can present a catching opportunity. And Moyes, well, he held onto the grenade. Pavel pulled the pin. And watch out. 2 wickets for Florin in the ninth over. He's really had an interesting week with the ball. It has been expensive at times, but it does pick up wickets. And you know, there's a body of evidence now, not only at this level, but also at the T20 international level. I mean, he has the 3rd highest strike rate of any T20 international bowler that's taken at least 10 wickets. That just shows you there's a lot of people right now that are watching this over around the world. Doesn't surprise me at all. One-man highlight reel, Pavel Florin. 73 for 8 now. Banasa, they're teetering. And it's going to be Zafar Ullah. But also, it's all about taking your chances, isn't it? And they certainly have taken a few good catches in this innings, the Gladiators. Well, still 2 balls to go. That's plenty of time. He's bowling the ninth, so he won't get an opportunity to bowl a second over. So, what do you think? Florin, what do you do when you're walking out there? Do you have a plan? I mean, I still think you go down, you get him on the full, and you just smash him for 6. Seems easy. There we go. Well, he won't get 6, but I think he will get 4 here. That's in the gap, and that's just good placement. Zafar comes out, and once again, we've seen these get into the fielders before, but this is all about the placement. Gets down, he makes good contact, and the 2 men are out there, but they're not able to make the stop. So Florin goes for his first boundary of the over. Still a pretty good one, only 7 off it at the moment. And the last ball to come, last ball of the night. This time should be fielded on the boundary. Zavoy does. They'll only get the 1. And so that ends a very entertaining over. Wouldn't expect anything less from the bodyguard. 2 for 8. He takes off the 9th, and the score now, it's 78 for 8. Benassa trying to get a competitive score on the board. They've got Moyes to contend with in the 10th over. And, you know, thinking about this score, I mean, they've got 78 on the board. You'd expect maybe they can get to something maybe in the high 80s. But you can see that the Gladiators themselves, they've got the lowest run rate in the series, only going at 9.7 and over, so averaging 97 off 10 overs. And that's why I do think if you can get something in the high 80s or even 90 from here, it is competitive. But it's not going to be easy against Mohamed Moyes, who's, I think, probably right up there with the best of the bowlers for the Gladiators. And so, what do you think about the over from Pavel Florin? I'm sure there'll be a bit of discussion in the live chat. Oh, for sure. We know that that's going in social media. It'll be overload. All the servers at the ECN headquarters will be melting down now. Man, that certainly has brought a lot of attention to cricket, not only in this country, but also the whole of Europe. And he's got a lot of followers in Australia. I know that all our viewers in Melbourne will be watching pretty keenly. Pavel has played some club cricket there. Here's the last over of the innings. Worked away. Again, with only 2 wickets to play with, do you take on a 2 here? Well, I think it's probably a smart decision, because if you're going to run out here, then you're really on your last legs and you risk not batting out the 10 overs. So maybe you take on a borderline 2, but definitely nothing that's more, I'd say, dangerous than that, because you don't want to run out of batsmen before the end of the 10 overs. This time, just bat on ball. So it seems like these batsmen, they're content just to make sure that they get the 1 run. If they can get something they can hit for more, than they will, but they know that Moyes, you know, he's a class act with the ball. He's a good cricketer. And he's just going to get the ball up there in the block hole and try and just restrict the kind of balls that the batsman can hit to the boundary. I'd like to see a 3rd man and a fine leg in place. This one, 3rd man in the circle. Akeem, slight fumble. I don't think they'll go back for 2, though. He's got a very good throwing arm, the young man. And so he's had an outstanding innings, hasn't he? 2 for 5 off his 2 overs, and he's one of the reasons that Gladiators are in this position. A nervy run chase, though. And the winner of this game will be in the box seat to qualify. The loser will have to pull off an upset tomorrow. They're going to qualify. It hits him in front, but I think it's probably just missing the off stump. This on the replay. Yeah, I think that's a fair call from the umpire. Joe saying T-shirts with Florin's face on. Tell you what, no one would be picking a fight with you, would they? You had to look at that mug. Moyes delivered a pretty good last over so far. Swing and a miss. And again, at this stage, you can't really try and sneak any extra runs, I don't think. I mean, you just got to hope that you can make contact with something. But I mean, it's been a good, really good last over. It's gone 1-1-1, leg by, and then a dot. It's only 4 runs off the first 5 balls. Benassa been on the ropes really ever since that first dismissal of Mashal, who batted so well in game 13. So 82 on the board. Last ball of the innings coming up. It's driven away. And they'll probably go for 2. Nothing to lose. They will. It'll be a run out that really. There's no harm in trying for that one at least. It was a good bit of fielding. Saves 1 run, but they do concede 1 run off the last ball. And Banasa, after winning the toss, electing to bat, they're going to finish 83 for 9 off their 10 overs. Gladiators, I think, will be very satisfied with their work. Just look at the time. I mean, it has finished probably 50 minutes in, but what you would say, we do have the drinks breaks at the moment. We have some allowances, and also you do get allowances for taking at least 6 wickets. There's kind of a minute or so for every wicket further. So I think they're going to be fine for time in the end. That's very good by a couple of people in the chat who were just having a look at that. But let's have a look at the highlights of this, the first innings of match 14. And we knew it was going to be a crunch match. And look, a lot of respect between these two sides. Both of them would be desperate to register a victory. And well, speaking of desperation, now is that catch from Shalitha Prabhath. It was a big wicket, wasn't it? Mashal's been on fire with the bat this morning, but he had to go. It was an outstanding piece of fielding that removed him. But still, you just knew that the batsmen remaining were definitely going to swing the bat. Sahale, so often he's provided a couple of boundaries, but found a way to get out. And it was Subramaniam with 2 key catches. And I think the batsman saying that was a good effort. It's a bit of stopping and looking at each other as well at one stage, but the Gladiators really, you couldn't fault their desperation in the field. And that was a big one as well, wasn't it? Shakur. And it was Akeem that knocked him over. A great catch by Subramaniam with the little juggle. Then the very next ball, Prabhath got some more work, and Mihai Akeem was on a hat trick. And the young man, well, bird's eye view of this ground. You have a look at the Banasa team, and look, how could you not be rattled? The wickets were clattering, but I tell you what, they were still swinging the bat and trying. I did like the work of Prasanna, the left-hander, along with Samantha, about trying to resurrect this innings, get something out of it. This was a bit of laziness from Haider. He'd have a chance to make up for it not too long after, though, taking a nick off Kohli. That was the end of Prasanna. And then Samantha tried to get funky. He lost his stumps. And Subramaniam, he's been a really good in to this Gladiators lineup. And as the innings drew to its conclusion, had nothing to lose. I like Sharif as well. He tried hard, didn't he? And then Savoy just had his struggles with his control. And this one would have been a miracle catch. He looked around, he just saw green grass. Then enter the bodyguard in the 9th. And straight away, Haider, we didn't really have to move. And then next thing you know, he's up here with me. So that man's everywhere. But you know what? He had a second wicket as well. He pulled the pin, and watch out for the fallout. The grenade had been launched from Florin. He took 2 wickets in that 9th over. Then Akeem, once again, doing his bit in the field. Moyes came up with a very good last over. Only conceded 5, so only 13 off the last 2 overs. When I look at the splits in the innings, 39 off the first half and 44, pardon me, off the second half. And you see that no one really got going. Prasanna was the high scorer with 14. And apart from that, no one really could make a significant contribution. They held their catches, didn't they, in the innings as well. There were 7 catches taken. And Extra is the high scorer, actually, for Banasa with 19. That was really only the problem. The only problem for some of the bowlers, particularly Zavoy, that struggled with his control. 14 off his over. But have a look, Pavel Florin, again, he just keeps taking wickets. 2 for 8, bowling the 9th. But really, the best bowler for me was Mihai Akeem. 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. And as a bowler that wasn't used this morning, I think he really has to become a key member of their lineup. Also 2 wickets for Kohli, who bowled pretty well. Moyes, as always, pretty reliable, 1 for 12, and also a wicket for Subramaniam. So please join us in approximately 5 minutes as we come back into the chase. It will be the Gladiators requiring 84 for victory here in match 14. It's a crunch match for these 2 teams. Please join us shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello everybody and welcome back to the European Cricket Network, and what a beautiful day for cricket it is in Bucharest, Romania. Well, it's the middle of the day here in the east of Europe, and we've seen some really interesting cricket so far, haven't we, in these two matches this morning. Two teams at the bottom of the table are going head to head, and just know that probably only one of them is going to be able to make it to the next round. That's what makes these two games, matches 13 and 14, so crucial. It was Benassa that had the early points, winning match 13 fairly comfortably, but it's been a different story so far in match 14. Benassa had to work really hard for their runs. In the end, they've put 83 on the board, and it'll be 84 the Gladiators require for victory. And look, that might look easy on paper, as we consider 12 or so has been the average scoring rate this week, but you don't win games on paper, and you can't win games sitting on your couch, trust me. It does seem like it's something that the Gladiators should do, but there's going to be a few nerves around. Kohli on strike for the first ball to reply. And, well, could be trouble here, but the ball just gets away from the fielder. See Moyes was just sitting on his bat at the other end. He wasn't particularly interested. Kohli was looking for the single. He called it straight away, but Moyes has had second thoughts. Eventually passed on the message to Kohli. It's interesting, isn't it? If that's later in the innings, you take a single there, no problem at all. But first ball, different story. Kohli works this one away off his pads. They will get a run off the bat this time. And well, keep the chat coming in the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We certainly saw a few interesting things in the first half of this game, didn't we? Keanu thinks I'll be singing I Will Always Love You from The Bodyguard. Not really a fire-up song, is it? But who knows? Anything's possible. That's what I've learnt. This series has thrown up a lot of surprises so far. No less than the Gladiators knocking off the previous champions, ACCB, back in match 8. And the opening bowler is Mohammad Mashal. Bowled really well in that last game, particularly his first over, but even when he came back later in the innings, just seemed to be able to get a bit of bounce out of this pitch. Other bowlers have struggled to do that. This one doesn't really get up though, but it does off the bat of Moyes, and this one is muscled out of here. Maximo! Moyes hits his very first ball. That one's over the hill and far away. And if you get too short to Moyes, you will pay. 6 of the best. See, this one didn't really bite the way a couple of his deliveries did earlier on today. Mohammad Mashal. What's the reply? Does he keep banging it in, or does he pitch it up to Mohammad Moyes? Does the latter. And it's going to be 4 more. Long on, just being pushed around a little bit. And Moyes, it's good batting. I think this is smart. Often when you pull a bowler square, you kind of have an inkling that they'll probably try and pitch up the next delivery, and Moyes was waiting for it. It's a good straight bat shot. Good placement. 6 and a 4, and he's hungry for more. Moyes goes leg side again. And it almost carries to the man. It's an outstanding effort by Samantha. And Moyes, he's going to try and sprint. I don't think he's built for that. And he had to get around the hurdle of the keeper, Sharia Sahel. I tell you what, when you're going this fast, you should be wearing a seatbelt. Look at Moyes, and then it was a wipeout. And see, they end up making it comfortably, but a little bit of interference from the keeper. He was blocking the line. I don't think there was anything intentional in that. Certainly don't think Sahel was seeking any kind of a collision, because with Moyes, I don't think that truck comes fitted with airbags. Last ball of the over coming up. Good bit of bowling. Gets a little edge. That's the end of the first over, and a pretty good start for the Gladiators. 13 for no loss after the first. And well, we know, we've seen it many, many times before. We've seen that games can change very, very quickly. And the Gladiators, and they've got the lowest run rate 4 in the competition at the moment. 9.7 they're averaging, which is 97 per 10 overs. That is more than the target of 84, but you just know a couple of wickets, especially a couple of key wickets. And they don't really have the batting depth that some other teams do, especially when it comes to hitting boundaries. They've got a few batsmen that can stick around and play a support role, but once you get through the top 4, particularly Messi, ineligible to bat in this game, you just know that if you can remove these openers and then get through Prabhath, you know that could be trouble for the Gladiators. Certainly have enjoyed a very hotly contested morning of cricket, and I expect nothing less from these two teams. Here's Samantha. This one just flicks the pad, I think. It won't be a wide. It's a bit of a noise, but there was no doubt there was no bat in this. And he's probably fortunate flicks the pad, otherwise it's probably going to be called a wide. So keep an eye on this innings. Missed this time. So it's been a good start from Samantha. I think it's a pretty good bowler. I think he's a pretty good all-round cricketer. Best I've seen him. He's got a bit of zip about him. In the air and should be taken, and it will be taken. Oh, that was un, dos, tres. A bit of a juggle, but gets the job done in the end. Coley fails with the bat again. And oh, can you believe it? And Coley, you just never know what you're going to get from the top of the order. And, well, it's not the way that they teach you to catch in the coaching manual, but the main thing is, I said this before, if you're going to drop them upwards. And that's the end of Coley. But he goes without wasting too many balls. I mean, he's going for his shots, but have a look at that. And, well, it was volleyball. He used all 3 touches up himself, didn't he? And the first wicket falls with a score at 13. 13 for 1. And this will bring Shalita Prabhath to the crease. And he's a man who hasn't really performed to his potential, but we saw a couple of good signs from him in the last game. Samantha gets the wicket. 1 for 0 off 3 balls. Pretty good figures. Always just stuck at the other end at the moment. He's only faced 4 of the 9 balls so far in the innings. Coley facing the other 5, only able to gather a single and also dismissed in that period. Prabhath just a jam done it. Turns out to be a low full toss. Just keep an eye on the rate required. It's about 17 every 2 overs. They're pretty much where they need to be at this stage. Good bowling, Janaka is the call. Certainly has bowled well during this series. Hasn't always had a lot of luck, Samantha. Game right in the balance at the moment. Nice shot, worked away with the pads. Probably get 2 here. And come back comfortably. Nice shot by Prabhath. And I suppose, you know, knowing you need 84 for victory, it's not like you're chasing 140. So you don't necessarily have to take all those risks that you would take when you're chasing such a big score. And Prabhath, I think, is a good man to have at the crease at the moment. He'll probably be quite selective. And he'll look to score off the bad balls. Score boundaries off the bad balls, but we'll just keep ticking it over in between. Down the leg side. This one will be called a wide. And so Samantha has 1 opener, but I'm sure he'd love to get another wicket. Pretty good straight delivery, but worked way off the pads. Once again, they should get 2 here. If they don't get 4, that is. It's Hyatt that chases it down, and it'll just be the double to finish the over. So they're on target with the rate. have lost Coley though. First 2 overs are complete. It's 18 for 1. Well, what are you predicting in this game? Let us know in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. It's been very, very entertaining, topsy-turvy stuff, and you'd expect nothing less in this FanCode European Cricket Series. A lot of people around the world are tuning in for various reasons. Some people might remember Pavel Florin from the ECL back in 2019. And then, speaking of the ECL 2017, we'll see Cluj this afternoon take on ACCB. We're looking forward to that as well. Could have a lot to do with the top 2. Of course, you get the double chance if you can finish in the top 2. Here is Mashal coming back to bowl his second over. That just shows you they're really throwing a few things up front. So we saw him held back in the last game, but I think with only 83 runs on the board, Benassa, they need to throw their big guns in early, especially with Moyes still there as a threat. But this was threatening from the batsman. It's a little bit short. And well, don't bother finding that one. Send out the search party. Send out the rescue helicopter. That's a Maximo. Mashal just hasn't really got the zip off a length that he did in the previous game. And Moyes leans back. And I hope that cricket ball didn't have a family, because that one's not coming home. 24 on the board. This one's wider, so the stump will be called. So Mashal, bit of his own medicine. Shows you how quick things can change over the course of a morning. Just getting his cap in the right spot. Of course, the bowlers do have their caps behind the wickets. They're all straight down the ground. It's not a penalty if the ball hits their cap. COVID regulations. That's well bowled. That's where you need to be to Moyes. Just one thing about Moyes, once he gets a couple over the leg side, he tends to get a bit one-dimensional and starts to just hit everything over there. I think he sometimes looks worse the longer he's in, because he just gets a bit carried away with that shot. Can hit through the line of the ball. There's a big gap over cover, and that's where that ball should be going. Still in the power play. This time he can go leg side, and he's going to go large. Forget about it. That's a no-doubter. Maximo! Moyes, second for the over. Once again, just too short from Mohamed Mashal. They brought him back, but this is just hip high. And see you later. Moyes in the mood to finish this game very quickly. And this one was absolutely smashed. It's the third Maximo of his innings. It's up to 24 off only 7 balls. And if Benassa are going to find a route back into this game, they have to remove the threat of Moyes. And this one is picked up, it's full up, and well, that is another one that is out of here. Maximo! Moyes is on a rampage here in match 14. These two teams, they're level on points, and Moyes is keen to re-establish the one-game advantage for the Gladiators. He's pitched up, and the bowler running out of options, isn't he? No margin for error at the moment for Mashal. One down the ground. This is probably 4 more. And they pushed the long on a little bit wider after that shot. This one certainly isn't out of the middle of the bat. But Moyes goes another 4. This over goes magical. 6 wide dot. 6-6-4. 23 runs off this over. When you consider there's only 83 on the board for Benassa, that spells trouble. Good power play for the Gladiators. Once again, high risk, high return. The strategy, Mashal, well, he has an unhappy time in match 14. He's a good bowler, but he certainly was taken to the cleaners by Moyes in this match. None for 36, his figures, and the score at the end of 3 is 41 for 1. And you want to talk about momentum swings. We've certainly seen so many in this morning's two-game mini-series. Remember the Gladiators, they did come in with a one-game advantage because of their win over ACCB. Definitely an upset. It was their first win in the ECS. But then Manasa drew level after winning match 13 fairly comfortably. Here we are in match 14, and it's a different story entirely. It was 110 that Manasa were able to put on the board in match 13. They successfully defended that, but here, only 83 runs on the board. They're going to turn to spin. I think they've got to try something here, and they are going to the spin up, the left arm spinner, Mahesh Prasanna. Prabhath on strike. And Moyes is very keen to get down the other end. You can see why. Got it down to about a run the ball. This is smart batting by Prabhath. He just knocks it into the onside. There's nobody in the circle. That's again something you might consider, having a fielder there to stop that single, because you just know that the other batsman, he's looking to get off strike. So maybe you bring in the cover, bring in the mid-wicket and make it a little bit more difficult for him, because that was very easy for Prabhath to get what he wanted there. Moyes now. 34 off 10. And well, make that 40, because this one is disappearing. That's a David Copperfield special. Maximo! 6 more to Moyes. And he is single-handedly taking this game away from Banasa. He's at 40 now. Half century in sight. And that ball was out of sight. This time, beaten outside the off stump. That's a good comeback from Prasanna. Spare thought for the bowlers in this format. It's very, very difficult. There's a batsman up and going to protect these boundaries. This one will just be one. I'll be pretty happy to see Moyes at the other end. And can you see any avenue back into this game? Look, we've seen some collapses before as well. I think you have to remove these two players. Got to get through Hyder as well. And that's probably the only way I can see them getting back into this match. Into 4 overs. The score now, it's 49 for 1. It wasn't the worst over really from Prasanna. It went for 8. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. And one of the things we're really looking forward to is the European Cricket Championship. And that is a 15-nation T10 extravaganza starting on the 13th of September. It'll be 4 weeks of action. You see that Romania have been drawn in Group B with the Netherlands, Austria, Portugal and Hungary. But we'll start with Group A. Scotland, Norway, Spain, Sweden and Belgium. We'll be in Sweden next week, so maybe we'll see some of the talent that they will have on the park in the first ever European Cricket Championship, coming to you in September right here on the European Cricket Network. Right now, in the present, we'll see Mohammad Akmal coming on. Continuing with spin. This one's worked away. Should be stopped. Yeah. Also, if you're the Banasa team, you just have to make those stops. Just get Moyes off strike. Hopefully, you can pick up 3 quick wickets here. That's your only avenue back into this. This pretty well, but at the same fielder. But that's really all the Gladiators need right now. If they can score off every ball, they'll win the match. Mohammad Akmal, not a bad start for him. Just 2 singles. They need wickets, they need dots. And this one is muscled down the ground. What a catch! That is an outstanding catch. Can you believe it? Mohammad Mashal. This one was 6 for all money. How did he catch this? Well, when you're behind in the game, you need something special. It doesn't get more special than this. Goalkeeper style, takes it on the run, slides, doesn't touch the rope. Well, you've got to take your hat off, even if you're Mohammad Moyes. He was done by an excellent bit of cricket, and Mashal, well, he gets his revenge. He does it in spectacular fashion. What a catch. Score now 51 for 2 in the 5th over. I said that the avenue into the match did require the removal of Moyes, and they did it in outstanding fashion. Imran Haider comes to the crease. He's a key man, isn't he? And he is probably the kind of man you'd want to come to the crease in this situation. He's got a cool head. He's pretty skillful with the bat. And he can go big, but doesn't need to. Ahmed Akmal gets the wicket. What a piece of cricket it was. Still 33 required for victory. Run a ball exactly required as Haider comes to the crease. What an innings he played back then in match 8 against ACCB, the defending champions. This is why I say you can't turn away from this FanCode European Cricket Series for a second. Well, this is a full toss. This is the one that did him last time, and it is caught. This one was a touch and go, wasn't it? We'll have a look at this on the replay. How high is it? That's the question for me. I mean, it was coming down. Oh, I mean, that's pretty close. And what would you say? For me, it's one of those ones, umpire's call, but Haider, he's got to go first ball. Will you be the judge at home? It's one of those things that, you know, you have to judge it, the batsman standing at the crease. So think about him standing, which is pretty much, ball is on the way down. He's a slow bowler. I think one of those ones that he could have gone either way. Unfortunately, you look at when he hits it from that angle, it looks well above, but I mean, it's when the batsman is standing at the crease, and that's why it's not an easy call for the batsman to make. And one thing you would say about Haider is he probably should have hit it out of the ballpark. Instead, he's got to go. Certainly wasn't obviously one way or the other. So, 2 wickets in the over, and I said that was the way back into the match. Don't turn off just yet because there's plenty of cricket left in this game. And well, what do you think? What was your call at home? And certainly have been a few tense moments in this match, and why not? And it's going to be a really interesting day's cricket. We know that. We're focused on this part of the table at the moment, which is a fight to qualify, but also there's a fight at the other end of the table because there's 3 teams for me. There's ACCB, there's Cluj, and there is the United team that are fighting out for 2 places in the top 2, and you will get the double chance. Look, Vasu Sayani's here. Hello, Vasu. And he's just snuck in, and I always like to have a few guests. Can't get a word out of Vasu, though. He's very busy at work, and he's doing his research, and why not? Because we have Cluj coming up this afternoon, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the ECL 19 Romanian representatives on the park, and they'll be playing ACCB, who will have Goham Anand back, who was suspended for 1 game because of his reaction to his dismissal yesterday in the first game they played. So I'm sure he'll be back, and he'll be keen to make some big runs. And right now, you see that actually we've got a hat-trick opportunity for Mohamed Akmal. So it's happening very quick out there in the middle. And again, we haven't seen a hat-trick taken. Subramaniam is the man that has to face the music. And I did say they got to get 3 wickets. And the 3, from the point I said it, were Moyes, and were Haider, and they were Prabhath. So they've got 2 out of 3. Haider, so disappointed to miss hit that one. Really slow bowler, kind of a full toss. You back yourself to hit it out of the park 9 times out of 10, but that's twice today that just mishit it slightly. And now we've got Mohamed Akmal on a hat-trick, so don't turn away. Will be Prabhath on strike. He would have crossed while that ball was in the air. This game, I feel like it's got a few twists and turns left. So smart batting from Pravath. He just knows, look, if they keep scoring, then they're not going to be in any trouble at all. But what will get them in trouble is if there's a bunch of dot balls and you're not scoring that 6 and over. That will put the pressure on the remaining batsmen. Romania, it's important for him just to keep scoring as well. Left-hander, facing up for the first time. This will help as well. It's wide, and they'll sneak an extra one as well. So that'll be 2 wides. There's Sahel down the leg side that can't make the stop. That will be re-bowled. And certainly, it's easy to come in when you need to run a ball versus 2 runs the ball. Bath to face the last ball of the over. And he's happy just to take the single. To pick that up, he would have had to hustle, but still, it's the end of a very good over from Mohammad Akmal. He takes 2 for 6, and the score at the halfway point, it is 55, for 3. Well, let's know what you think about this match, and do you think that the Gladiators are going to mess this up, or do you think that Banasa are on top? I mean, this is the thing. I think that they would back themselves, the Gladiators, to hunt these down. But, you know, spin has had an effect on the Gladiators. I've noticed that. It's not easy for new batsmen at the crease to come in and face spin either. I think it's something to think about. And right now we're going to see Prasanna bowling. He's bowled very well, but it doesn't give you too much to hit. That's the key, especially with Moyes in the pavilion. And without the services of Messi either. It's going to be a really interesting last 5 overs of this match. 29 required off 30 balls. This one down the leg side, or maybe just clipping the pad, was it? And I think it is called a wide. The umpire just checking, I think. It's close to the pad, but yeah, I don't think it took anything on the way past, so will be called a wide. Yeah. I don't mind that, actually. Obviously thought that Pramas honest enough. He said, did that flick your pad? He said, no. I said, okay, that's a wide then. Just checking. Spirit of cricket, certainly alive in Romania. So Romania, he's got an important role to play, doesn't he? Just needs to keep the score ticking. I like this field to him. They've got the mid-wicket in. They've got the cover in. Backward points in a fair way as well. So you know he just wants to knock a single here. You don't want to let him off strike too easy. I think just heading down the leg side. It's a handy dot ball. That one didn't bounce as much as he thought. Subramaniam. Yeah, this is smart from Prabhath. He's just going down there and having a bit of a word to him. Saying, look, don't worry about that one. Play it as it comes. Get bat on ball. Knock it into a gap and run. Just get me down there. I'll take care of the rest. He does better than that. He cuts away. It's a pretty good shot. It's actually a pretty good stop out there as well. We've seen some of the bowlers have some issues on that side of the ground, but the ball's spinning sideways. I think that one did kind of take a bit of a turn on Janaka Samantha. But makes the stop just to run. He still has an over left as well, don't forget. This one's hit down to on. Bath looking a bit more confident of the 2 batsmen. This one's really thrown in hard. Forces a back up, which is done. Some of the bowlers they have now have bowled out Mashal. That's significant. And then they've gone for their spinners in these middle overs. Prasanna, then Akmal. Now Prasanna. Probably go to Akmal again. Doing the job. But then they've got to find another bowler from somewhere, don't they? Maybe Sapinda Haya will have a bowl. Parminder Maan hasn't bowled either, so he's probably certainly one you consider. And they still have an over out of Janaka Samantha. So some good bowling options to come. Yeah, but it's going to be safe. Yes, I'm just trying to do my calculations here. I mean, you've got Parminder Maan. I think certainly he will bowl 2 of the last 4 overs. And then you've got 1 from Muhammad Akmal, probably the next one. And you've got 1 from Janaka Samantha. So some good bowling options, but they don't have too many runs to play with, do they? This one's hit pretty well. It's going to be a boundary. That's a pressure-relieving boundary from Prabhath. Well, he's had a bit of a disappointing series. I think he might even be struggling a little bit. Very hot out there in the middle. Prabhath, well, he's giving everything for his team. Look at this, and he hits this one. Hand comes off the bat. He's definitely feeling a bit uncomfortable out there. But he's a gladiator, and he's going to keep fighting. So handy boundary to finish the over. At the end of 6, it's 64 for 3. Now 20 runs required off the last 4 overs, but you just feel that this game isn't over. They haven't given too many away for free. 5 wides in the innings. Look at who's to come. Napoli probably comes in next, and probably Zavoyu, Florent. And, you know, they're handy kind of users of a cricket ball, but I wouldn't say that they're really big hitters. So here is Mohammad Akmal coming back to bowl his second over. His first one was a pretty good one. Only 6 came off it. Subramaniam can tie it up a little bit there. With experience, I think, gets inside that and gets the wide. And he's certainly keen to get off strike. And this is good from Akmal. What an over he produced back in the 5th. 2 wickets, 2 key wickets, only 6 runs. And he started with 2 dots. In the air, and this is an opportunity, is it? I don't think it's going to carry to the fielder. And now let's get past him. They've surely got time for a second run, but they might be in trouble. Bit of an appeal. Says no. I mean, this one just got past the fielder, but this is the difference between this outfield in Romania and Bulgaria last week. If it gets past you in Bulgaria, you can forget it because it's 4. But here, took his time. And he's just labouring, wasn't he? Prabhath makes it in the end by about 1 metre, but no doubt, it's good. The bowler's in perfect position as well. And they had all day to take that second run. I just don't think he was expecting it to get past the fielder. I don't think the fielder was expecting it either. Tense finish. Such a key game for these 2 teams. I mean, they're locked on 2 points apiece. One of them will have the advantage going into the final day of action, group action that is, tomorrow. This is better from Subramaniam. So the difference here is he's able to get back inside it. His natural foot movement. Yeah, you've got to jump inside and take those wides. Good keeping though. Could have quite easily gone for extras. Over the wicket now. And it's not held cleanly by the keeper, Sahale, but they won't get a run, so well, put yourself in the batsman's shoes here. I don't think Subramaniam thought he'd be such a key component of this run chase. Getting no Masih in the lineup, the batting lineup. Once again, Akmal gets it wrong, down the leg side. Good keeping. I say it again because we've seen keepers miss these ones down the leg side. They're not an easy take. 18 off 20. 17 now actually with that wide. Still 2 to come in this over. This over's only had a couple of wides and a single, so it's been very, very economical. Mohammad Akmal. You can hear a pin drop around this facility right now. It's been a lot of noise all week, but right now you can feel the tension. It's well bowled actually. This one does get straight, but he gets a little bit of bat on it. Well, steps on a worm. Zafar Ullah won't prevent the single, so that'll be 1 run to the total. Why do I have the feeling this is heading down to the last over? Certainly, Gladiators have given us some big finishes so far, haven't they? This one should go, but has he found the fielder? It's going to get past the fielder. It's the 4 runs. Prabhath. The full toss has worked on occasion for the bowler, Akmal, but he finishes with one that I bet he wishes he could get back. This one just gets away from the fielder. He didn't really know the route to take. He didn't know whether to attack it and go for a catch or to get back and try and stop the boundary. Kind of didn't either in the end. Takes us to the end of the 7th over. 72 for 3. Well, coming up this afternoon, well, we head to the other end of the table. Now, both these teams coming up in match 15 have 4 wins. But Cluj, they are unbeaten. They occupy the top 2 spots of the table at the moment. but they all play each other in matches 15 and 16. Remember, the top two is really important because the top two will get a double chance on finals day, Saturday. Gohamanen back in the lineup for ACCB. They've won the toss, elected to bat first, so expect him to open the batting, and they've got a few options to go with him, don't they? Karthikeyan is one of them. And we also saw Asad Abbas, or Shaji as they call him, and I think he'll probably get the job because he batted very well yesterday in Manan's absence. But Cluj, well, they've certainly got some guns as well, don't they? Look at Taranjeet Singh, Anand Rajshekara, and the all-rounder Vasu Sayani. He's departed the box now. He's over there, and Ravindra Athabatu, I think he's been a really, really good pickup for Cluj since I last saw them in 2019 in the ECL. Of course, I did see them in the ECS last year, but it was only a 2-day tournament. So that match is coming up, match 15, and it will start in around about 20 minutes' time. Make sure you're joining us right here on the European Cricket Network for that one. I imagine they've got some good bowling options left. And here's a man that has 2 overs left. Parminder Maan comes in to bowl the 8th. Now they're going to go for it. A little bit slow starting. And now they might get an extra. There's no one backing up. Maybe there should have been. I mean, I think you had to go for the run out at this stage because if you can get a wicket, break this partnership, it's really the only way back into the game. But I mean, this one, if it hits, I think he's gone. Once again, Sahel finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that'll be 2. Subramaniam keeps the strike. This is a nice shot. They got a third man, needs to make the stop. And Prabhath just cool head there saying, no, 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 just the one. Don't necessarily have to take too many big risks with the running between the wickets at this stage. Can Parminder Maan come up with a bit of magic? He's bowling to Prabhath. Push and run. This is good response. See, it's all about the batsman communicating. And you look at Subramaniam, he backs up, and then as soon as the ball's hit, he takes off. Even though that pretty much went straight to that fielder, he still gets there comfortably, and that's what they need to do. They're going to have to work really hard for these final 10 runs. But a wicket can change everything, even at this stage. One gets through the field. Well, they might go for 2 here. Or it could be a mix-up. No, no. Well, now it's been thrown high, and it's going to get away from the backup fielder. He does get a hand on it. So it'll only be the one overthrow. So just a little bit of panic from both teams at the moment. That one was thrown well over the keeper. Actually, it was a pretty good stop backing up. Zafarullah had to make the stop. And see that, keeper had no chance. It could have easily been 5. And the dot ball comes. Certainly doesn't have the feeling of a game that's a foregone conclusion. Only 6 runs required now. They can do it with one swing of the bat. Down the ground, this will just be a single. So the Gladiators, well, they are fast becoming a force. Takes us to the end of the 8th over, so 2 overs left. All less is 79 for 3. 5 runs required with 2 overs remaining in regulation time. The Gladiators right now, a few nerves on the bench as well. They've had these situations as well where there's only a handful of runs required, but you're kind of just really hoping that the batsmen out there get it done. It can be difficult for a new batsman to come out. If you miss a couple of dot balls, it can force an error, can bring another wicket. And right now, we're going to see Sipinder Hyatt bowl the 9th. This surprises me a little bit because they do have Janaka Samantha, who has an over left, but they're going to go with Hyatt. One. Umpire has a good think about it, says it's fine. I think it's a good call. Seem to just sneak inside that wide indication line. You be the judge. It does come in late. I mean, it's one of these ones. Could have gone either way. Fair enough with either call from the umpire there. This one won't be a run. So you can again cut the tension with a knife. So I said everyone would be important. It looked like for a while maybe they could get something in the high 80s. I mean, they'd love a few extra runs right now. Banasa. This one will be called a wide. This is one thing you certainly can't afford. Just a handful of runs are required. The field's right up now. They're just trying to stop the single. They've brought everyone up except the third man. So mid on, mid off. They're all up in the circle. There's 4 to go is the call from the bench. Hit hard. Shakur makes the stop. Well, he had to. If he didn't, the game was over. So 3 off 9. What do you do now? Do you go for your shots? You can win it with a boundary. And if you've been asked that, you just got to try and take it to the last over. Hope that some panic sets in. The field's up. Hit down the ground, and this is going to be the end of the match. It's the Gladiators who win match 14 and go 1 game clear of Banasa. What a highly entertaining morning of cricket. They go to the target. They do it with 8 balls to spare. They're going to finish 85 of 8.4 overs, defeating Banasa 83. Look, commiserations to Banasa. They did start the day with their first win in ECS cricket, and that was a great moment for them. But they certainly couldn't dwell on it too long, could they? Because 15 minutes later, they were back out there and they had a fight on their hands. It was a much improved Gladiators fielding and bowling effort as they restricted the men in green to 83 runs. And the Gladiators, well, they are thrilled with that result. They get their 2nd win of the series. And they go to a 2-4 record. Banasa slipped to 1-5. And you just knew that there'd be a bit of tension in the air. But it was Moyes who came out for the Gladiators, swinging like you just don't care early in this chase. And well, tell you what, he's not really built for speed, but he certainly is built for power, Mohamed Moyes. As Kohli at the other end, he didn't work again at the top of the order. He didn't waste too many balls, but the story for me is that Mashal just getting a bit of punishment. Didn't really have the same zip that we saw him bowl with, but tell you what, his catching was on point. What a catch that was. And this one, very next ball, there's one that was borderline, but Hyder, again, probably should have hit it out of here. Definitely wasn't conclusive one way or another. Well, they had to scramble for every run. Chanaka Samantha, an important player for Banasa today. And Pravath, well, he was fighting hard. And he's battling through the pain barrier. The endurance was required. They just needed a cool head to step up in that run chase, didn't they? And Pravath provided it with 23 of 15 balls. Only 3 boundaries, but just kept the score moving. And he found an able ally in Kokulan Subramanian. Again, 11 not out of 16, but just did what was required. And it was so important they registered that victory. It does put them 1 game clear in 4th place, where the top 4 will go through to the playoffs. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And you can see that Kohli fell early for only 1. And there's Moyes that really set up that chase. He scored half the runs in the end, 42 off only 15 balls. But he was spectacularly caught by Mohamed Mashal on the long on boundary off Mohamed Akmal. And then Akmal had another victim very next ball, the important Hyder. Missed time to full toss and was caught out. So Akmal was on a hat trick. But in the end, that was as good as it got for Banasa. As Subramaniam came and looked a little bit nervy, but just did what was required, contributed 11. But Prabha, 23 not out. He was the cool head the Gladiators needed. Janaka Samantha bowled the first over. Didn't get a second. Surprised me a little bit. They went for higher in the 9th. And for me, Mohamed Akmal, he got the figures 2 for 14 off his 2 overs. Mohamed Mashal, though, shows you how quickly a day can turn around. 36 he conceded off his 2 overs. And he was in the eye of the storm from Mohamed Moyes. So we'll see in about 15 minutes for the next game. And you don't want to miss this one either. ACCB and Cluj, they occupy the top 2 spots. But they're in a 3-way battle with United for the double chance for finals day on Saturday. You might want to go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check out the preview. Or you can go to the top of the live chat where it is pinned to the top of that chat. I'll see you shortly. In about 10 minutes, we'll be back here in Bucharest Well, have a little drink, settle yourself down, and get ready for a big afternoon of action of cricket excitement on ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. See you shortly for more cricket in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bucharest in Romania, and we're halfway through the action here on day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Only 6 group matches remain and we're starting to see that table take shape, aren't we? And here's the teams that occupy the top 2 spots at the moment, and they're going to go head to head in matches 15 and 16 this afternoon. It's ACCB versus the Cluj Cricket Club. Now both of these teams, I'm sure they have their eyes on the prize of a top 2 spot, but you wonder how these games might affect the final standings. It's time for the coin toss. Match referee Rob Kemming is with 2 captains. The coin toss for match 15 is on the way.
Your call. Heads.
Heads is the call.
And this is heads.
What would you like to do, Sukhinder?
Give us breakfast.
There you go, no surprises for me. ACCB, they've won the toss and elected to bat first. That's what they like to do, and they like to put big runs on the board. Look, they do have Gohar Manan back for this game, and you just wonder what he will do because he is so explosive and he makes hundreds of fun, this guy. So watch out for him at the top of the order, but they certainly have some other good options with the bat. Abdul Asif, an all-round talent for ACCB. They are last year's ECS trophy holders. But Cluj, well, we know how good they are, and they have 4 wins, just like ACCB, but the difference is ACCB have dropped 2 games along the way. Cluj, they are unbeaten in this series so far. The big draw card for them, Taranjit Singh at the top of the order, and he can get big runs. Looked in great form yesterday, scored 160 runs over those 2 matches, so watch out for him. And so look, these 2 matches this afternoon, I think we're going to see some very high quality cricket between these 2 very, very evenly matched teams. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 15. Have a look at this cricket ground, Varavlasia, just outside the capital Bucharest. And Romania is a beautiful place to visit. Tell you what, it's rich in culture and history. And it's a pretty vibrant kind of place as well. Fantastic places to eat and to see some wonderful architecture as well around this country. I've been exploring it all week in my evenings off. Right now, there's no time off for these 2 teams. They occupy the top 2 spots on the ladder, and they'll be searching for a 5th victory. Now, Cluj have 2 games in hand on ACCB, but after this, only 1 team will sit top of the tree. Matches 15 and 16 this afternoon. These are actually the final 2 group matches for ACCB, and they have the day off before finals day. So I think that may work to their advantage. I think maybe just having that day off, but maybe they'll be a bit fresher on Saturday morning. Certainly both these teams will be featuring in that final 4. They've certainly done enough at this stage to secure those positions, but I think it'll be really interesting to see. It's a battle of the openers for me. Gohar Manan for ACCB, and Taranjit Singh for Cluj. They both are the same kind of prodigious run scorers and can take a game away from the opposition, but also there's a lot of support acts in there. Abdul Asif for ACCB, Anand Rajshekara for Cluj. But really, both these teams chock-a-block with talent. I'm certainly looking forward to the next 20 overs of cricket. Let's have a look at where umpires going out to the middle and closely followed by the Cluj fielders. And finally, the ACC batsmen. And look, a lot of sportsmanship between these teams as well. There's a real community feel to cricket in Romania. It has been put under the spotlight last couple of years, hasn't it? And well made it continue. Real healthy rivalries at the moment. I've got a bit of news from the match referee. Pavel Florent getting an official warning for leaving the field of play without the umpire's consent. I think that's more than fair. Pavel, I don't think he'll be doing that again, but I suppose you never know what you're going to see in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Certainly not something I would have considered before. It was the Gladiators that got the better of the Banasa team in the second match of the day, and they re-established their lead in 4th position. So it's a fantastic afternoon of cricket ahead, and if you want to find out more about what's happening in the world of European cricket, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. As the Romanian series has its own link, and then you can go to see all the news, videos, scores, squad, stats, standings. The standings are what are interesting me principally. You can see that United are bang in the middle. They're 3 and 3, but United, they have matches tomorrow, whereas ACCB don't. And so, for example, if Cluj were to to sweep this series, that would leave ACCB on 4 wins. But United, if they could win their 2 matches tomorrow, then they could leapfrog ACCB to the top 2. And United are taking on Benassa tomorrow. Here's Mishra with the first ball of match number 15. I think this one just takes a bit of the pad. Actually, it doesn't take the pad. According to the umpire, it's been called wide. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, for me, I thought actually we might see this one change. We'll have a look at this. The umpire's just having a bit of a conference, and I think it did hit the keeper's pad, but for me, have a look at this. See, definitely hits the batsman's pad first, Manan. So I think this will be a leg by. So the umpire's getting it right in the end. I think the umpire just having a second thought, and he probably heard maybe there were 2 noises. So the main thing for me is that the right decision's made in the end. So Mishra is supposed to be in-swing bowler. He typically just drifts the ball in. He's got a fresh haircut as well for the tournament. Gaurav Mishra. This will be Karthikeyan, who will be opening the batting with Manan. Manan back from 1 game suspension of his own. Knocked away by AK, as they call him. He starts with a single. Well, what do you think in this game out there in YouTube land? Because I don't think it's an easy one to call at all. I mean, Cluj, they certainly hit the ground running. 2 very good wins over United, but ACCB, particularly the threat of Manan, if he gets going, it's just very, very difficult to stop. Could be a high-scoring match. On strike now, and there's the threat of Manan. He goes Maximo! The first one of match 15. That ball is not coming back. Once it goes down that hill towards the lake, it'll be full of kookaburras. Mishra just drifts it in, gives Manan some length to work with, sends that way over the banner. Big strike. Got to get outside off stump to him. This is a good bit of keeping from Nadigodla. He always impresses me behind the stumps. Manan alertly back in his crease. And you can get good batsmen like this. Sometimes they just cross their feet over. Your chance of a leg side stumping, but Manan, he was very, very wise to it, kept his bat foot planted. Once again, down leg side, this one gets away from Nadigodla, but he gets a bit on it, so the result will be 2 wides. That would be the worst result, as it does take Manan away from the strike. Sometimes it reminds you of walking a batsman in baseball, walking a batter. So I'm happy to spend a run to get you to the other end. It's probably worth it. Don't want to give him any fluency early in the innings. Good delivery. He's got around the wicket now, Mishra. Just straightens it down the line. Karthikeyan plays it away for no run. So far off this first over. And make that 12. They'll have to scramble, but they'll get there in the end. So Kransahi does the fielding. Another player that I remember from the European Cricket League in 2019. A lot of this Cluj team are survivors of that series. The first ever and the only so far European Cricket Series or European Cricket League that we've held. It's the Champions League of European Cricket for the champion clubs of various European nations. It's a good finish from Mishra. Change of angle doing the trick. It's the end of the first over. 12 for no loss. 12 off the first over. That makes me think about what do you think is the past score, which I think is around 120 or so. 120, 125. And certainly have seen fairly consistent scoring over the first couple of days. You're talking about that 12 and over. Well, there's 12 off the first, and that is par for the course. And you can see why. Day 1, day 2, day 3. All in that kind of very consistent 12, low 12s region. Having said that, I think when we see day 4, based on what we've seen so far, it's been a little bit lower. We had a bit of a low scoring game, didn't we, in the last game, match 14. But having said that, We could have that kind of evened out by a high-scoring afternoon, which I'm expecting. This is edge. It's Ravindra Athapattu. Comes into the crease. Ravi. He's another bowler with a bit of zip. I think this will be a really good contest between Athapattu and Gohar Manan, who's on strike now. Manan just loves to keep attacking. Athapattu, he's certainly a yard quicker than most bowlers in Romania. It's going to be a good contest. He does give you a bit of a look in early in his innings. He loves to attack in the power play. I think this is where you need to be to him. Athapattu. It's the kind of length you can hit, especially with a new ball. If you get a bit of seam, you only have to move at half a bat, don't you? Manan. Trying an expansive drive. He's another one I think I'd book for reckless driving on that occasion, but he keeps his position. Key battle for me. Good seed. It's just going to get in your head. It's one thing to hit the ball on the straight, but when the ball's moving around, different proposition. That one, perfect length again. Doesn't know whether to go back or forward, Manan. Again, lucky to survive. Could have quite easily got a little feather on that one. This is in the air. Now, is this a chance for Vasu? He has to back a long way, and he takes a very good catch with room to spare. And that is a big wicket. It's Ravi that wins the battle. Athapattu, he beat Manan a couple of times, and he was just running out of patience, Manan. He got something he could drive. He tried to go over the infield, and he certainly got over the infield, but he didn't get over the outfield. And it's a very alert piece of fielding by Vasu Saini at mid-off. He had to go back 10 or 15 yards. He always kept his eye on the ball. He didn't turn run with the flight. He backed back. He had the time to get under it. He has a very safe pair of hands. And that is a huge moment in the game. Early in match 15, Manan, he goes for only 6 off 6 balls. And the score in the second over, it's 13 for 1. So, with Manan gone, someone has to step up. And it could quite easily be this batsman, Abdul Asif. He's had an outstanding series. Twice he's made 60, and he does it in just really quick time. But again, quality bowling. Really quality bowling from Ravi Athapattu. He'll be bowling to Karthikeyan. Pushed away in the offside, just be a run, but big moment in the match. But this man on strike, Abdul Asif, he is certainly one player which I've really enjoyed watching. And when he hits them, oh, they just go a long way. Has 176 runs in the series, including a high score of 75 not out. But his strike rate, how about it? It's 284 runs per 100 balls. And it's the best strike rate of any batsman this week in Romania. 176 runs he scored, an average of almost 59. 26s. That's including 6 matches, but he didn't get a bat in one of them because they didn't lose a wicket. So, certainly a player to watch. He's got a lot of cricket left in this innings. Over 8 overs to bat. They've got a slip in place. They know they'd love to get a siff early. Cluj leans on this one, down to third man. That's the end of an outstanding over from Ravi Athapattu. Takes 1 for 3 off it, the big wicket of Manan. And the score after 2, it's 15 for 1. So, 2 overs down the power play. Cluj will be very, very happy, especially after ACCB won the toss. Led to the bat, you knew that they wanted to put some big runs on the board. And look, they still might. Gaurav Mishra comes back to bowl his second in the power play, which we normally see him doing. He does like to swing that new ball. He's got Azif at the other end. Oh, this one, he aims it over long on. Great bit of keeping by Nadagotla. He's such a weapon. Such a weapon behind the stumps. And the pace of Mishra, he can handle it. So you see, that's why Asif has to make sure he keeps that back foot back in the crease. Otherwise, if he misses it, he'll be in some trouble. Oh, it's a pretty good piece of bowling. I think the umpire just saying that's might be going down the leg side. This was a really good shout. I mean, I heard two noises here. That was the other thing. You judge for it at home. Have a look on the replay. Yeah, I think that's probably a good decision. I mean, he does get so much in swing. I think that probably is missing the leg stump for me. Good umpiring. Certainly not far away from Mishra. Let's see if a bit of a nervy start from him. Jammed down on by the batsman. And he'll get it to the other end. So people often say, well, you know, if you've got your best hitter, for example, Asif, it's probably the second best hitter after Manan, why don't you bat him from the top? And there's an argument for that. Why don't you bat him in the opening position? But I think one of the reasons is that you have to contend with the new ball and the new ball bowlers in the first 3 overs. I don't think that all batsmen are comfortable in that situation. It's a slightly different mindset. You do have to put a slight price on your wicket, and sometimes there are certain players, I think, that don't necessarily enjoy that. They like to have a little bit of cricket behind them in the innings before they come out, and they like to come around that kind of 4, 5, 6 over mark. And I think Abdul Asif's one of them. So he still is in the power play. He's got to get on strike though. That's full toss, and I think this one's going to get to the boundary. It's a nice bit of placement by AK. Just leans on this one through the offside Mishra, although that was swinging. It's a full toss, and it gets past the man in the circle, and once it did, I knew it was going to make it all the way for cuatro carreras. Mishra hoping to break through. Tikian, been a fairly consistent performer for ACCB. Works this one away, and good running by the batsman. Finishes the power play for me. That power play is won on points by Cluj. They restrict ACCB to 21 for 1 after 3 overs. Well, you see that I think that's a pretty good power play for me. I think I told you already, 35 to 40. That's what I'd be looking for in the power play. You can see the first over was most expensive, but the wicket in the second over really changed the game. And now they are going to bowl Ravi at the Batu out in the 4th. I think this is a good move. Get him while he's hot. They've got some other bowlers. They've got Vasu Saini to close out the innings, which seems to be his role at the moment. They certainly showed they've got a lot of bowling options yesterday. Cluj, the second game they played, they bowled a lot of their bowlers that hadn't really had too many opportunities. Like Taranjit Singh with his off spin in the middle overs as well. Heavy ball from Adapatu. Wraps Karthikeyan on the gloves. So I think it's a good contest. Something just has to happen soon for ACCB, you feel. Last year, ACCB were the champions in the ECS. So it was only a 2-day series, you'd have to say. And they'll just get past the bowler. The last time these two teams met, Cluj put 139 on the board. This is in the European Cricket Series, 12th of September. Cluj batted first, put 139 on the board. But ACCB hunted it down. And they scored 140 with 1 over remaining. So they brought up the 140 off 9 overs. And ACCB recover after the early loss of Gohar Manan. Well, this is a nice shot, carved away, and it's going to get past the fielder. That one really skated fast. Sivakumar Periawa on the deep point boundary. Put out a hand in hope, but it was past him before he knew it. Maybe this is a shot that just gets Abdelatif going. Yeah, it's very hard to anticipate the bounce. It was Kartikian, who played a really nice shot. Come back from the bowler though. You hear the noise out there. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Well, it was. Keep by Nada got like that really swung after it went past the stumps as well. You see there once again, not really too much time for the batsman to get the feet in the right position. So can he hunt another wicket at the Batu? Full toss. Not gonna do it with this one. Oh, could have big trouble here. Huge trouble. And Kartikian's gonna get run out. And can you believe it? Wow, it's a calamitous mix-up that leads to the second wicket for ACCB. And you see the Kartikian, he ran straight away, called it. And Asif took a couple of steps and said, well, what are you doing? It's straight at the fielder. And probably, I mean, it's an awkward one because it is Kartikian's call. It is Kartikian's call, but I think it wasn't a great call. He'll probably be the first to admit that on reflection. See, Asif responds straight away, but then he's watching and he says, well, that's straight at him. I don't think there's a run there. And it would have been Asif that got cooked at the keeper's end. Now to Gotla. Well, he had about a week to take the bail off. He did eventually, and it's Kartikian that's on his way. So both openers gone. Well, you don't have many toes left if you keep shooting yourself in the foot like that. But that'll happen in this form of the game. It happens at all levels of the game as well, doesn't it? And the second wicket falls the score, 27 for 2. And so, what can you do? One of those parts of the game. They will happen. Communication is key. It all happens in a matter of seconds. Last ball, the fourth over. Abbas is out there. Asad Abbas starts with a single. It's ended 4 overs. The score is 28 for 2 after 4. Shaji, Asad Abbas. He was amazing yesterday in the last game of the day. They didn't have Manan, but he batted very, very well. I thought he might be opening, actually, instead of Kartikian. And he replaces Kartikian in the 4th over. Look, if you'd like to join in the live chat, we'd love you to do so. It's always great to get your thoughts and your opinions and any questions you have. And if you're new to the European Cricket Network, then why don't you drop us a question, drop us a line. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. You can tag me in the live chat at Vinny Sandhu, or you can ask hashtag Ask Mr. Maximo. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you're seeing. And a few people commenting on the mix-up. I mean, no surprises there. Communication is key. We want you to communicate with us. It's one of the unique and special things about watching ECN cricket is, and we are here to listen to you as well. You don't just have to listen to me all day. It's a two-way conversation. Thanks to all of the live chatters. I know that we've got SG in there. I saw a little bit earlier. Ridoy has been contributing with some really interesting statistical information as well, and the things he's picked up. Everyone's got their opinion, don't they? Saini has come to bowl, and he gets nailed down the ground. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. It interests me they're bowling Saini at this stage. He's been used as a bit of a death bowling specialist so far, but I think there's an opportunity to use him in the middle overs, so perhaps they don't want to be a bit too one-dimensional the way they're using their bowlers. Saini feels the pain of Asif. Next one, good comeback from the bowler. That's one that Asif's in top form. He probably hits that one behind point for 4. There's a big gap. There's a deep point. There's a fairly fine third man. That's Saini. Yeah, this is the big wicket for me. Asif and Abbas, really, these two, they've played some big innings. Away. Well, it's the same kind of a region that caused the confusion last time. And you can see it It was Aaron Kumar that affected that run out last time, firing the ball back to Natagodla, the keeper. Once again, he's hovering in that mid-wicket region. Well, he goes after this one, and he gets it good. Well, watch out, Oscars. That's in your territory. Maximo! How's that for Asif? And you can see how he can hurt you. Look at the footwork, very positive. And he absolutely smashes this back over Vasu Saini's head. And that was a big Dorothy Dixer. Vasu bowling a length which can beat the bat, can pick up a nick, but I tell you what, it's also the kind of length that if you can pick it up and get in the middle of the bat, you can easily lift it out of the ground. This time Vasu comes back with a good reply. This is a good comeback from the bowler. That's twice he's had to come back after being hit over his head. This one, bit of extra bounce. Have a look at this one take off. Takes us to the end of the 5th over. And the score at the end of 5, it's 39 for 2. And welcome to the European Cricket Network. If you're just joining us, it's Vinny Zandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN today. And we certainly have seen a lot of action so far. We saw a highly entertaining first half of the day between Banasa and the Bucharest Gladiators. They ended up splitting their series, their mini-series, 1 game apiece. And that meant the Gladiators, they are just 2 points ahead. They're 1 win ahead of Banasa. But both of those teams, they will play 2 games tomorrow. But they're tough games, aren't they? I mean, Banasa, they're going to have to play United, and the Gladiators are going to have to play Cluj. And I would say out of those matchups, I'd say Banasa are more likely to spring an upset than the Gladiators in tomorrow's matches. And Banasa, they'll need to, because if they don't win either of those games, the Gladiators will know that they are through to the final 4. At the other end of the table, though, we've basically got 3 teams who are competing for the top 2. And the reason that it's important to finish in the top 2 this week is because the top 2 teams, they won't play an elimination match in their first match on finals Saturday. They'll play a qualifier, a 1 versus 2 game, and if they win that one, they'll go through to the final. If you don't win that 1 versus 2 qualifier, then you will play the winner of the 3rd versus 4th matchup. So if you finish in the top 2, you get a second chance essentially. But if you finish 3rd or 4th, then every game you play is an elimination match. And if you lose it, you'll be out of the tournament. So if you finish in the top 2, you only need to win 2 matches on finals day to win the trophy. But if you finish 3rd or 4th, you actually need to win 3 matches to win the trophy. And that's why I think you'll see a really entertaining battle at the other end of the table, the top end of the table, between these 2 teams, AECCB and Cluj, as well as United, who have the day off today. But United will be back. They play Banasa in their last 2 games, and they're 3-3. I think they back themselves to win those games. But you'll see that all the teams tomorrow, they'll have plenty to play for, because at one end you've got that top 2 carrot, and at the other end, just playing basically to survive Banasa and the Gladiators. But hopefully you stay tuned, because we have today and then tomorrow the final day of group matches, and then finals Saturday. So a 6-day series. It certainly has been highly entertaining. It's a wonderful place to play cricket as well. It's Moira Valencia Cricket Ground. There's a lot of history behind it as well. It was devised by a businessman who had a son that got really interested in cricket after studying abroad. Here's Safi Ahmed, who gets the ball. Haven't seen too much of him so far. He starts with a wide youngster. And there's a few fans out there because of his moustache. Got a bit of a cult following already, Safi. Tell you what, giving it a rip. Pretty good pace. He's got a real whippy kind of wrist action. He's not the tallest, Safi Ahmed. Just got to find the radar. He's keeping outside the off stump. Shaji is on strike. Asad Abbas. Gets this one right. And now, isn't it great to see some new faces in this Cluj lineup? I haven't seen much of Safi Ahmed. This one gets away, will be called a wide. But yeah, I always like to see the young talent coming through. Again, Cluj, a lot of these teams that we do remember from ECL 19, in the Champions League of European Cricket, where they were the champion club in Romania, and they represented Romania at that first ever European Cricket League tournament. This one's in the air, and it should be taken. And it's dropped. Well, can you believe it? I can't. That's Suki Sahi, who just hung up there a long time, didn't it? And you know, he's a young man. he's just 16 years of age, Safi Ahmed, but he could have had a wicket right here. Sahi just misjudged it. And this next one, he's going to pay the penalty. In fact, I think it's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, feel the pain, feel the burn. It'll be burning inside Safi Ahmed after Sahi put down what you had to describe as a sitter. This next one, bang, straight on the rope. That's 6 runs. And there goes offside, and Siva's going to have to hunt this one down. He's got a pretty good arm. He'll just show it here. That's an excellent piece of fielding from Sivakumar Periyawa. But you think about these two batsmen, I think they're the most dangerous batsmen. You certainly have a lot of other players that can bat, but as far as the scoring rate, these two are the most dangerous for ACCB that are left. And he goes leg side again. It's going to be 4 more. Oh, disappointment for the young man. And now Shaji's after him. And I just thought that Cluj, they don't let too many opportunities go. They'll be really disappointed about that one. But Ahmed, a little bit too much length to work with. And Asad Abbas made him pay 4 runs to the total. It's over. 15 off it so far with the ball remaining. But again, it can all change very quickly. Nice ball coming up. Can the young man turn it around? Well, he can, and does it in style. Shaji's got to go. And well, you got to give credit to the youngster. He stuck at the task, and he delivered a really good ball to get rid of Asad Abbas. And it's all about the length here. It's just not quite short enough, and although maybe it keeps down a little bit, it wasn't the shot to play. Cross-batting the ball in the stumps. Great moment for the bowler. And the young man, it's the enthusiasm of youth. He takes care of Asad Abbas, and what a moment for him. Abbas goes for only 7. Never really got going in that innings. The score at the end of 6 overs is 54 for 3. All's well that ends well. And that leaves Abdul Azif there holding the baby with 4 overs remaining. See, they're going at 9 and over at the moment. It's a little bit under par, I think. The par score at the 6 over mark is around 72. So from here, if you can at least go at the rate you expect, it should be about 2 a ball. You get 48, so you get over the 100 mark, but you feel like you probably need a few more than that against Cluj, who have a few weapons with the bat. But having said that, you know, they could get it a lot more than 2 a ball if Abdul Asif gets going, and get going he does. And this one is a massive hit. Well, that would be a century in metres, because that's a 100-metre hit. I'm telling you that right there, right now. This one was short. Sukran Sahi, his day goes from bad to worst. His first ball disappears, and that one's never coming back. Big Maximo to start the 7th over. Sahi, again, I mean, not necessarily in the best 5 bowlers of Cluj, but they are definitely trying to take the opportunity to share the bowling around and develop the spin of Sukran Sahi. This one could be a chance for Saini. He's got to hustle in. Who's going to catch it? Well, nobody is in the end. And look, this is one of those ones, and we've seen so many of these this year. I think if you're watching this and if you are playing these kind of games, you've got to, as the outfielder, you've got to call the infielder off it. We probably won't have time to have a look at it again, but it's the kind of ball, if Saini was able to go full pace, he was going to get there. But Anand Rajshekhar, he was backing back, and would just, naturally, Saini had to put the brakes on because he didn't want to collide with his teammate. So, been listening a while, I've played a lot of cricket and baseball, and in baseball there's a real clear chain of command amongst the fielders. If the ball is in between certain fielding positions, then one fielder always takes precedence and will call the other fielder off. This one's hit pretty hard. It'll take some stopping, but no problems for Taran. Takes it clean as a whistle, just a 1 run. And so, I mean, the complication, I suppose, in cricket is that fielding positions, they're not always so predictable like they are in baseball, but still, I think, outfielder has to take precedence over the infielder with those balls. Now, this is in the air, but it's no one's catching this. You can forget it. This one is on the back. Maximo! As if we talked about the fact he has the highest strike rate in this competition so far this week. And if you want to know why, just watch this ball. Nothing too much wrong with it from Sahi. Pure power from Abdul. Oh, now he goes leg side, and this is a classy shot. Now, sweeping it always looks easier on TV than it is in real life, but Abdul Asif just timed this one sweetly. Another 6 to end the over. That was an expensive one. He goes magical. 20 off it. Asif means business. It's the end of 7 overs. 74 for 3. Just the over that ACCB needed as we look ahead to what's coming up over the next few weeks on the FanCode European Cricket Series. We have 2-week series from here on in until the ACC, which starts on the 13th of September. And you can see there that we are in Stockholm from Monday. We're there for 2 weeks. Got Malmo in the south of the country for 2 weeks. Then Dresden and Capelli in Germany and the Netherlands, respectively, before that international tournament begins. I'm really looking forward to that in just under 2 months' time. Here is Safi Ahmed, who's continuing. And certainly is an exciting talent for Cluj. I'll tell you what, for a 16-year-old, grows a mean moustache. Oh, this one almost gets through. See, he can't avoid it. That's fair from Natagotla. Look at this. I mean, you see, he's a long way out of his crease. I think he just gets back in time, but can't avoid the ball. Wrong place, wrong time. Well, it wasn't the best throw from Natagotla, to be fair. Wouldn't have hit another set of stumps. And this time, Safi just loses it down the leg side. This game, I still think Cluj are ahead on points, but with Asif there, you just know how quickly he can score. You quite easily get them up to that 120 mark or beyond. This is good bowling from the young man. This time he goes another go. Natagotla. Oh, that's Asif. He was very alert to it. But you got to hand it to the young man. He's running and he's giving 100%. He had 2 eyes on Natagotla, and he knew to get his bat back in the crease. Three-quarters of the way through this innings now. Asif on 39, but he wants more. And he's going to get more here. This is just lifted up over the leg side. On this one, it might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Safi Ahmed learning the hard way. You don't want to get on the pads of Abdul Asif. And he lifts this one over the fine leg fence for 4. There's not too much margin for error. And he's beaten him a couple of times. Also, Asif has struck a couple of very nice shots. Asif moves to within 1 strike of his half century. Don't think there's any bat on this. Just a bit of thigh pad. But he will retain the strike with that. And the score of actually off the bat in the end. So just off the gloves is what the umpire was saying. Just confirming that will be a run that goes to Asif. So he moves to 46. Last ball of the over. Wow, this one is launched, and this is a rocket to the moon. Really big hit. And Ulla, he mullers it. Maximo to finish the 8th over. The score at the end of 8, it's 89 for 3. That's the kind of length. All right. Suits Samiola just nicely. And he just Swung away, a little angle into him. Goes leg side. Goes big. 89 for 3. In the end, over. Going for 15. So a little bit expensive. Pair of 15s for Safi Ahmed in his overs. And so 1 for 29 his official figures. 9th over coming up. And Siva is going to bowl some of his off spin. Siva Kumar Periawa. Interesting, they haven't used Taranjit Singh in this innings. Only used Vasu 1 over so far. This one's in the air and it's going to be 6. Oh, this is a really good hit from Asif. This is why he loves this stage of the innings. And with this shot, he goes to his half century. Excellent innings from the all-rounder. 52 of 21 balls. Just the 1-4, but 7 maximos. And 46 of his 52 runs have been in boundaries. Oh, this one. Oh, I think this one was a really tough stumping chance. Have a look at this. I mean, it's a really tough one. Nadagotla does well to get gloves to it. It's between the batsman stumps, but have a look at this. See, if he grabs that, I think he probably stumps him. But just bounces off his hand, still makes a good stop. This one makes a mess of it. This would have been a huge wide. It probably would have been trouble for Satvik down the leg side. But he just gets some bat on it. This is one he didn't want to hit. He would have got a wide. Maybe more wides. Nadagotla looks to be covering it well, but it's a useful dot. Siva with the ball. Tries to lift him straight, and once again he's got the power required. Maximo! And see if you've seen him consistently scoring runs in this series. And this is not really a bad ball from Periawa, but at this stage of the innings, I think you've got to get full up. You've got to get up in that block hole, because if you give him length, he doesn't seem to miss out very often. This one's almost off the back foot. Goes again, and this one's even bigger. Well, certainly not learning at the moment, Periawa. This one has gone a long way. That's almost into the car park. Asif once again passes 60. What a player he is. And with Manan going early, he knew that he was one man that could step up and fill the void. And once again, he's performed for ACCB. Big hitting. And Siva being put to the fire right now. 18 of this over. Last ball of the 9th coming up. It's a good bit of keeping again by Satvik Nadagotla, but will be a wide. Have a look at this one. What I like about the keeping here is look how he tries to get his eyes over as far as he can. Back to live action. This is going to be 6 more, and you forget it. Yeah, it's all go time now. They've pressed the go button. Oh, some nice fielding up there in the crowd. And there's Prabjeet, a 4-year-old, throwing it back. Nice bit of work. Sensational bit of hitting, though. Take nothing away from the batsman. You knew straight away this one was all over as soon as it left the bat of Abdul Asif. It's the end of the 9th over, and it's 114 for 3. It's been some really big hitting. And this is a man who just hit 6s for fun. In fact, this is his 10th 6. We're getting right up there. Sarabjit, who is Taran's wife, fielded one of those very cleanly on the bounce. Maybe we'll have a Romanian women's team one day. She'd be one of the first pick for me. Sarabjit, if you're watching this, nice bit of fielding. I noticed it. Very unselfish. It was Prabjeet that threw it back. Vasu Saini comes back to bowl the 10th. Can he stop the bleeding? Now, this one, is it going? It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! What a kick to this innings. And just like that, the score's 120. They've lagged behind for so much of this innings, but it's a big finish. I mean, with that, the last 3 overs have gone for 60 runs. And you add that one in, that's 66 off 19 balls. It goes again, but this time it's a miscue. It won't be an easy one. Taran's hunting it. Keeps it in front of him. I'll just get a single. And probably not mattering that much at this stage. We've got Asif on strike now. He's got 70 runs to his name. What a player he is. Vasu, not his tactic speed. Will he get up in the block hole? Will he risk bowling length? Yeah, he gets up where he needs to be. This is good bowling. And this is why I think Vasu Saini is a good option for the last over, or last couple of overs even, because he's very, very smart bowler. He knows what Asif's trying to do. He wants the length, he wants to drive straight and get something he can get under. This one, well, it's hit wide to the fielder. Now they're going to try for 2 here. I don't think they are. A bit of fatigue setting in, I think, for Abdul Asif as well. This is a good bit of fielding from Sahil Sheikh. I think wicket boundary. Had a bit of ground to get around to his left. Saini, 2 balls to go. This is Ula on strike. Hits this very hard. And watch out. This one is going to be 4. I know I've learnt my lesson. That one's coming straight at me. I had one of the chairs ready to throw at it. This one, my laptop. I've already had 1 dent in it this week. And well, now both batsmen hitting with immunity. Last ball innings coming up. Decent score now, 126. This is out the last ball. I don't think they'll even try for a run here. So, takes us to the end of the innings. And I think it's so funny. After all that, the highs, the lows, the big hits, the misses, it's pretty much bang on what I would call a pass score. 126 for 3, the final. After the first innings, ACCB. After winning the toss and batting first here in match number 15 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, these 2 teams, both 4 wins to their name. They occupy the first 2 spots on the ladder. But you wonder, will there be room for both of them in the top 2 come the end of the group matches? Well, a lot of respect between these 2 teams as well. But Manan, as usual, he came out like a man on a mission. And eventually, he went to a very good catch from Vasu Saini, who had to back a long way. Manan, he was frustrated. And it was Adipatu who bowled really well, really well. And he set up that first dismissal. And then this one, it was a big disaster. AK, well, he had to leave the building after that mix-up with Abdul Asif. Well, luckily for Asif, he survived that close call. And Sukran Sahi, that's one that he probably should have taken. And then Shaji entered the building. He's an exciting one to watch, isn't he? Nasad Abbas. He didn't really fire. He got bowled, and that was a nice moment for Safi Ahmed, who knocked him over. One that maybe kept a bit low, but still was good line and length. But in between it, there was a lot of big hits, and a lot of them came off the bat of Abdul Asif. 10 sixes in his innings of 71 of 28 balls. Really, nobody was safe. And tried a few different bowling options. Siva even got a go. Time and time again, he was disappearing. And this length is just so dangerous, Abdul Asif. You've given that length to work with the last few overs. I say he likes batting in the second half of the innings or through the middle overs and then into the final overs because it's party time. And then in the end, Taran, he's doing his best and he didn't put a foot wrong in the field. He'll certainly have some work to do with the bat as he opens the innings for Cluj in the second innings of this match. We have a look at the scorecard. You can see that was dominated by one man, Abdul Asif, 71 of 28 balls. Like I said, 10 sixes in that innings. There's an innings in total that contained 5 fours, but a massive 13 sixes, 10 off the bat of Abdul Asif. Also, AK, handy contribution of 14 before he got run out. Manan, 6 and out today. And there's a good catch by Vasu Saini, got rid of him. But also Asad Abbas, 7. Sami Ula, handy little cameo from him as well. He lifted 2 out of the building. 18 off 8 balls. And Adipatu, for me, he was the best of the bowlers. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Mishra, I think, bowled pretty well as well. Only conceding 17 without taking a wicket. The other wicket went to Safi Ahmed, who was a little bit expensive. But speaking of expensive, just look at those overs from Sahi and Periawa. The 5th bowler effectively going for 45. So I think this sets up a really entertaining run chase. It'll be Cluj, who require 127 from their 10 overs when we return in just a few minutes on ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day. Plenty of action around the corner. This is the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to this magnificent cricket ground, the Moira Vlasia cricket ground in Romania. And it's certainly a good time to join us. And it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Mo for the European Cricket Network today. And we are past the halfway point of this FanCode European Cricket Series. At the moment, we have two teams that would love to register a win here. We've got a really good contest on our hands. 126 was posted by ACCB in the first half of this match, led by a sensational contribution of 71 of 28 balls from Abdul Asif. What a player he is, and we'll probably see him grab the new ball as well for the men in blue. A lot of respect between these two teams, and national representatives amongst these two clubs as well. One of them, Taranjit Singh, will be opening the batting for Cluj. We know that he's been in very, very good form. And there's a lot of runs to get, but like I said, I think it's pretty much a par score. The kind of score that Cluj will fancy chasing, and the kind of score that ACCB will fancy defending. And both these teams have 4 wins, but the difference is Cluj, they have 2 matches in hand. So Cluj had the rest day on the first day. ACCB have the rest day tomorrow and the last day of group matches. So these 2 matches this afternoon actually will be the last group matches for ACCB. It's their last opportunity to score points. So that's why I'm sure they'd want to win both of these. And if they do, then these 2 teams will be equal on a 4-2 record. But an opportunity for Cluj to press ahead. And even if they split these fixtures, they will be a game clear of ACCB. Who could forget ACCB in match 8 going down to the Gladiators. We'll have a couple of key Gladiators joining me as this innings continues. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be Taranjit Singh out there, like I said. So we can got the keeper will be his opening partner, and Abdul Asif will be the bowler. He's going to start around the wicket. Long on in place. Third man in place. And, well, Taranjit Singh's in place, and he's going to send this one all the way over deep, point for 6. Maximo! What a start. And Asif, who hit 10 of his own, immediately tastes the other end of the stick. Look at this one. Just goes over with it, and you know, they've got the third man back, so if he doesn't get out in the middle, then perhaps the third man comes into play, but one well in control of it. And Taran with a perfect start. One's in the air, should be out, and it is. So a big wicket, 6 and out for Taran. And that's a huge wicket. And both of the key men, Manan and Taranjit Singh, the respective teams, they go 6 and out. Taran so disappointed, never really went after this, just tried to time it, but didn't get the elevation to get over the fielder. And, well, big moment in the game. And once again, it's Abdul Asif that comes up with a wicket. Bit of magic. And just like that, it's over. Taran gone second ball for 6. And can you believe it? 6 for 1 in the first. Anand Rajsekara, another very good batsman, replaces him though. But AK, he's had an interesting game, hasn't he? Ananda Karthikeyan. That certainly was an important one for him to hold on to, and he grabbed it with both hands. He was run out in calamitous fashion in the first innings. An important contribution in the field, removing arguably the most dangerous of the Cluj batsmen. So the around the wicket attack working to Taranjit Singh. Anand batting at number 3. Joins Nadigotla, faces up now. This one gets past the outside edge. You can see how sometimes you just have one really good performance and it can lift your whole team. That's the nature of this form of the game compared to some of the longer forms. Respect now from Rajsekara. You won't want to leave too many because there's only 60 deliveries in this innings to get these 127 runs. It's not like chasing 80 or 90 or 100. And Great to see Maya in the chat, as well as quite a few familiar faces. What are you thinking about this game? Does that change your prediction? This one is called wide. Umpires have been pretty consistent on these outside the off stump. They've got those indication lines. I think it's a good call because it just gets a bit of the paint as it goes past the popping crease. High tension at the moment. As we make our way through this first over of the reply. Again, not Shaker just has a look at it. This is one of the things. Okay, it's one thing if you just see out a sieve. That's one thing, but he's got 2 overs. That's a lot of runs to get in 8 overs if you don't really attack him. See, Red Shaker doesn't want to nick one. Dangerous areas that Asif is pitching these balls. Once again, he lets this one go. So it's the end of the first over. Sakura allows 3 to pass, and the first over has passed. It's 7 for 1. And the big story of over number 1 was opening batsman Talan Singh going very second ball that he faced after he hit the first ball for 6. He was out immediately after. AK Karthikeyan takes the catch. And so if you Cluj, you just have to try and track that score. For me, it's about 25 runs every 2 overs is what they need to stay up with the rate. So a lot of people still think Cluj in good shape, but certainly a start that will give ACCB a lot of hope about knocking them off. And it was ACCB that actually won the last time these two teams met in ECS cricket. They won 140 they chased down with an over to spare back in September. This is a pretty nice shot though, and this one's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs. And we'll have a look at this again on the replay. And see this one, I think just bounces inside. Just inside the line. And 4-run signal by the umpire. And that's a really good start. Bernardo Godler, he's been watching at the other end. This is Samiola with the ball. This time, leans on it, won't carry it to the man mid-on. It's actually a pretty good stop. Not a really easy one for Abdul Asif. We can't keep that guy out of the game. Someone's climbing on him. We've seen these get over some of the fielders before. Now they got luck. Forward than a dot. Long on goes back now. Knocked down the ground, but mid-off is back. It's Gohamanan. He's back into the lineup. Obviously, they always look for him for big runs, but also he's probably the best pair of hands in this ACCB team. And he fields in that long off position and just doesn't really drop anything. So important to the defence of their totals. Any batting still to come. Sayani, Adapatu, Perialwa. Leg side this time. Scramble through for a leg by. Ratsakra, just a bit of a nervy start. That'll be a leg by, so hasn't scored off any of his first 5 deliveries. Just biding his time. Trying to neutralise the threat of the new ball. I just feel like something's got to give. Either there'll be a wicket or there'll be some sort of counter-attack from Cluj. Goes over leg side, just goes with the movement. He's going to get 4. This is really nicely struck by Nadagotla. He loves batting in the power play. He just loves getting over the infield. And so there's a bit of an in-swinger from Ulla. Samuela just drifted into the pads. And he just stroked this away. Didn't really try and hit it that hard, but certainly enough to clear the infield on the leg side. 4 runs the total. This one. A standing pull shot. The field is well placed now. He's just pushed himself around a little bit, I think, to Nadagotla. So it's the end of the second over. The score is 18 for 1. maybe 7 behind where they want to be at this stage, but they won't be too bothered about that with 8 overs left in the chase. Certainly has been gripping cricket from Romania, hasn't it? And so, third over, what do? You go back to Abdul Azif or do you save him up? That's the discussion at the moment. They've got a lot of good bowling options, ACCB. And so, 18 on the board. Here's Hussain with the ball. He's a fiery customer, but the pace is used against him on this occasion. It's cut away by Nadagodla, who's taking the responsibility of scoring in the power play. There's no one back at third man. It's just too short, but I mean, we've seen those beat the bat before. And so, 4 runs off the first ball of the over. Got that run rate required. Let's have a look at it. It's around 13.4 and over at the moment. So, I mean, to do that does help to get those 8 to 10 in boundaries every over. This one, lucky the mid-off. The mid-on's back. Mid-on, the no ball is called. I think this may be for overstepping. Look at Hussain here. Yep. You can see that front foot. There's nothing behind the front line, so that's costly. It's going to be a free hit now as well. They did come through the single. That's something Hussain needs to watch out for. Just creeping too far forward. That front line. It's a great opportunity for Rajshekhar to get into his innings. He's got the immunity cloak on. Can't be dismissed unless he's run out of this ball. Misses out though. He's going to get it wide. Hussain, he's a bit of a wild thing with the ball. Got good pace, but doesn't always know where it's going. He likes to bang the ball into the pitch. No doubt that was a wide. So the free hit will still be in effect. Where's he going to go with it? Rajshekhar up. He just needs to concentrate on making good contact. Well, this is not good for anybody. Unless you're a Cluj supporter, because he gets this one completely wrong. And like I said, can be a bit of a wild thing. This one was wild and woolly. It's going to be another free hit. 5 wides to the total. Already this free hit's gone for 6 and we haven't even had it yet. We've had 1 wide, then 5 wides. This one, it's an overcorrection. And Shaji needed longer arms, didn't he, to pull that one in. So still the free hit in effect. I suppose he's calculated risk to bowl him at this stage, Afzal Hussain. Sifat Rahman in the chat saying, where is Taran Singh? I can tell you where he is. He's sitting down. He was 6 and out in the first over. Very first 2 balls of the innings. Going that way. Free hit again. Free miss. So Rajshekhar still can't score. 0 off 7. I feel like this could go 2 ways. He could be looking back in an hour and laughing about the fact he was 0 off 7 at one stage. Or he could be looking back and thinking, well, having an opposite reaction, put it that way, because he really needs to go on with it now. It's hit out or get out time for Rajshekhar. Once again, just looks a bit out of touch today, doesn't he? 0 off 8 now. I'll start talking about records. 13 ball 0. Is under attack. Surely not. I mean, a player of the class of Rajshekhar, you don't expect him to be bogged down for too long. So, Hussain, when he gets it right, he's very awkward, but sometimes he's his own worst enemy. Again, swing and a miss. Scramble through for a bye. And we are by. So extras aplenty in the third over. Now look at that. Some of the youngsters, bat and ball in hand. Isn't that a great sight to see young Romanian kids getting involved in cricket? And they love the practice facilities here. They love to get a bat and a ball in their hand and make the most of this wonderful cricket ground. Tapped away. They won't get a run now, they will, because it's fumbled. And this is the thing, if you are 0 off 9 like Anand Rajshekhar is, you're hoping you're getting runs from somewhere. At the moment, it's extras that's making up the difference. You wouldn't believe that it's the same batsman that was whacking him all around the place the other day, but again, just needs one shot to get his innings going. Last ball of the third over. And he does, but it's in the air. And well, it certainly is catchable. It's Zakaria, and he gets nowhere near it. Oh, well, something had to give for Anand. And this one was a mile high. He's just misjudged in the end by Mohammad Zakaria. And can you believe it? He would have made a 10-ball duck instead. And he gets off the goose egg with a single, a very high single. And at the end of 3 overs, it's 33 for 1. And well, it's the end of the power play, 33 for 1. Maybe a few less than they would want to be. Samuela's going to continue his second over coming up. His first one went for 11. Rajshekhar up. Misses out on this one, but he does get the wide. Great opportunity to welcome into the commentary box for the first time today Pavel Florin from the Bucharest Gladiators and Romanian national team. Well, it's actually not the first time today that you have been in the commentary box, is it, Pavel?
Yeah, it's the second time now. You don't remember?
I do remember. As I said that, I realised.
I like this place, so...
Short. Well, listen, he goes for it, but this one is another opportunity, and surely he's not going to drop this time. He doesn't, and well, he makes up for his error, Zakaria, and he makes it up very quickly. Rajshekhar, nothing worked for him in that innings. He just couldn't get this one over the ropes. It's Zakaria. Well, he's back in everyone's good books now. He falls for 1 off 11 balls. Well, poor Anand Rajshekhar, he's going to the Hall of Mirrors, having a good look at himself. He just couldn't get anything going. He's used up a lot of balls. His teammates won't get him back. It's the second wicket to fall, 34 for 2 in the fourth over. And it's a funny game, isn't it, Pavel? Because some innings you can go out there and you feel great, and other innings, just nothing works for you. And certainly I think Anand on that occasion, nothing was happening for him.
But now is coming Vasu Sayani, so the Cluj have more option to turn back this game.
Yeah, they do, but you know, he took some calculated risks. Rajshekhar leaving 3 balls in the first over. He was obviously setting himself for a big innings, but just couldn't get anything going, and so he falls for 1 off 11. And the one he got was actually a catching opportunity. Samuela to continue. And he got, remember him? He's there, and he's still scoring. He gets a boundary, and this one just wrong from Ula. Gets length at the knees. He turns on it, and fine leg was in the circle. It's 4 runs to Cluj.
Very short ball. So.
It wasn't. That one had a godlike. I mean, you've played a lot of cricket with Satvik, and he's a very good wicketkeeper, isn't he? But also he's showing what he can do with the bat this week.
Exactly.
We'll have to ask you in a second about your celebration. You did tell me to stay alert if you got a wicket. Next thing, you're up in the commentary box with me. This is another one. He's going to swivel, and he's going to get 4 more. That's going to bounce straight off European cricket. And once again, this is the length that Nadagodla's looking for. And he's pretty good at this one because it doesn't bounce that high, but he still turns. He's got a great eye. And just have a look at this one. Bang. That one. That wasn't coming back, was it? Bang into the banner. And Nadagodla up and away. Now he just leans on this. Clever batting. Stop should be made, and it is. That's Doki down there. 55-year-old. Does not look it. And so, tell me, did the match referee have to have a word with you after that, that celebration?
He said, don't do any more this.
I did hear that you did get an official warning for that, but I know that you'll heed the warning. I'm sure you'll keep the celebrations on the field in the future, but certainly was theatrical.
But I tell you, I like this place, so I can't stay away.
Yeah, well,
from commentary box.
Not just this place, but this cricket ground would be home away from home for you now, I'm sure.
But for a week is my home.
Yeah, mine too, and I'm loving it. Beautiful part of the world. Samuela, 2 balls left in his spell. Short. Saini, instead of hitting across it, he just plays a good, correct kind of back foot drive down to the long off fielder. So you see that they're pretty much not too far behind the rate. I would have said 25 runs every 2 overs. So they'd want to be around 20, pardon me, around 50 at the end of this over. Only just a handful behind at the moment. Nadagodla to face the last ball of the 4th over. And this one's going to be another boundary. And Samuel just could not get his length right to Nadagodla, who just swivels on it. And Cluj are right on the pulse in this chase. It's the end of 4 overs. 48 for 2. And now I'm going to ask you a little bit about your Romanian national team commitments, Pavel. And we know that you're a part of the setup. And of course, we do have the European Cricket Championship coming up. And it's less than 2 months away. We'll make a start on the 13th of September. Now, you'll be playing in the week starting the 20th of September because you've been drawn in Group B with the Netherlands, Austria,
Portugal and Hungary.
And Hungary. So, who do you think's your biggest threat? Who's the toughest opponent in that group? What do you think?
I play against Austria, Portugal, and Austria and Hungary.
Yeah.
I don't know what team they have. Netherlands.
Yeah,
but,
well, that's true. I mean, it will. The full Netherlands 11 has commitments, so it will be probably much a Netherlands A team, kind of best of those that.
I have many friends there in Netherlands.
No, you do as well. I mean, you played VOC Rotterdam back in the ECL back in 2019. Remember that? And I don't think we saw you bowling in that game against the Netherlands, who eventually would be against VOC Rotterdam, the Netherlands champions, who eventually would be crowned the champions of European cricket after beating Eski Findorf in the final of that 2019 tournament.
It was my first game.
Yeah, it would have been. With a broken leg as well. Sayedullah is going to take over. This one on the bounce, but they got to hustle. And they do. They get a single. Now, I've got to talk to you about a player that I think is very exciting. Mihai Akim, your left arm opening bowler for the Gladiators. And he's still not quite 16.
It's a great performance for him today.
Yeah, it really was. And the match performance. This one's very optimistic appeal.
I'm very proud for him.
And tell me about. I'm going to actually maybe try and get Mihai into the box during the drinks break. I think I see him nearby, but he certainly is an exciting bowler. He's real natural talent, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's in my team, so is more advantage for us.
Yeah, played very well. This one's in the air, and this one, I think it's going to fall safely. It's just out of the reach of AK Hanan Katikian. And once again, I think really working for ACCB at this stage. But this game is very, very much in the balance. Nadagodla, he continues on his merry way. Now look at this one. Just falls in that awkward spot. Yeah, but Mihai is one of a number of Romanian youngsters that are getting involved. We saw a couple of a second ago, just walking around the hill. And it's been great to see that kind of local flavour in the tournament. Of course, yourself, Pavel, you can get a lot of headlines, but you know, there are plenty of Romanian nationals that are playing and Romanian-born and bred players. I mean, Cosmin Zvoiu, the first Romanian-born captain of the cricket team. See this one. Turn down the run here. Maybe there was one there, but isn't it exciting? And
It's very good, and today we have another win, and all free Romanian they bowl it.
Yeah. So you're actually getting involved in the game. You're not just
Not-
spectating and fielding. You're
I did.
actually getting involved.
I do fielding for 5-6 years, so I know how annoying
That's
is.
right.
Just don't participate in the
It
game.
was that long. It's amazing you stayed with cricket. As you said to me before, you said that it was about 5 or 6 years since you just had to field before you got a chance to bat or bowl. Well, here he is, and we got him in. This is Mihai Akim.
This is the start of this day.
Now I have to ask Mihai, and maybe you can help with translating, Pavel. But how old was he when he started playing cricket, and what got him interested in cricket?
Cât de bătrân ai fost când ai început cricketul și la ce vârstă ai început și ce te-a făcut să vii aici? He have 12 years when he start.
Wow.
He say is something very nice, and is a fine competition, and he attract him.
Now, I want to actually ask Mihai, how do you feel when all the cameras are watching you, and you know so many people are watching the game? Does that make you feel nervous, or do you kind of forget that the cameras are there capturing all your moves?
Te întreabă cum te simți când toate camerele sunt pe tine și când toată lumea te aplaudă pentru performanțele tale. He says he's very proud. Și altceva? Simți emoții sau ceva? He says he's not have emotion because the camera is around him.
Yeah, well, that's really exciting, and well, I do like to watch you out there. And what are your ambitions with cricket, and what do you think you'd like to achieve in your career? You're just at the start of your career.
Care sunt ambițiile tale și care crezi că e cariera ta în cricket mai departe? This is very hard to translate, but he say he's want be a cricketer in the future to play international and high level, and he want to be like me. But it's not this idea. Maybe we need to change something with him.
Well, you know what, Mihai? I've really enjoyed watching you. You're one of my favourite players.
Also, is my favorite.
One
And
of my favourite players.
I want say with this, I want reach higher like me. So this is the idea.
On behalf of all of us at the European Cricket family and all the viewers as well that have enjoyed watching you, congratulations, good luck for the rest of the tournament, and hopefully we see you more and more and more of you in the future. Thanks, Mihai Akim. What a character.
Mulțumim, Mihai.
What a lovely young man he is as well. So humble as well. Think about you're still in your mid-teens and you put under the microscope. Sukhbinder Singh, his turn. This one looks like it's going down leg side for me. And just getting the one. Probably a leg bite. Unless there was a little bit of bat. No, leg bite. Pretty hard to get the leg up this second half of the day for the poor umpires. Spare a thought for them. Look at this one. Yeah, no doubt about it. Sukhbinder. Yeah, it was not out. Tell that to Sukhbinder though. Here's the next one. It goes up and away, but this is a chance. Manan just doesn't drop them. And this one he does drop. And just died on him at the last moment, didn't it? And they'll come back for two. Manan just seemed to be a bit slow getting to the ball. And I thought once it was in his zone, that he was going to hold on to this. But you see, at the last moment, he ends up just going with one hand. He almost took a miracle catch yesterday. It was a judge of just hit the rope, and it went for a 6 in the end. It's Sukhbinder will be disappointed with that. Next one. Well, no one's catching this. And this one's going to be 4. It's going to be, never mind 4. It'll be 6. Maximo! That's another one now, direction, Pavel. And, well, again, you don't want to give too many chances to this Cluj team.
No. Gohar Manan have the most catches in this ICS Romania.
Yeah.
It's 6 catches.
6 catches. He almost had a 7th. This time, down the ground. This will take some stopping. But it's a really good bit of work from Samiula. And what do you think about this game? I mean, at the moment, We see there's 63 runs required of 26. I mean, that rate is getting up to almost 15 and over. This will help though. This is gone. Maximo!
With this 6, Cluj is the favorite now.
Yeah, I mean, Nadigotla just seemed to have not been taking too many risks, and he's hitting the ball really well, isn't he? So, well, much like someone had to step up after Manan went cheaply, and Abdul Asif did that, Nadigotla has really stepped up in this innings. He's up to 30 now. This next one's hit hard. It won't be an easy one for Manan. Well, this is a nightmare bounce. It's a Tortuga bounce, and Nadigotla gets 4 more. He's actually, with that one, he's up to 40. Really takes off.
Nasty bounce.
Yeah, I mean, if he went back, it probably would have gone over him. Probably wouldn't have even got a finger on it. So Manan, welcome back to long off. So,
is a very good surprise for me, Sadvik Nadigotla.
yeah, I see 6 overs down now, 74 for 2. So they're pretty much at that 2 ball where they need to be. I said that's pretty much puts them back on the rate. Probably 75 off 6 is what my target would have been. 25 every 2 overs is what I said. Vasu Saini's on strike. Saidullah with the ball. Vasu swings and misses. You know Vasu very well. What's Vasu like off the field? Seems pretty quiet guy. Is he quiet when you get to know him?
He's quiet, but you see his catches in the first inning. Very good catch here in the commentatory box here.
It was a really important catch as well, because oh no, could be trouble here. Well, I think this is quite close. Nadigotla was interested in 2. Once we've done the slide on, if it's not close, we'll go to a flat shot. Have a look at this. I mean, it's touch and go, isn't it?
I think he's out.
I think if you really slow it down, yeah, it might be.
Oh, it's
But I mean,
very tight.
very, very tight. We have that one in normal speed, please, now. But I mean, it is so close, isn't it? I mean, you see in real time, to the umpire, you can understand why he makes the decision he does. Certainly isn't clear cut.
Very, very tight.
But I think for me, it's benefit of the doubt to the batsman with these ones. I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, again, you see, certainly a difficult one for the umpire, but you can understand why he gives the decision not out. And they don't have the benefit of that slow-mo replay. Even the slow-mo replay, it was really, really tight. This one is hit away, and once again, it will be Samuel that does the fielding. But one thing I would say, with this rate required, about 14 and over now, you wouldn't want to lose wickets now, because, you know, these batsmen are set, and you'd hope that they get you pretty close to the target if you're a Cluj supporter. He goes after this one, doesn't carry to the fielder. It's a really good effort from the man at point, but he's not able to rein it in. And I think that's Mohammad Ishaq there, but
one ball can change the game in this moment.
Certainly.
A wicket or 6.
Keanu Nolan saying that
15.
Hakeem is a young Romanian Jason Beredorf. Interesting, that one. This one's just chipped, and what a shot it is. It's just pure timing. Nadigotla is having a day out. He moves to 47 off 20 balls. And this one, it's all about the placement. He just knows there's that gap down the ground. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. He knows if he doesn't quite get it, it'll be fine because of the placement. He knows that's an area. They didn't have a fielder, and he gets 6. What a shot. Nadigotla's looking good. Yeah, Keanu, talking about Jason Behrendorf, good friend of mine and former teammate. He's in the West Indies at the moment with the Australian T20 team and one day national team.
I met him one time.
You've met
in England.
You met Jason, that's right, when he was playing at Sussex
yes.
Sharks.
It's Sussex, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy. And I don't think he's got an opportunity in the starting 11 for Australia in this series so far, but you know, having a few troubles, so I think they'll probably see him in there at some point. End of 7 overs, 84 for 2, Cluj. Coming up next, we have match 16, the final match of the day. These two teams will go at it again, ACCB versus Cluj. Cluj, well, 50-50 at the moment for me. They're staring down the barrel of their first loss, but they can still get there. They need 43 off the last 18 balls, but this game could be crucial in determining who finishes the day on top of the ladder, and also in determining what the top 2 will be. Top 4 teams will make finals day, but the top 2 will have the insurance of the double chance. And you can see the news from the toss. It's Cluj this time that won the toss. They've elected to bat first in match 16. The final match of the day, that's going to be beginning in half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network.
And Asif is in bowling now. Is that bowling?
Yeah, and this is
It's
showing
very,
me.
very important over this.
Yeah, it is. And because it's so important, I think that's why they're bringing back their gun bowler, Abdul Asif. He starts with a wide. So they elected not to use him again after he bowled a very good first over. Conceded 7. Took a wicket, but 6 of them were off the very first ball. Tharan hit him out of the ground, and he got the wicket second ball. So I'd love for him to step up and take a wicket now. Nadagotla on 48. Goes straight, but he hasn't got enough of it. It's Manan who holds on to the catch. So a big moment in the match, and catches win matches. And Manan, he doesn't miss too many. And if you get it too close to him, you know he's probably going to gobble it up. And Gohart gets into the game.
And catch number 7 for Gohart.
Felt like it was a matter of time till he got one. And this time he does. 85 for 3 now. That could be a big point in the match. Still 14 and over required. And Cluj, they decided to attack Abdul Asif. You can see why they still need that 14 and over. What an inspired bit of captaincy from Sukhminder Singh, who brought back Abdul Asif at the key moment. And his gun bowler didn't let him down. Picked up the big wicket of Periawa Nadagotla, for 48. But what an innings. 48 of 22 balls, 7 fours, 2 sixes. Once again, he tried to go straight. I think just not quite where he wanted it. Sliced it a little bit. And Manan, he was perfectly placed to take the catch. So this brings Sivakumar Periawa to the crease. Siva. Short, and he wastes no time.
Just one.
This is Saini. He scores a single. Siva will be on strike for the first time. I think with that wicket, I think probably it's advantage to ACCB for me.
Yes, for sure now. As if he do the damage.
I mean, it can change very quickly.
Have 2 wickets now. And 9 runs.
You kind of need that kind of 10 and over in boundaries if you can get them. This one will help, and this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! What a shot by Siva. That is that Siva strike over cover. And there wasn't too much wrong with the ball, to be fair. He just gave himself a little bit of room, and he whacked it and just carries the boundary. 6 runs and a perfect start.
And the first ball for Shiva. No emotion, 6.
He looks like a man on a mission. Can he repeat it? He tries, hits it very well. Hits it straight at the man who's right on the edge of the circle, and that's Karthikeyan. So he's come out and struck the ball cleanly from ball 1. So once again, the wickets normally hurt you because the new batsman can take a bit of time to get going. Certainly hasn't been the case with Periawa so far. Saini is back on strike now. He's on 17. 2 balls remain in this, the 8th over. Worked away nicely. And Zakaria, slight fumble. That's really good running if they make it. It's a big if, but outstanding work because there was a slight fumble from Mohammad Zakaria. And as soon as there was, they were back like lightning for the second run. Excellent work. Just look how hard they run the first one. And Vasu is alert to it. As soon as there's that fumble, he's off. Every run could be crucial. Oh, this one keeps a bit low. Vasu survives by the skin of his teeth. This will end the 8th over. Pretty good one in the end. Just have a look at this one. Certainly was below the height of the top of the stumps.
Remain just 12 balls. So
32 runs in the last 12 balls as well. 95 for 3 after 8. And there were 11 runs off that over. So although that's a decent over off Asif, and you need more than that at this stage.
as if he does his job.
Yeah, well, he certainly has had a great game individually, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If they do win this game, ACCB, they can thank Abdul Azif for his contributions with the bat and the ball. That worm, they've been ahead the whole innings, but just coming back. Cluj So they need a big over now. 32 required off 12 balls. But this is a bit of a risk. Afzal Hussain is going to bowl the 9th, and we know it all happens in the 9th. And he's going to get runs here. How many? That's the question. He's going to get 4. So, bit of luck for Siva. And this one certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat, but you need a bit of luck at this stage. And Hussain gets edged for 4 off the first ball of the 9th. Look at that one. It's 180 degrees. It's near that Romanian bear. Let's look at that one. So, Hussain, can he hold his nerve at this stage as well? I mean, how many would you want to chase off last over? Probably not more than 16, I think. And more than that, it gets really tough. And who will they bowl the last over? Or will they go to Sukhbinder Singh? His first over went for 20. I mean, you've got to make a decision, because if you don't bowl Sukhbinder, you probably have to go to a bowl that hasn't bowled in the innings so far. That's because Abdul Asif bowled out in the last over, so this one is cracked away. It's another boundary. This has been smashed away, and Hussain, well, he's a bit unlucky this time, but this time it's just a great shot from Periawa. Look at this one. He's just hitting the ball so cleanly. I don't know what he did before he came out and batted, but it's certainly working for him. He's probably been on his bias draft because he's come out with lots of energy. And those boundaries potentially changing this game now. There's 24 runs required off the last 10 balls. Yeah, here's Hussain. Everything can change in an instant though. This one flies away, but the third man is perfectly placed. This will just be one. And really, Saini, although he's been there longer, he just hasn't had the kind of fluency or timing which Siva has had so far. Siva's looking a lot more comfortable at the crease than Vasu Saini.
Yes, you're right. 23 on 9 ball.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Vasu gets an edge. Well, third man.
Just one.
I want some overtime pay because he's been in the game a lot so far in the 9th over. We always say it all happens in the 9th.
They need a boundary now in these 2 last overs.
Got Siva back on strike, and I mean his innings has been outstanding so far. 16 off only 5 deliveries, just what they needed after losing Nadagodla for 48 in the last over. Hussain. Oh, this one is absolutely smashed. And well, watch out. This one's out of here. Maximo. And well, we've got plenty of skills in this commentary box. And Pavel, I know that you work on your fielding all the time. You almost had time to catch that one. In the end,
catch it with my head.
It's a pity. It's a pity we didn't see it. I ended up catching it behind my back, bounced off the chair, rattled around. Commentary box has been a source of action today. And with that, wow, that's a big moment in the game. Back to the field, though. That's where the real action is. It's going to be 4 more. So can you believe this? What an over it was in the end. They're going to finish the 9th 115 for 3. There were 20 that came off the 9th over. A magical 9th. And Siva Kumar Periawa, well, take a bow, but your job's not done yet. At the end of 915 for 3. And now 12 runs required off the final 6 balls. I'll have to say it. Will we have a golden ball? Vasu Saini will be on strike, and he certainly hasn't looked as comfortable at the crease as Periawa, who's come and he's shown him up. He's outscored him in only 7 balls. And the question also was who is going to bowl this last over, and it looks like they are going to the captain,
He's a
Sukhbinder
spinner,
Singh.
yes.
Oh, this one could easily be a golden ball opportunity. I often say 13 or 12 off last over. Just for me, I feel that that's the golden ball opportunity. And they're right up with the rate. They needed about 12 and a half all through this innings. Now they need exactly 12 off the last ball. Do not go anywhere. Wherever you're watching around the world, here's last over of match 15. And it starts. It's a chance though. Munnan's right back and he takes the catch. Well, a big moment in the game. Saini goes for 20, but they did cross. Periawa will be on strike. And look, Sukhbinder Singh, he had to decide if he was going to bowl last over. His first over went for 20, but the captain had the courage to take the ball in the big moment. And then Manan, well, talk about the catching and how good he's been. That's catch number 8 for the series for him. Saini goes for 20, and with 5 balls remaining, it's 115 for 4.
Every ball looking for Gohar Manan.
He's a ball magnet, isn't he? Gohar Manan. But this is a good man to come to the crease. It's Adabatu. This one, see, he knew exactly where the rope was. And Manan,
Safe.
cool in the crisis. You know, they did cross, though. That's big. That's one rule that I would probably change in the 100, which we'll see this year for the first time. Actually, if the batsmen cross, it's irrelevant. They put the new batsman on strike. Anyway, here we are in the now. Siva hits this one away, and well, they're just going to trot through for 1. He's got confidence in Adapatu, who's a good batsman. 11 now off 4 balls. So how do you get that? You need a boundary somewhere along the line, maybe 2, and probably 2, unless you get assistance from extras. And this can't be easy for the man, Adapatu, coming out to face his first delivery in the pressure cooker. 11 off 4, and he mishits it. They're just going to get 1 here, and that will bring Siva Kumar Periawa back on strike.
Everything is Periawa shoulders.
Well, you need 2 boundaries, and there's 3 balls left. Sukhbinder Singh holding his nerve so far, but there's 3 balls remaining. 10 required for Cluj. Goes after this, but he's miscued it, and the keeper's after it. Sharji's not going to find it. They're going to go for 2. There's no one at the keeper's end. They're going to get 2. And there was nobody home at the keeper's end. Well, this one could have gone straight up in the air. In the end, the 2 is important because Periawa does come back on strike, and there was just nobody guarding those. There's nobody guarding those keepers' stumps. You have a look here. He thinks he's in trouble, but then realises, well, I'm going to have to get back down there. I'm the man. Now they have to score off this ball. That's important because at the moment they need 7 to tie, 8 to win off the last 2 balls. And he doesn't get it. They've got to run. Well, this is why in a run chase this big, everything's got to go your way.
So we need a 6 for a golden ball.
Yeah, we do. And Adapatu is the man.
We want this, no?
Oh, yeah. I think everyone wants it.
So,
Except
come on, Apatu.
There's 11 people that don't, and they're dressed in blue out there on the field. But if Adapatu can hit a 6 off this ball, it will be a tie, and we will go to a golden ball. If the ball stays in the ballpark, then it will be ACCB that hold on. So, well, it's every kid's dream to hit a 6 off the last ball. Can he do it? Adapatu. 6 to tie. And he can't. Well, he gets the appeal turned down, but he's probably going to be run out off the very last ball. And can you believe it? ACCB, they're out of jail. And despite Manan not firing with the bat, it's a great effort from Abdul Wasif. And look, in particular, Sukhbinder Singh, well, he liked the LB appeal. The umpire said it was going down the leg side, but I think in the end it was all academic. And Cluj just fall desperately short. And they're going to go down in this game by 6 runs.
It's the first lose for Cluj in this series.
Yeah, and 126 to 120. Once again, you see this 12 and over or just above. It's remarkably consistent, and certainly we knew we were in for a contest in the second last match of the day, match 15. 2 teams, each with 4 wins in this series, going head-to-head for the first time this week. Well, last time it was ACCB that got the better of Cluj, and Taran, well, he started with 6, but very next ball he was out. AK was able to pounce that opportunity at cover. But this man, Satwik Nadagodla, didn't he have a good game? He was outstanding behind the stumps, and with the bat, he really impressed me. 48 off 22 with 7 4s and 2 6s. And there were a few chances along the way that went down from ACCB. And that one wasn't, though. Zakariak getting a chance to atone for his error just a few moments before, but Nadagodla throughout it all stayed pretty cool and just placed the ball well. And Nadagodla, certainly, we've seen him with the gloves, but he batted very, very well in this innings, didn't he, Pavel? See that he went big down the ground as well. Tasu Saini, he was here, and see that it was Shaji, almost had a run out.
Very close.
Certainly was.
And Gohar now
with
2 catches this game.
That was such a key moment, and we talked about how important he is with the bat, but how about in the field? Gohar Manan got Nadagodla for 48, and that just changed the game. Speaking of changing the game, Siva Periawa, he came out and he was a man on a mission. He was clubbing everything in sight. Vasu went off the first ball last over. They needed 12 Cluj. They knew it was going to go down to the wire. Siva miscued this one, but he scrambled back for 2. But then they needed a boundary, and particularly they needed Maximo from somewhere, and it was Adapatu that needed to strike a 6 to tie the game off the last ball of regulation. He couldn't do it, couldn't make contact, and in the end, they fall 6 runs short, and we got so close to a golden ball, but we didn't get golden ball number 20, not just yet. And you have a look, in the end, it was Adapatu who was left to do the near impossible, although we've seen it before. It would have been a 6 to tie, the improbable, let's put it that way. Periawa, 30 off 10, and really kept Cluj in it. Vasu Saini probably just couldn't really get going in that innings, and he'll be the first to admit that he's hit the ball better before. Raj Shaker as well, you look back at his innings, 1 off 11, and just really seemed out of sorts while he was at the crease. But Nadagola, we talked about his 48, and with the ball, I mean, everyone was fairly consistent. Sukhbinder Singh, credit to him, because there were 20 off his first over, and then he came back to bowl the 10th. He only had 12 to play with. They only got 4 in the end, and so 1 for 24. Looked pretty good in the end. Abdullah Sif, though, the star for me, 2 for 18. And what this does do, I was going to say Rico, what this does do, Pavel, is set up a very interesting last match of the day, because these two teams, they'll play again in match 16.
Yes.
So certainly hope you can join us for that one. It's going to start in around about 10 minutes time. Join us for the final match of the day. The Biostrath coin toss will lead us into that one. And it's going to be a very, very interesting match, because if ACCB can win the next match, then they'll have identical records, 4 and 2. So if Cluj want to go a game clear, top of the ladder, then they have to win the next game.
And tomorrow, Cluj meet Gladiators.
That's right, and you'll get to do a bit more background on Cluj, though you probably don't need it, Pavel. I know you know these players very, very well. Certainly hope you enjoyed that game. It was a highly entertaining match, match 15. Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo along with Pavel Florin. You might want to go to EuropeanCricket.com, check out the match preview for the next match, match 16, and also our social media. You know that's going to be busy. It'll be chock-a-block full of highlights. For now, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in 10 minutes for the final match of the day from the Moira Vlasia Cricket Ground in Bucharest. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bucharest for the final time today. It's time for the fourth match of the day, and the match 16 coin toss is brought to you by Biostrath. Biostrath are big supporters of European cricket. It's great to have them on board, and for 60 years they've been providing a quality product which has improved the health and wellness of all of their customers. So thank you so much to Biostrath for their support. But now it is time for the coin toss. Let's go over to match referee Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains from ACCB and Cluj for the toss for the final match of the day.
Okay, your call. Heads.
Heads is the call.
It's heads.
What would you like to do?
Bat first.
There you go, no surprises there. Aaron Kumar, he's won the toss. So this time it will be Cluj batting first. They'll carry on. And look, we'll see if they can finish the day with a win. Both these teams, they've got the top two place to push for, and they have to keep pushing as only 5 group matches remain in this tournament. It's been very fascinating. Thanks again to Biostrath for their support of European cricket. That certainly keeps me going. 500 matches strong and climbing. We plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of cricket this year on the European Cricket Network. Let's get over to the commentary box and let's get ready for the last match of the day. Welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So fantastic to have your company. And haven't we had some entertainment? Well, I often say you won't find better entertainment than this pound for pound anywhere else in the world. And you can see why. It's been a very entertaining day of cricket, and it's going to continue with the last match of the day. Well, there wasn't too much between these two sides, were there? In match 15, only 6 runs separated them in the end. It was 126 to 120, and you just know that it could be very, very interesting and very close again. And ACCB after that, they are 5-2, and Cluj are 4-1. So Cluj can pull level with ACCB if they win this game, but they do have the 2 games in hand because ACCB, this is actually their last group match. They'll have a day off tomorrow. The other 4 teams will play their final 2 matches, and I'm sure we'll preview those before too long. And just have a look at these players. Now, Nader Gotley really impressed me with the bat. He held it together after Taranjit Singh went for 6. 48 he scored, but the real star for me that last game, Abdul Azif, the way that he batted to get 70 plus from that situation, and then to deliver with the ball, and then also the captain Sukhinder Singh having the nerve to bowl that last over after he got whacked around the first time that he bowled in the innings. And it certainly was a highly entertaining contest. And it's a great chance for you to check out the fantasy dashboard, which has all the fantasy points and the fantasy credits required and the playing roles of the players. And they're always on our website, europeancricket.com, as soon as they come out, as soon as we know the result of the toss and the selected 11s. And you can also find them on our social media at European Cricket. So we're almost ready for the final match of the day, match 16. And this is certainly going to be an interesting one. That last match certainly had a very, very exciting conclusion. And now we get to see the sequel. Let's hope the sequel is as good as the original. And this will be last match of the day, like I said, but there are 4 more matches tomorrow. That'll complete the group stage before we play finals day on Saturday. And we'll start with an eliminator between the 3rd and 4th teams. And we don't actually know who even will be 4th at this stage. It probably will be, well, it will be Banasa or the Bucharest Gladiators. Gladiators just snatched back a 1-game lead after they split their series with Banasa this morning. Banasa started the day with their first win in ECS cricket, but they fell in the 2nd game of the day. And the 3rd game of the day, only 6 runs, 1 swing of the bat between these 2 teams. And so Cluj will get the opportunity to bat first this time. I think that batting first just could have been the difference between these 2 teams. We know that teams do like to typically win the toss and bat, and there's certainly something about these 2 teams at the toss. You saw then the Biostrath coin toss. As soon as the coin landed for Aaron Kumar, he just nodded, and straight away you knew that it would be Cluj batting first. So here's the man we were just talking about, Abdul Asif. 10 overs each. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a spicy contest. Last match of the day in Romania. And it's going to start with a big 6 from Taranjeet Singh. Maximo. And that one almost knocked Oscar out of the tower. Well, I hope you got your parachute on there, Oscar. And this one was just flat out dangerous from Taranjeet. And he starts the way he did off the first ball of the last innings. And then watch out. Well, we don't have a reserve cameraman. And so Oscar's up there. High risk, his profession, especially when Taranjeet Singh's at the crease. So he went 6 and out last time. What will happen this time? Taking this opportunity, just taking a bit of extra time to tie his shoelaces. Maybe he's just trying to arrest the demons from last time. He went the very next ball. And so Abdul Azif, what's his reply? This time he's a bit more careful, keeps along the ground. Once again, the second ball goes to cover, but this time it's on the bounce. Karthikeyan does the fielding. Taranjeet will safely be at the other end. Vasu Sayani's been sent out to open the batting, so giving Natagotla a bit of a break. And Sayani didn't really get going that innings, but maybe a bit more time gives him a chance to play himself in a bit more. Here's Abdul Azif. Vasu just happy to take the single. And now he'll be happy to double it down. We'll buy one, get one free. That was a little bit slack from ACCB. Well, some proper teapot action from some of the men in blue out there. There really should have only been one here. But also, got to take your hat off to the Cluj batsmen. They were alert to it. They are fighting for every run early on. You know, you're not going to get too many off Abdul Azif in the power play. Very, very tight bowler. One is punched out to cover region again. And we've seen, haven't we, that kind of 12 to 13 and over seems to be where most teams are ending up. That's a par score. This is hit really hard down to Manan. He's really safe fielder, and although it's not taken cleanly by the bowler, they'll only get one. ACCB certainly not looking complacent. The team that won the last match by just one swing of the bat, like I said. Punched away correctly by Vasu Sayani. So we'll take us to the end of the first over. The score at the end of it, it's 12 for no loss. So right on the money, that 12 and over. And that's a great chance for me to welcome into the commentary box Pavel Florin, Romanian cricketing icon. Pavel, welcome back into the commentary box.
I am back, yes.
How did you enjoy that last game? It was a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I want to the Cluj player hit a 6 to see a golden ball, yeah. But ICCB ball very well and that was the case.
Goes up and over. This one's going to go over the infield. It's going to be a boundary. So Vasu Sayani getting it on the action and strikes the first ball, the second over for 4. So Vasu getting into the power play. This one's hit hard, and watch out. It's Manan. Watch out. He does not let anything through. He is a bucket with no holes. Go home, Manan. And can you believe it? And thought for a second off the bat that might be 6, but Vasu And would you believe it? It was hit hard, but Manan, no sweat at all. He must have glue on those hands because everything sticks to them.
And the catch number 3 today for
3 for the day. He's absolutely been on fire, hasn't he?
Yes.
Unbelievable stuff. And just like that, it's 1 down. And Sayani, no luck for him at the top of the order. 16 for 1. So now what? Certainly very, very good piece of fielding. Sayadullah with the ball. Gets the wicket of Sayani. And here's Anand Rajashekara, who just couldn't get going in that last innings. Try as he might. 1 off 11. He'd be the first to admit it cost his team in the end, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Big appeal. And he's concerned about it because he takes off Anand Rajashekara. This is always a sign that you're worried about the appeal when you take off for a run that's probably not there. Again, around the wicket's always going to be hard. Yeah, for me, it pitches outside the leg stump. Have a look at where this ball bounces. If it bounces to the right of that stump, it
Also
can't be
for
out.
me.
It's a good decision. Umpiring's been very good. He gets a run here. That's something he couldn't do early in his innings in the first time he played, but certainly he's a good player, Anand Rajashekara, isn't he?
Hit me also for my bowling for 2 sixes in the championship. But today is another day.
Yeah, certainly is. And we're enjoying watching the Cluj team, of course. We know them very well, but we know them well on the ECN as well. Some old faces, but also some new faces in their lineup. And this one's full toss, and it's going to disappear. See you later, Maximo.
Maximo.
There is 6 runs for Tanan, and he's determined not to fall cheaply like he did last time. He's been quite selective with this one. It was a knee-high full toss, and it had to go, and it certainly did. See that one? Well hit, and this one is going to be more, and no one's catching this. And once again, I've been busy
Nobody
in the commentary
catching,
box
but
today.
Vinny is here.
Well, if Gohamanan wants to swap places, I'm more than willing. The ball's been following me lately. This time I didn't have to throw a chair at it. The equipment wasn't under attack. But I tell you, the bowling is. And Taranjeet Singh, he goes bang, straight down the ground. Another Maximo. End of the second over, 30 for 1. And that was a big over, wasn't it? 18 off it in the end. Well, Pavel's thirsty. You might be hearing the mic. But Samuela is going to come back. So they're electing again not to go with Abdul Asif. That was quite funny. I thought there was maybe a bit of a stream nearby or something, Pav, and then was just you having a drink.
Yeah.
Even Prabjeet knows how to turn
It's
the
very
microphone
hot.
on and off. Just remember that. All right, third overtime. And pulled away, but I thought that was half a chance for Zakaria, but it just goes around him in the end. And the result's 4 runs. Can't get too short. And this one isn't that short, but good pullers of the ball. They pick it up really quickly, especially on this surface, and that's a confidence booster for Anand Rajashekara. Taran, you know, I often note when batsmen miss out, good batsmen miss out, the next innings they are double determined to score runs.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of these batsmen missing out in that last match. This time he cuts and he finds another gap and he'll find another boundary. So this is what he couldn't do last time. Again, take an hour and it can feel a lot different. And now Anand is away. And
Two
nice
balls,
cut.
two boundaries.
Certainly a nice cut shot, wasn't it? Back-to-back boundaries here to start the third over. Cluj attempting to set a big total. Goes after this one, but doesn't get it. And
necessarily have to go after it. I think sometimes it plays on your mind when you're batting in the third over that time's running out the power play, and I often see quite a few, I suppose, like mental errors. That's the one that he doesn't really have to go for, and if he hits it, it's a fair chance it goes straight up in the air. But he knows there's only 3 balls left in this power play. Oh, this is a really good Yorker. He has to be careful. But he was aware of it, Rajshekhar. Now, you are allowed to hit the ball more than once if the ball is going back onto your stumps, but you're not allowed to try and score. This one, you just had to keep an eye on it and said, well, you're not going anywhere. I don't think we'll knock the veils off. Good comeback, though, by the bowler. Once again, you see, this is it. The old third over swings. I see it all the time. I think you just need to try and play cricket shots. And what do you think, Pavel? Taran, can you see him making a big score in this game?
I think this is another game, and he make, in my opinion, at least a half century.
Wouldn't surprise anybody. Oh, this is well picked up off the pads, and Rajshekhar goes large. Maximo!
Maximo!
That's the way to play in the power play, and now he gets the one that he can hit. This is the difference. The ones he was going after, they weren't necessarily easy to hit, but this one, well, again, it's one of those full tosses on the legs. That one's in the long grass. See you later. And at the end of 3 overs, it's 44 for 1. So, Rajshekhar, isn't it interesting how one innings can look awful, like he'd never held a cricket bat before, and then now he's coming out and he's smacking them everywhere. I know Rajshekhar. That's cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's happened to me in the morning. First inning, my bowling was bad, and second game was good.
Yeah, that's right.
It's more motivation.
It's exactly what can happen. We know it. And if you have played cricket yourself, you'd be familiar with it as well, I'm sure. So, we're going to go back to Abdul Asif, and I think they've identified that the risk is here. So, why not get him on? It's a risk themselves to bowl at Asif, and I think he's just asking, well, shall I bowl it? He's saying, yep, I'm going to bowl it. Abdul Asif. Oh, and Taran just goes after this one. He probably doesn't need to at this stage. I mean, just keep an eye on the scoring rate. And so, as if only 5 balls remaining in his spell. Hits him very high. It won't be out. This has hit the back of the. This has hit the back pad for sure. Well, is he gone? Is he? Well, how about this?
Taran is out.
Well, we'll have a look. And well, bit of a surprise. I don't know what's happened there. Let's have a camera 2 and then camera 4. I mean, this to me, it looked like he hit the back pad. I mean, it was no question to me. And I don't think he hit the stumps, did it? I mean, so Taran, I mean, he must have been given out. I thought he walked. I actually didn't see the umpire give him. For me, it was always off the back pad. Okay, camera 4 again. See, for me, I mean, he's nowhere near it with his bat, is he? I mean,
He seems a pad.
played a couple of times. Camera 2 if you got it as well. But I mean, this is one of those ones. I mean, I thought that Taran walked, and in the end, yeah, he's given not out. For me, it's as clear as day. And so, there's no doubt. I mean, I caught it straight away. Yes, there's a noise, but you have a look. There's daylight between the bat and the ball. It certainly is an LBW. It's going well over the top.
He's not out.
Yeah, this is the correct decision, and that's really what you want to come to in the end. I mean, Taran, well, he took it with a grain of salt when he thought there was given his marching orders, but also that is the right decision, and that's what matters.
Taran is back.
Yeah, I mean, that is as clear as you like. That is as clear as you like. And so yeah, he's going to continue. It's a big moment in the match, but again, the players out there, they're going to have to get on with it. And so, well, you know, you're going to get a healthy dose of controversy. And Taran is going to go back out there. And I think this is the right thing to do. I mean, it was a clear cut, top of the pad. It wasn't LBW. And Abdulaziz, he won't get the wicket. He'll have to continue. And so, after all that, Taran will resume on 20. Just away, and not the best throw for the keeper. He'll get a single. Come and do the first half of the second innings. First half of the second innings. Okay. And so, I'll tell you what, sometimes you don't know what's going on. But I think the main thing is the correct decision's made.
He's in the air.
This one is going to be pretty well struck, and it's going to be 4.
And
Umpire,
no ball.
I'm not sure if it was the no ball. Have a look at this one. It was well struck over cover. Well, that one, maybe it's a dead ball. Maybe it's a no ball, I think, because there are too many fielders outside the circle. Well, we're having everything at once here at the moment. Try and keep up, ladies and gents. This one must have been too many outfielders. And so, that's certainly not what the doctor ordered. In this one, they're going to make him pay. And it's going to be Anand Rajshekara. That flicks this one away for 4. Well, don't worry, let me just get my abacus out. I'll have to work out what's going on here, but in the end, we see that it was a no ball for too many outfielders. And then the next one, free hit, goes for 4. So, for me, the score is now 54 for 1 after 3.4 overs. Abdulaziz won't be thrilled about the no ball for the fielding infringement. And now, there's no doubt about this one. Rajshekara's got to go. And Asif, it's the wicket that won't get taken away. Rajshekara, again, just going after one that he probably didn't have to. It was a good delivery. It knocked over the top of off stump. And Asif, well, I know he's a match winner. He only had 2 balls remaining. He certainly made this one count. And Rajshekara, he's got to go after sending the free hit for 4. He goes for 23 off 11 balls. Well, once again, he faces 11 balls, but instead of 1 run, this time he scores 23 runs. A much better contribution for number 3, and the score is 54 for 2.
Definitely.
Siva Kumar Periawat comes to the crease. I think this is a good move when you consider how well he hit them. Remember, they've still got Nana Godler up their sleeve as well. They've got a long batting lineup. And
I think Cluj have the best batting line in this competition.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the longest, I think, for sure. And that's why there's so many ways they can hurt you. It gives them confidence that they can all play their shots, because you just know that if one batsman fails, there's others that can pick up the slack. And we still got Adapatu to bat, Nadagotla, like we said. Gaurav Mishra, he can bat a bit as well. And Siva, well, even though he couldn't quite drag Cluj across the line in the last match, he'll have a fair bit of confidence about the way that he struck the ball. That's the end of the 4th over, and it is 55 for 2 after 4. I know, Rico. I know, Pavel, that you're very, very excited to play in the European Cricket Championship. The first time we've held that international T10 tournament. Now I'm going to ask you another tough question. There's 15 countries there. Tell me who you think will win the tournament, or who do you think, apart from Romania? I'll give you that. That was too easy. If it's not Romania, who do you think would be favourites?
I don't have a favorite. My favorite country is Romania, of course. But if it's to choice, I choose outsider.
Choose an
So,
outsider. Okay.
be, for example, Portugal.
Portugal. Well, there you go. There's the scoop. Well, the betting market's a big rush on Portugal now. As soon as there's travel, there's that. Oh, who knows? Might see Stubbsy for Portugal. He's the holder of another record in ECN we won't talk about. It's the longest duck. But, Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. Actually, we saw some great cricket from Portugal, actually. In the FanCode Portugal T10 back in April. Fifth overtime. Sukhbinder Singh, well, hasn't he had an interesting afternoon? This one is square of the wicket, and it'll just be a single. Sukhbinder Singh, his first over went for 20 in that last match, and then he had to defend 12 in the last over. He only allowed 4. It was really outstanding work from the captain. We needed him to stand up. He's a wily old customer. Baji certainly got the job done. So Portugal, that's a team that you'll get to play Portugal, won't you? Well, this one, good throw, might be in trouble here. And once again, Taranjit living dangerously. We know that Sivat runs very well between the wickets. Sometimes a bit too well, I think. This one could have quite easily been run out. Good throw here. But you see it's an awkward one for the keeper. Look at where that bounces, and he's really got no idea how that ball's going to react off the grass. Shahjit, Asadabas. Oh, this one's hit well, and this is hit hard, and it's going to be a Maximo.
And this again in our direction. So where is Gohar Manan? They come the balls.
Yeah, we can see why Manan's so busy. He's a ball magnet. This one, we would have had to have been 50 metres tall, and that's just the length that gives the batsman the opportunity to swing through the ball. Taran goes Maximo down the ground. He's going to try again, but this time he's found Manan. And he puts it down. Well, this is a rarity. And once again.
And was the big fish, Taran.
Don't get too much bigger. And now they're going to get another one, but there might be a run out here. Taran's going to sneak back for 2. Now this was low, and it's a really tough one. It was hit hard. But Manan, you just kind of expect him to take everything. But then when the throw came in, they take a second that's not there. And once again, it's Taran Singh who almost gets run out. And he basically has 2 let-offs in one ball. I mean, this one, I think, if that hits, he's gone. Back to live action. And the next one won't be caught by anyone. Maybe somebody in the dugout. That's the Maximo. And another one. And Singh goes to 36 of 12 balls. And he snuck the strike back. And he certainly made ACCB pay. And once again, Sukhbinder is tasting some Maximos in this middle over. And Taran, he is certainly making the most of his chances.
Last ball. And this is another 4.
Oh, another 4 for Taranjit Singh. He'll move up into the 40s. And at the end of the 5th over, the score will be 77 for 2. So what a start to this innings. And it's been big hitting, hasn't there? There's been a lot of clean striking of the cricket ball. There's been 6 4s, 6 Maximos in this first half of the innings. And I want to welcome everyone to our broadcast today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with the Bucharest Gladiators and Romanian national team player Pavel Florin. Well, Pavel, what a great contest we're seeing. And I think what we've seen so far is that anybody can beat anybody on a given day in Romania. And these 10-over contests, you just need 1 or 2 players to fire. And don't forget that you actually handed ACCB their first loss in this series. Since then, they did lose to United as well. But then looking ahead to tomorrow, of course, you'll have to play Cluj. And how do you think you'll go against Cluj? And what are your plans when you play Cluj?
We are prepared for every match, so it's not important is Cluj or another team. We go and fight. And you see also the second game, after we lose, we come back and recover everything.
Yeah, you certainly did, and it was a great comeback. So how did you pull yourself together this morning after that first loss? Of course, that actually put Banasa level on points with you, 1 win each. But did you have a talk about it in the team, or did you just decide to move on and keep playing? What happened between the first and second games today?
Well, so after the lose, we took out of our head everything is negative, and we say is another match, and let's get be a family, and in this mode we succeed.
Yeah, well, it certainly worked for you, and you had to contend with chasing again. And how do you feel about chasing? You seem to be the one team that seems to like chasing. You didn't win either of the tosses today, but
We lose all the tosses.
yeah, you lose all the tosses.
We want bet first, but never is coming.
Yeah, but you pulled off a couple of really good run chases, and who will forget the 140 that you chased
exactly.
against ACCB, but also a much smaller run chase in the second match of the day today in the 80s.
Maybe the another team have the better players, but we have the better spirit.
Yeah, well,
so
I mean,
this
there's no doubting the unity that you've got as a team and the Gladiators as a project. I mean, you're not too old as a team. I think you've been created in the last 12 months. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. And we have 6 different countries in our team, and we have also this native Romanian. We are there, and we want to create something nice and where everybody feel all right in this team.
Yeah, and the Romanians in your team, you're not just fielders. I mean, you guys have significant roles to play, particularly with the ball.
Yeah, we are bowlers the most there, but also with the bat we are good. But in this tournament is not going so well.
Yeah.
But it remain some games.
Yeah, well, you're led by Cosmin Zvoy as well, the first native-born Romanian to captain a cricket team. I think he's actually done a very good job since he's taken over the captaincy as well. Handled his bowl as well. But here's Hussein, who you never quite know what you're going to get. He's a bit like a box of chocolates in Forrest Gump. And this first one, this is hit really well. Clears the fielder. Maximo! Siva has hit the ball so well today, and every time he's come out, he's wasted no time getting going. And Periawa lifts the first ball after drinks up and out of the ground. 6 runs to Cluj. They are looking to avenge that loss. They went down by 6 runs in match 15. And Siva, he's just really hit the ball well from the first moment he's gotten out there today.
He's going very well today, Shiva.
He's facing up again to Afzal Hussain.
Wide ball.
Yeah, down the leg side. And just a wide. Probably could have been 4 or 6 because that fine leg is more of a deep backward square leg. Pretty much the first ball the over went straight over his head, but there's nobody finer than him. PC Durham thinks Gladiators may be a better suited to batting second. Well, perhaps. Certainly getting plenty of practice. This next one's cut away, and well, this is cut like a knife, and it slices through the field. It's a beautiful shot by Siva Periawa, and once again, he's playing shots all around the ground. Excellent shot.
And it's a huge score at 6 overs.
I know there's a lot of bears in Romania, but you don't want to poke the bear. And the Cluj, they were poked in the previous match. They weren't quite able to chase down the score in the 120s. They fell 6 runs short. Now they're looking to post a pretty imposing total of their own, but they might need them against a team that contains the likes of Gohamanan and Abdul Asif. Advances this time. I think they'll be satisfied with a single here. So what would you do then? Put your captaincy hat on, Pavel. If you're ACCB, is there anything you can do to try and break up this partnership?
They need a spinner or slow bowler.
Yeah. I mean, Binder did come on, but he went for 21, so that didn't work. But yeah, maybe someone with a slightly different look. They don't really have a genuine wrist spinning option, ACCB. Well, this one's hit well, and it's going to be another Maximo. 6 to the best from Taran Singh. He's had a couple of let-offs, but he's motoring towards another half century. He's up to 47 off 14 balls, and this is his 6th 6.
I tell you before, Taran is marching to 50 half century.
That one was smashed away, wasn't it? Just used the natural angle into him from Hussein. Oh, this one's hit even better. Yeah, this is right off the middle of the bat. You can forget it. This one's all the way over the tents. Maximo! Taran Singh. Oh, he brings up his half century. Another one in the series. 53 off 15 balls. Well, you'll have to see, but he is certainly capable of bringing up the 3 figures if he keeps hitting them like this. Hussain seems to have fixed most of his control problems, but he can't control what's happening at the other end at the moment. It's Taranjit Singh who's up and going. Can all change in one ball. Cut away nicely. It's a good bit of fielding. That's what you need to do at this stage. That's Doki. Backward point. You know, he's 55 years old, but you wouldn't know it. The way he throws himself around in the field, and even with the bat and the ball, he's a really impressive cricketer. It's the end of 6th over, and the 100 is already up for Cluj. They are flying. They're 17 and over as they hit 102 for 2 off 6. Well, if they keep going at this rate, they're going to score 170, and that will by far be the highest score in the series. But you know, even if they go at a 2 a ball kind of par rate from here, that's 150, and that would be, if that could be chased down, it would be the highest chase we'd ever seen on ECN. The highest successful chase is 150 from Italy this year. But long way to go. And here's a man that wants to stop the bleeding. Samiula to bowl the 7th over. This one's a miss hit. It hits the stumps, but they still will get a run. It's good alertness from the batsman. But I think the danger for a CCB is that both of these batsmen are hitting the ball really well. It's not just Taran doing it on his own and someone just trying to hit singles. Siva is hitting the ball really well in his own right.
Exactly, and
how's that for a partnership?
ICCB don't have answer yet.
49 off only 14 balls, this partnership. And so it's going to take something special to break it up, you feel. Kohar Manan had a really tough chance to take Taran. Low down, it was flat, it was hard. Slow ball. It's going to get called wide. And it's good to try things at this stage. That brings up the 50 partnership. And you can see that was a clear one. An important partnership, really. Now, I think if Siva's batting this well, I can see him batting at number 3. I don't see why he wouldn't bat him at number 3 or even open with him. This one is smashed, and this is how well he's hitting him. And Maximo! Siva hits his second, moves to 19 off 6. Yeah, think about this batting order. I mean, I think Nadagotla, he's a natural opener, and obviously Taran Singh is a natural opener. So I don't think in their best lineup, I don't think that either of those two are displaced. But what I've seen from Periawa this week, I think he's probably best suited at 3, and then maybe go to Rajshekara at 4, and then even Adapatu and Saini 5 and 6. I've got some other good players though I haven't even mentioned. I mean, Devray can bat well, and speaking of batting well, is another one. And Siva, well, he's certainly had his Biostrath. That's a Biostrath super strike. And well, he moves up to 25, and he is on fire here in match 16 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Romania.
And he's in hat-trick.
Yeah, he's gone. He's on a hat-trick. Batter's hat-trick, that is. This is an imposing total already. Goes again, but it's a miss hit. Just get past the bowler. But I identified it, didn't I? That the fact that Siva's hitting the ball so well, and you finally get him to the other end, and you've got Taran Singh staring at you from 22 yards. It's not easy for the bowler.
Not.
Taran's got to give him a lot of confidence as well that Periawa's doing so well at the other end. This one.
Full toss.
Yeah, miss hit though from Taran. Surprised me slightly. That could have easily been hit out of the ground, but some respite for ACCB. Once again, that 17 and over pace. They just keep on with it. I mean, the 119 off 7 would be 17 and over pace. We're fast motoring towards the highest score in this series. And there's 6 more here, and this is just a class shot from Periawa. And it was a kind of slower ball. It was dragged in, almost like a slower bounce up wide of the off stump. And he smashes it over backward point for a Maximo. And that's the end of the 8th over. There were 3 sixes in that over. It was a magical over. 22 came off it. And the score at the end of 7 is 124 for 2. Well, Pavel, I can tell you, there's more action around the corner, no doubt about it. And tomorrow is the final day of group matches And we'll have matches 17 through 20 starting at 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. in India. Starting with United versus Banasa. Now, Banasa, they need to win at least one of those games to at least force you guys to upset Cluj to make the Final Four. So United versus Banasa in the morning, then Gladiators, your guys versus Cluj. And who knows, you might need to pull off a win against Cluj to make the final. So if you need to, I'm sure you'll be giving it 100%. In fact, you might be giving it 1,000%, judging by what I saw from you guys earlier today. Sukhvinder Singh is back to bowl over number 8. And immediately,
he's coming.
That one's you. That would have taken out Florin. And once again, the emergency plan was into action. The equipment was under attack. And Taran Singh is doing the attacking. He moves into the 60s. Big Maximo to start the 8th over. It's go time now, isn't it? He jumped out the way of that one. You weren't jumping out the way of too many on the field.
Just missed my head.
Goes again, and you can forget this one. 6 more. It's 2 out of 2. Sukhvinder, well, he was able to rein it in the second over last match. But right now, the score is climbing. And 2 out of 2. Once again, we see a batsman on a hat-trick. Taran, I think he'll be trying to bring up 3 out of 3 this ball.
Hey, the problem is the morale. Nobody talk, nobody cheer the bowler, nobody move, nobody do something.
Yeah, I mean, exactly
they
right.
just collapse.
Yeah, certainly. We're going to see 3 out of 3. You know we will. This one's into the home dugout. Watch out, Maximo. 3 in a row from Taran Singh. Well, never mind 3 in a row. We have seen 6 sixes in an over earlier this year. Taran Vasekaran in Krefeld. Right now, it's hard to say that Taran won't do it.
3 or 3.
166 is the highest score in this series so far. ACCB themselves that made it. And well, there's another one. Yeah. That's 4 and 4. Maximo and Cuatro Maximos in the 8th over.
I think this is the first time when it's 4 sixes in Romania.
Well, if you like action, how do you like foreplay? 1, 2, 3, 4 out the door. And Taran.
And 2 more, and this is the perfect over.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's be.
The captain need to do something.
Well, how quick your day can change. I mean, Sukhvinder Singh was the hero in the last match, but right now, Singh is 80 and climbing. He'll get 5 out of 5. And watch out, Pav, that's another one for you. Whoa. That's the Maximo.
Again, Taran assault us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Maximo. And 30 on his back, 30 in the over so far. And will we see the magical 6 sixes in an over? We've only seen it once this year. Well, we need to cricket ball proof this commentary box very quickly because we are under attack. And Sukhvinder Singh, well, there's been 30. It's a supersonic over with a ball to go. So will we see the 6 sixes here in match 16? Oh, and he doesn't do it.
Miss it.
Oh, it's not the worst result because he will retain the strike. 100 partnership up in 24 balls. 31 off the over. And incredible stuff from Taran. The score at the end of 8. Well, I hope you got your calculator out. The score is 155 for 2.
I think the highest score was 166 or 65.
166 by ACCB, and that was against Banasa.
And Gohar Manan is make a century.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed. And right now, who's to say Taran won't? He's 87 off 24 balls. He's hit 12 sixes in this innings, and 5 of them in that last over alone. So, Keanu says, what a beast these kookaburras are flying. Well, he's talked about the spin option. Sukhvinder taking the responsibility. He goes for 52. And speaking of sixes, here's 6 more. Maximo!
Taran is not stop.
Can you believe it? I mean, this is an unprecedented assault on ACCB. No matter where they are landing, Taran's putting him over the ropes. Crazy stuff in the final match of the day. Spare a thought for the bowler, Sayedullah. And now here's 6 more. And there's no stopping him at the moment. And with that one, he moves to 99 on the verge of a memorable century. Taranjit Singh. Well, you got to tell him you're on 99. And will he just push the single? I think at this stage he's hitting him so well.
I think no single.
Taran on 99.
Another.
And he could be out on 99. He is.
Ooh.
Well, how about that for an anticlimax?
Oh,
And he
Taran.
never even looked like getting out in the last couple of overs. And perhaps the fact that he knew he was on 99, I don't think he really goes after this. He chips it, and well, that's disappointment
I'm
for
sorry for Taran.
Taran. But you know what? When you think about it, I mean, he did have a couple of really close calls along the way that he survived. But really, both teams applauding the innings of Taranjit Singh. He falls for 99 off 27 balls. I don't think we've seen a batsman out for a 99 before either. And in the end, they've already gone to the highest score in the series. It's 167 for 3 halfway through the 9th over.
Taran deserves a century after this show of sixes.
Yeah. It's just an incredible effort from Taranjit Singh. And
he missed the ball of perfect over, he missed the ball of century.
still, I think if you're given the choice between 6 and 99, which is what he scored in the 2 matches today, I think the 99, you feel a bit better. And what he's done really, most importantly, he's put his team in an excellent position. And well, the runs are going to keep on coming. And this time, it's down the leg side, and Seaver's going to pick up where Taran left off. He scores another boundary. He moves up to 36. Devray's out there with him now. And again, just a bit too straight. Worked off the hip, 4 more runs. Well, live chat's going crazy. Can you believe the 99? Razzle Islam saying, time machine stopped. He would have been the 15th century maker this year. This one in the air, and I think this has got the legs too, and it does. Maximo! Siva Kumar Periawa, he's up to 42 off 11 balls. And you know what? I mean, this sounds crazy, but I mean, the record score might be in range. 200, exactly 200 is the record score set by the Super Kings only around 3 weeks ago. And this one,
He's coming.
yeah, it'll be caught for sure. And it wasn't quite the middle of the hands for Manan, but he doesn't drop many. And he's probably already thinking about the kind of heroics that he'll have to achieve if they're going to chase this score down. He wouldn't put it past that man. He's a real destructive batsman right now in the field. He's doing what's required. That's the end of an excellent cameo, if you want to call it a cameo, from Periawa. He goes for 42 off only 12 balls, and he was scoring at 3.5 a ball. So the score now, at the end of 9 overs, it's 177 for 4. Well, that's why Rico always says, Pavel, it all happens in the 9th. And it certainly, there was a lot going on in the 9th over of the first innings of this match, match 16.
He's coming, Sadvid Nagola, I think.
Yeah, another Gottlieb who we've seen opening most of the time. But in this one, he will be batting at number 6. And I think that's just a case of rotating the order and giving a few more people an opportunity. Here's one man. We haven't seen too much of that. And it's Nishant Devray. He'll be on strike, and Mohammad Zakaria gets the chance to bowl over number 10. Well, Taran had a few close calls. I mean, it was almost fired, caught behind. And the correct decision was made. He got to continue his innings. Oh, also, a close run out after a drop catch. All the same ball, actually. And he went on, really made the most of those chances. And so, last overtime. I've got a question for you, Pavel Florent. Looks like they're going to score something around the 190 mark. Here's Zakaria. Starts with a wide.
Ball.
If there was ever a team that could chase down 190, do you think it could be this team? ACCB?
I don't know. Now the morale in the team is very down, so I don't think they have the power to fight.
This one's hit well, and it's going to be 6 more.
And again in our direction.
That's another one. I tell you what, Manan, he certainly will be warmed up when it's time for him to bat shortly. And this is a really nice shot. Nada Godla, well, he's not a bad man to come to the crease. He's been hitting the ball really well today. Scored 48 in the last match. He takes him in the 180s. Maybe that record score is under assault. But, having said that, the morale can change, especially if Manan gets going early. Abdul Asif, you might send him out there early and just have a real crack, throw all guns at Cluj. Goes again, but this one, I don't think it's going to carry to Manan this time. I'll probably come back for 2. Could be in trouble.
I
don't think he had the ball then.
think he's out.
Yeah, I don't think that he had the ball here. I think Zachary is probably saying, we'll have a look at it. But I think there's no doubt for me, I know he's well out, but have a look at the, for me. Yeah, for me, I think the ball may hit the stumps. So for me, it's the hand. Yeah, there's no doubt that it's not out for me because it's definitely the stumps that are broken by the hand. Now, whether the ball hits or not is kind of irrelevant after the stumps have dislodged the bails. I think Zachariah was the first to admit that. There was no contact, or even if the ball hit the stumps, he'd already broken the stumps with his hand. So it'll just be a 1-run difference in the end. Devray survives. It will go down as 2 runs. Where's the score? Have you got your abacus out, your calculator, your graph paper, all these things? It's going to be 2. So 186 for 4. That's still possible.
Yeah.
201 would be a new record. They won't get a boundary here, I don't think. Manan, he doesn't miss too many, so they'll just get the 1. Well, they think about maybe going for 2 to try and get Natagotla back down there, but they'll be satisfied with a single. Yeah, it's a funny game because I look back and this would be would be by far the biggest run chase we've ever seen, but ACCB, they're no bunnies with the bat. We know that. And they'll have to attack. This one, a lot of bat on it. Will they try for 2? I think Natagotla, he was open to it, but also I think he's pretty comfortable down the striker's end. So 188. If the 2 6s, they will get the 200. It'll equal the record set by Super Kings against Gozo.
Maybe a wide.
Maybe a wide as well, true. That game actually had the morning off in Malta. And we had a record 200-6 was the score in that game. This one really doesn't get up at all. See, that record is gone now.
That is not the case.
It's the highest score and the lowest score. They came up in the same game. 200, the other team, Gozo, made 6 all out. And that was one that we'll remember for a long time. And that team, Gozo, credit to them, they came back and they won a game in that series. And they went very close to making the finals, believe it or not.
6 all out?
6 all out.
Whoa.
This one is a filthy Chinese cut, and it's going to be 4, and it's going to take them up into the 190s. Well, the mercy rule comes in at 10 overs. The mercy is that for ACCB, their day in the field is over. And this is what I sometimes think. Fielding back-to-back innings, 20 overs in a row. It's certainly a lot of time to spend out there, especially when you're chasing leather for most of it. And at the end of that breathtaking 10 overs, it's 193 for 4, Cluj, led by 99 from Taran Singh. But he certainly had a lot of support acts during that 10 overs. And we have a look at some of the highlights. It was Cluj that won the toss and elected to bat. And after going down by 6 runs, it was the danger zone down the ground at mid-off. We were in trouble, weren't we, a few times? But this is Manan. And he picked up Vasu Saini early, who opened the batting in this game. He was only able to make 8. And though Red Shaker batted a lot better than last time, he did face 11 balls again, but instead of 1 this time, he was able to compile 23 runs, and he's coming back into a bit of form. Now, this is a big moment in the match. Just flicks the back pad. Look, for me, there's no doubt at all that it was off the pad flap. Red Shaker went after 1 too many. He was dismissed for 23, and that brought Sivakumar Perialwa to the crease. And certainly Siva has batted really well today, and they put together a huge partnership and made all the difference, and in quick time as well. That partnership was worth 113 runs, and it came up in 28 balls. So just crazy, crazy hitting. Now, there was an opportunity in the middle to get Taran, and it was a tough one. But it was
a show of 6s.
Really, it was raining 6s. I mean, if you count up the 6s in this innings, there were 21 Maximos. That's 126 of those runs coming in sixes. And you're right. I mean, there were some of these hits, they were big enough to bring rain on a sunny day in Bucharest. And it seemed like nothing could stop Taranjit Singh as he just went one after another, after another. He got to 99 and then, well, something that nobody saw coming. Zakaria held on to the catch at deep mid-wicket. And, well, in the end, one short of the magical milestone. And Manan actually got Periawa last over, scrambling for every run. Zakaria breaking the stumps with his hands. And once that was checked, he did not get that run out. Ball isn't what broke the stumps. We have a look at the scorecard, and it was dominated by one man. And, well, I often say 99 can be the most heartbreaking number, but it could have been a lot worse for Taranjit Singh because he survived a few close calls along the way. And of course, he only went for 6 in the previous game. And we have a look at this scorecard, 99 from him, 27 balls, 14 Maximos, just the one boundary in the 99. 14 sixes, that's 84 runs in sixes. Ably assisted by Rajshekar at 23 off 11, but Periawa, I think he's batted so well today, 42 off 12. And Devray and Nadagotla finished it off in the last over. 193 for 4, and look, not too many extras either, just the 7 extras. So really, most of the damage was done with the blade for Cluj. Incredible stuff. And if you have small children, this would be the time to get them to turn away from the screen because there's some grievous bodily harm in the bowling figures. And, well, worst of all, Sukhminder Singh, the hero of the last game. He conceded 53 runs in his 2 overs. The spin option, the most expensive of the bowlers. And say it all, it picked up 3 wickets, but a substantial cost. 40 came off his 2 overs, and really no one escaped. Abdul Asif, the best of the bowlers, 1 for 23. He was the only one with what you might call regular economy rate. And so 193 for 4. It will certainly be the biggest chase ever if they had to do it. But if there's one team here that I think are capable of scoring a score like that in the second innings, it's ACCB. But everything will have to go right for them. We'll see you shortly for the run chase. Always a quick turnaround. Last game of the day. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo along with Pavel Florin. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Moravlesia Cricket Ground in Romania for the final time today. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu with you for the European Cricket Network. And we have seen some fireworks, haven't we, in the last match of the day. Cluj trying to avenge their loss in match 15. They went down by 6 runs and they certainly came out with like a team with a point to prove. They struck 193 runs off their 10 overs. Led by 99 by Taranjit Singh and ably assisted with some support cast. And well, Taran just having a word to the openers saying, well, I've shown you how to do it. Now maybe you want to try it. And if there are a couple of players that can do some destruction, you're looking at them right there. I think those two, along with Abdul Asif, would be the real big 3 for ACCB. And it would be, by some margin, it would be the biggest run chase ever if they were to do it. But the previous highest score in this series was ACCB. And joining me in the commentary box for the first half of this game, a man we had yesterday in for a little while, it's Farouk Hosseini. Hello, Farouk, and how's your day been?
Hey. Good afternoon to everyone, and very warm welcome here in Vlasy, Cricket Ground European Cricket Series.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
And I'm very glad to see you here again.
I'm very happy to see you as well.
And well, but what happened?
Well, you were very happy because I know you're a big ACCB supporter, and you got over the line by 6 runs, just 6 runs in the first game today that you played against Cluj. Yeah. But now you have chased 194, so things have changed very quickly, haven't they?
No, I don't think so. This is too hard, but luck is always with the ICCB. And I was watching the first match that on my work, but it was luck for ICCB, and I think that it's hard, but you can't say nothing about the cricket.
Well, I mean, it's been entertaining, hasn't it? I mean, no matter who you support.
If they go will play well in it, like Taran, then they can chase. But you can't say nothing finally in the cricket, and everything is possible.
Yeah, everything is possible.
If they can make, and they can chase also.
You might remember a match which I'll talk about in a second, which this may remind me of, depending on the start. The start is going to be a terrible one because first ball, it's a wicket. And can you believe it? Cluj, they are on fire. And, well, just the start you didn't want when you're chasing 194 for victory. Manan goes very first ball. And the second time, he's gone for a golden duck in this series, Mishra. Now, it was just a kind of length ball outside the off stump. And Sivakumar Periawa, what a day he's having. Catch is taken. And, well, that's one you won't be happy with, Farouk. The first wicket goes down, no score on the board.
It's hard luck with Gore, and I think that's a good look for the Cluj. And they got the best batsman, Gohar. And there were so many chances to win this match today. And it will be good afternoon for them.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You might think 99 is the most disappointing score to make. Well, Taranjit Singh made 99. Manan made 0. I can tell you that Taranjit's smiling and Gohar Manan isn't. So, worst case scenario for ACCB, I should say. And the score, none for 1. And so, this is why.
And Digor also dropped the catch after Taran, and that's why he made so many runs.
Yeah, and he doesn't drop many catches at all.
Yes, of course.
He doesn't drop many. He's probably the safest pair of hands. But these cricket balls, when hit hard and they hit flat like that, I mean, occasionally you're going to get one that just pops out of your hands. So,
well, I think that we've seen so many tower in the scoreboard today. Yesterday was like to see some tower, but it was towering innings today.
Well, you know what? I'm going to have to get you to watch out, Farouk, because so many balls have been hit in this direction.
Yeah.
And this man is certainly capable of hitting a few. This is Abdul Asif, who comes out after only 1 ball. And I suppose what you could say about Manan, at least he only used the 1 ball, but we're hoping to get a lot more runs out of him. So, Mishra, immediate success. He's gone for the buzz cut. Very, very short. And it's working for him. Wicket, very first ball. Huge wicket of Manan. Now, here's the task of bowling to Abdul Asif, who has to go from ball 1, you'd think. And, well, a little bit of bat on this. It's going to be 4. So, Mishra, as he will do, just can straight down the leg side. He gets that natural in-swing, doesn't he? And Asif is away off the very first ball.
Not easy for the keeper either. If he's back, maybe there's an opportunity to catch that. But certainly when you're up, the deflection takes it away from your gloves. So 4 to start as if's innings. Is he going to do something special here in match 16? Oh, this one is special, and this one is nailed. And you don't want to go anywhere because the action's going to keep coming. He has to go for his shots. The first maximal of the innings to Abdulaziz. And he smashed that one out of here. Farouk, that was a beautiful sound off the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, of course. And it's a favorite shot and the favorite zone to hit.
Yeah, he loves that
And
mid-on
he
region.
played also well, and let's see what he does today.
Yeah, it's good comeback. Good comeback from Mishra. I mean, the pace, to give you an idea, they basically need to be, let's say, 39 runs off every 2 overs. I call it 40 runs off every 2 overs. That's 20 and over, essentially. And that is pretty significant. And if they could potentially do it here, 6 and a 4 off the last 2 balls, but I mean, it's going to be a colossal effort if they can do it. Well, there's 6 of them, and we waited for it. And I told you, if there's one man that is able to score at this rate, it's Abdul Asif. And just like that, he's on 16. And the game I was thinking about was when Australia made 434 in a 50-over match against South Africa.
Yeah.
And that was far and away a record at the time.
Of
and then
course.
the very next innings, South Africa made 438 with a ball to
Of course. I
spare.
remember that match. It was unbelievable.
Get to the other end. So they get 17 off the first over. 17 for 1 will be the score. And that's just something to think about.
But mostly in the history of cricket, what I was saying, and in the cricket, the most of the time, the highest score chased.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I was talking about the South Africa.
Yeah.
434. It was big total, but it chased. And let's see what the SSB do today, if they make a history or not.
Yeah, well, it'll certainly be a huge effort, especially with your star.
Yes, of course.
Manon going first ball. And I thought I had shades of that kind of match with just knowing how talented the batsmen you've got. I mean, you've got Sharjit, you've got Azif, you've got Manan.
Yeah.
But Manan already back in the shed.
But that big damage of Mana. It's big damage. But it's cricket.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, that South Africa match versus Australia, when Australia made 434, apparently, it might have been callous for South Africa. Got back in the change room. Said, what do you think? Said, I think they're about 10 short. And so it proved as this first ball from the youngster, Safi Ahmed, is called a wide.
And yesterday I was waiting for Pakistan's victory against England, 333, but they've chased. Absolutely 5 or 4 players. There was absolutely new in the team.
Yeah.
But they chased.
It's a very fascinating series, that one at the moment. Here's Ahmed. Goes down and hits it well, and he's going to get 4. That's just a class cricket shot. As if he's pinched the strike back, and you know that he's going to try and go big in this power play, and they probably need about 60-something in the power play to just stay on the rate. And the youngster, Safi Ahmed, is only, I think, 16 years of age, and so it's a big opportunity for him, but he has to just keep running in and bowling and just hope that Asif slips up somewhere along the line. This is a pretty good one, but it gets called wide, just a little bit too wide of that wide line. We've seen some super striking of the cricket ball.
He was talking about the extras on today, but what I think that they didn't miss any ball.
Yeah, you know,
Hit all the time.
In the first innings, I think there were only 7 extras in that 193. So often, if you get a total that big, a lot of them are extras. Certainly wasn't the case in this match. This is hit well, and it's caught. Well, how's he caught this? Vasu. And this is a huge wicket. Asif, I thought that was heading for us. But Vasu Saini has had a great day in the field, and he somehow found a way to rein it in. And I think it was just in one hand, and it kind of slipped out. He clutched it to his opposite forearm. Have a look at this. And just pops out, but he's able to keep control of the ball. So Asif, well, he gave it a real crack, but he goes for only 20 of 7 balls. All action all the time. That's what we expect in this FanCode European Cricket Series. It's 23 for 2. And unfortunately, Asif is back in the pavilion.
Yes, catch has been matches, and a good catch, and it's not good for ICCB, but this is cricket, this is game, and who will win that will play good.
Yeah, exactly.
Good performance.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hand it to Cluj. They had to be disappointed after going down. I mean, it was the last ball match. They needed 6 to tie off that last ball. And you
Yeah,
know,
in the last match.
yeah, I mean, and so they've
Which was
come out and they've picked themselves up. They're obviously really, really hungry for a good result. They won the toss. I think it's always a good toss to win and bat
Yeah.
first. All the captains know. As soon I've been doing all the coin tosses in the middle, and as soon as that coin landed, Aaron Kumar, he just nodded. He didn't even have
Yeah.
to say anything. It was he just knew that he was going to bat and he was going to try and put a big score on the board, and he certainly did. 193 runs. So Binder.
Well, I think that in the first match it was good luck with the ISSAB and hard luck for them. And the second match, Cluj played very well.
Now we've got a situation where every team this week has won a match and every team this week has lost a match.
Yeah, of course.
It shows you nobody's invincible and no one's an easy beat, and that's why I think it's fascinating. Even when we get to finals day, and there probably is a bit of space between the top 3 and the bottom 2 teams, but whoever's fourth, they can easily win and progress.
Yeah.
Here is Ahmed. Short, but down leg side. Will be called a wide. This is this T10 format. Anything can happen. Sometimes you have teams that seem like one team is quite strong and the other maybe has 1 or 2 players that are strong. But those 1 or 2 players can win the match for them in a 10-over match. That's why I think it's the most entertaining
And
form of the
T10,
game.
T20, just 2-3 hours is if you do bad, the bowlers bowl badly and they can lose the match. And any batsman can bat it well, you can win the match.
Yeah.
Like Taran, 27 balls, 99 and 27 balls.
Yeah.
And the other one, I think that's 44 and just a few balls.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, here's the thing. If ACCB are not going to chase this 194 down, which you'd have to say, you know, they're probably not. Swing and a miss again. If they're not going to chase it down, they have to make as many runs as possible, because the net run rate can be important, because, you know, they may have a situation where they're level on points with, say, United, for example, and then the net run rate may decide who's second and who's third. And if you get second, you get the double chance in the final.
Yeah.
And we saw this a couple of weeks ago in Hungary. This is well bowled. Watch out, this one is over the top. And there's some more fielding practice for us in the commentary box. It's Maximo. 6 runs nailed over. Long off. Good shot. Just leaned back and smacked it over the infield. Yeah, so we had that situation 2 weeks ago. 3 teams had equal points, but they were split on net run rate. So the margin of victory or defeat is important. And that team that finished third, it was the Cobras. They got knocked out straight away. And so you are kind of susceptible if you don't finish in the top 2, because if you lose one game, you'll be out of the tournament. This one's hit well as well. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo. Well, all up. He's out there for a reason. He rolls the dice and comes up double sixes. So he's trying to keep them at the rate. It's the end of 2 overs, and it's 37 for 2. And that was a magical over. They got their 20 off that over from Safi Ahmed. All right, I said they need to be about 39 off every 2 overs.
Yeah.
And at the moment, look, despite the 2 wickets there, the
Well,
37.
Important wicket has gone.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? It's the 2 batsmen.
And Asif.
The 2 batsmen that are out are huge batsmen for ACCB. That was the catch from Vasu Saini there. That was really impressive. And you said it. Catches win matches.
Of course, and I'm looking that Gohar dropped the catch of the run, and he punished so badly.
Here it is. Look at this. Bang. Pulls it in, and it slips out of his hands, but he just doesn't panic. He just grips it. And
He didn't
kind of
pull his hand. I was watching it. It did pull his hand.
Yeah, I think came out of his one hand, and then he just kind of like gripped the ball against his forearm. And so, you know, it's hard to, you can't really criticise Manan's fielding, because his fielding's been outstanding all week, but that is certainly one that he would have loved to have clung on to. Might have saved him a few runs. Right now, here is Nishant Devray with the ball, and immediately he's tucked away, and Shaji Asad Abbas gets off to a very good start, taking his first ball away for 4. And Abbas, well, he's been out there a long time, but that's actually the first ball that he's faced, and he sends it to the boundary.
Abbas was facing first ball. I didn't know.
Yeah, he was opening the batting, and the first 2 overs, he hasn't been on strike once, and he's watched all this carnage from the other end.
Yes.
Devray around the wicket. Well, this one's hit so hard.
Yes.
Well, this ball's going to come back oval, because that one was really spanked square at the wicket, and the results for Devray. Back-to-back boundaries to start the 3rd over.
Abbas should repeat the yesterday's inning, and then anything can happen with Cluj.
Yeah, anything can happen. Well, I mean, the other thing is, anything can happen. You look at the Gladiators win over ACCB. They came back from what looked like an impossible position. And right now, this looks like an impossible position. And they need to be...
197 or 190 or 194.
Yeah. I mean,
if they can chase, then it's happen.
It'll be a new record.
Yeah.
And this is much better from Devray.
I think that is highest score till today.
Yeah, the highest score in this series previously was 166 by
166
ACCB.
by ACCB, yeah.
That's when Manan scored that century. It was a very memorable innings. But
it's hard luck for Taran that Lala got his catch on 99 on the boundary.
I know, but I mean...
I was talking to Zakaria that which we would like to call in field. He said Lala. It's good.
Well,
so that's why I'm calling him Lala.
Yeah, well, I can understand why. Because he's had a lot of the ball, Zakaria, as well. He's had a lot of the ball out there. He's in a bit of a hot spot, that deep mid-wicket. But right now, I mean, ACCB, like I say, I think they need to try and put as many runs on the board as they can. If they can get, 140, 150 even, I mean, that'd be a great result for them. Yeah. Just reduce the margin. This one smacked away, and it's probably going to be 4 more. It will be. Well, we're going to have to look for a few cricket balls in that part of the ground because a lot have gone in there. And 4 more to the total. Devray's been quite expensive so far. Shaji is after him. And you can already see, potentially, this is a battle we could see on finals day at some point. Maybe even the final. So these two teams really sparring against each other in these group matches. This is in the air, and it's a total miss hit. Vasu, well, he's not going to drop this, and he takes it. This is much more standard catch for Vasu Saini at mid-off. And once again, ACCB, they're going down swimming. It's going down swinging, I should say. I wouldn't mind going swimming today. It's the 3rd wicket to fall, and it falls off the last ball of the 3rd over. After 3 is 49 for 3. Well, Shaji, another big hitter in the shed. And this looks like Karthikeyan that's coming out to bat into the power play. So 5 outfielders can be employed. And maybe a bit of fortune that it was still the power play, because otherwise Sayani probably goes back onto the boundary. And this time was just hit straight down his throat at mid-off in the circle. So have a look at that. I hope they got permission for some of those towers, because they... That's a proper Manhattan. A lot of skyscrapers there. Look how many overs are above 20 for Cluj in the first innings. And it's been a pretty good start. And ordinarily, you'd say 49 in the power play. You're in great shape, but just so many runs to chase in this innings. Now they're going to go for Ravindra Athapaththu, Cluj team. He's actually, I think he's probably the quickest of the bowlers for Cluj CC. He's been a good pickup, and didn't see him in ECL 19, but he has joined the club since that tournament. You've seen him featuring in the European Cricket Series. Ravi bowled very well earlier. Bowled very well to Manan earlier, actually, as well. And you know that Gohar Manan, he'll be very hungry for some runs next time that ACCB play, and that will be on finals day. But, you can have a good player like Manan, and he can score a pile of runs, but then finals day, especially, that's why the top 2 is so important, because let's say he fails in the 3 versus 4 match.
Yes.
It could be all over. And that's how brutal this format of the game is. I can tell you, he will want to score some big runs on the weekend.
It's necessary for ACCB that he bat well. And then they can chase, or they can give a good total to any one team.
Bang. See you later, ball. Don't even bother trying to find that one. That's going to be an orphan. And we won't see it again. And it's a smashed shot. How about that? Samiullah absolutely whacking this one. Tough for length. And I say he's got a bit of pace about him. Athapaththu, well, had a bit of pace off the bat. Maximo. And we'll think about the rest day tomorrow. I don't think Manan will be resting. His mind will be ticking over. He'll be thinking about what he has to do on Saturday.
Yeah.
ACCB trying to defend their trophy. This one's hit hard as well, but Taran is patrolling the boundary. And not too many leaks in that wall. But it's an interesting format, isn't it? Because of that top 2. That's why these games are so important. If we didn't have that top 2 to shoot for, then these games wouldn't mean so much. But the double chance can mean the difference between staying in the tournament and getting knocked out on finals day with a loss. Adabatu gets this one right. So tell me, who do you think would be favourite at the moment to lift the trophy, just based on what you've seen this week, Farouk? Is there a clear-cut favourite, or do you think that the team...
No. I think that which was the bad thing for SSEB, that they bowled so many short deliveries and got punished and towering 6, and that's why they have the bad one to chase in 194. But it's cricket, and can't say nothing, because who can get the punish?
Yeah.
They played well,
Yeah.
and they are playing well. They don't miss any fielding catches.
Yeah.
And the SCCB side, he was watching that they have dropped catches, so many short deliveries. So that's why 194.
Yeah.
And
You can't see it happening very often against ACCB.
It's huge total.
You can't see it happening very often at all. This one, I felt like there was a bit of a nick on this. And I think this has just climbed away from Natty Gotler. He does make the stop. I'll have a look at this on the replay. I think there's definitely some bat on this. Look at that. And it just flew. And Natty Gotler doesn't miss many behind the stumps, but he just was a little bit late on that. He does keep the ball in the ballpark. And it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 59 for 3. So I think they wanted to be around the 78 mark at this stage. You can see how quickly you can fall off the rate. Let us know how you've enjoyed today's action in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Also subscribe to our channel and press the notifications button. We'll let you know when the cricket is happening, and I can give you a clue every single day, as long as it's not Sunday. Even we need to rest on the 7th day of the week at the moment, but Mondays to Saturdays, 4 matches a day. And certainly have had some high quality entertainment this week from Romania. And speaking of high, this ball's in the air, and it's an excellent catch at third man. So another one goes down, and well, he almost got himself with the throw. But is that Sohail Sheikh down there, I think, that takes the catch. But it was a nice bit of fielding. Have a look at this one. It was in the air, but you see there, he throws it away with delight, and he's so happy about it. But watch out, because you've got to be careful where it lands. And he nails himself. But anyway, it's another wicket down. The 4th wicket falls. 59 for 4 now in the 5th over. Yeah, well, I was just thinking about maybe who's favourite. But I mean, maybe Cluj deserves that tag because of the depth they've shown, the way they've...
Of course, and they deserve to win this match.
But you mean
they played
ACCB
well.
beat Cluj just 1 match ago. So ACC beat Cluj last game. Have a look at this again. And the catch was taken. Sohail Sheikh. So Fuller goes for 20. And well, luckily...
Next is Lala, I think, in the field here.
Yeah.
Lala.
And this one is in that direction again, but this time I don't see any fielders getting near this. And well, 3 of them will converge, but none of them will be able to stop the ball crossing the rope. It's 4 runs. And here's the man you call Lala, Mohammad Zakaria, gets off the mark with a boundary. Actually, that's Kartikian because they crossed, of course, while that ball was in the air, but Zakaria is at the other end. And so, I mean, you always throw United into the equation as well. You can't count them out either because the Thiessen, the Romanian national team captain, is in their lineup. You know what a good player he is. They've got plenty of talent. Saini gets this one straight on a good length. And what do you think, you guys in the chat? Who do you favour to lift the trophy? It certainly isn't clear cut. We've seen that any team can beat any other team this week. And so a lot of people thinking that 194 might have been on at the start of this innings, but it was always going to be difficult, wasn't it? And especially if you lost those early wickets. So it's kind of worked out.
And the very first ball, if you lose the wicket and you're chasing 194, it's hard.
In the air.
Another one.
Well, it should have been. It should have been another one. And
Zakaria's lucky.
Anand Rajshekara. It's a similar one from Vasily Saini. Just had to reach for it, but this time he couldn't reel it in. So it's all happening very fast. You know they're going to go for their shots. I mean, they're actually scoring at a really good rate. I mean, normally if you're in the high 60s, the 5 over mark. We're in really good shape. And Farouk, well, I just want to thank you again for joining us in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sandu, and I'm thankful to you and to all of your team, and very glad to see you here. And I think that I'll try to come tomorrow and see you tomorrow too.
We'd love to have you here. Of course, your team will have the day off. ACCB, this is the final group match. Maybe not the way that you wanted to finish. This one probably would have been out. They might think about an overthrow. Instead, they might think about having a drink. At the end of 5 overs, it's 66.
65. Yeah, 66.
66 for 4 now with that single. So the players will have a quick drink. It gives us a chance to say thanks once again to Farouk Hosseini.
Thank you very much
for joining us in the commentary box. And we know, and look who's coming back in. He's just catching some rays.
Yes,
Pavel Florin in the background. But, you know, like I say, ACCB, it's not the way they wanted to finish their campaign. But still, they can be very proud to have 5 wins out of 8 matches.
Of course,
and,
yes.
And the only losses they had the one to the Gladiators first, which is a real surprise.
Yeah.
They had the one to United and one today to Cluj. But that means they've all beaten those teams once. So they've actually beaten every team. So
yeah,
certainly your guys, they can have the confidence, whoever they come up against in the finals, that they have beaten them along the way.
Of course, that they have beaten the other teams and also Cluj in last match.
Yeah.
So I think that the coming match will be good matches, and the boys will perform well.
Now I'm going to ask you something. There's a lot of people out there watching from the subcontinent as well. Would you like to say something in your mother tongue, in your native language, and welcome all of our viewers that are watching from that part of the world?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Farouk Al-Hosseini, उधर से क्रिकेट ग्राउंड बुखारेस्ट रोमानिया से आपसे मुखातिब है, और यहाँ मैं अपने साथी कमेंटेटर जो बड़े एक्सपर्ट, सीनियर और बड़े स्मार्ट कमेंटेटर हैं, अवनी सांडू, इनके साथ हूँ। पाउल हमारे साथ हैं, और बड़ा खूबसूरत मंज़र, हमारे एक तरफ दरिया बह रहा है, दूसरी तरफ जंगल है, और बड़ा खूबसूरत दरिया और जंगल के दरमियान घिरा हुआ ये उदासी क्रिकेट ग्राउंड। यहाँ बड़ा दिलचस्प मैच हो रहा है क्लूज और ACCB के दरमियान। आप सभी लोगों को मैं मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ, ICCB को भी मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ कि उन्होंने बड़े अच्छे इंतज़ाम किए, बड़ा अच्छा कमेंटेटर, बड़े अच्छे अंपायर, बहुत अच्छा इंतज़ामात, और ये रोमानिया के लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि यहाँ क्रिकेट को फ़रोग़ दिया जा रहा है। यंगस्टर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आइंदा भी ICCB यूँ ही रोमानिया को सपोर्ट करेगी, और यहाँ जो है अच्छे मैचेस होंगे और हम इंजॉय करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ़ यू, and I think that tomorrow I'll join to my senior commentator and smart commentator and very sweet voice commentator, Mr. Vinny Sandhu and Paul, the experts, our team, and until Khuda Hafiz and goodbye.
And thank you to you, Farouk. I really enjoyed having you in the commentary box, and we'll see you again, hopefully before the end of the week. And we're going to go back to the action on the field now, and we're going to have an impossible chase really in the last 5 overs of the day. So there's a lot of runs to get in 5 overs. That was Farouk Hosseini. Very, very kind things about me, and I do appreciate it. He's a lovely man. And well, speaking of lovely, Gaurav Mishra starts the 6th over in style. He gets this one straight, and unfortunately, Vakatigian gets a short stay at the crease. And he only is able to contribute 8 in this response to a mammoth score of 193 from Cluj. Over goes the castle. And you wonder now, ACCB, it's been a long day, and you see there, everyone has to walk past Taran on the way off. And there's certainly a bit of discussion, but this game being played in very good spirits. And we're going to see Isfahan Doki coming to the crease, the veteran. And I certainly love watching him go about his business. He just loves playing the game of cricket. And you see this ball from Mishra. This is where you want to be. Not too much fanfare. And Karthikeyan said, well, you just wait, Taran. I think we'll probably see you guys again in the finals, and it might be a different story. Gaurav Mishra, certainly a close shave that he has had in the last 24 hours. And get the chance to bowl the veteran, Isfahan Doki. 55-year-old. Mishra. It's a pretty good ball first up. I think it's just sneaking down the leg side. And he got that. There's a ping. It's just to get so much in swing as we welcome back Pavel Florin to the commentary box. And have a look at this Mishra. Certainly does swing the ball a lot, doesn't he? Look at that left to right. And I think that hits him maybe just in line with leg stump. That was going on to miss.
Yeah, I think he's not out. And I am back.
Nice to have you back.
And I see Cluj is doing well. So it's not very hard with this score.
This will be a no ball. It's just pushed it 2 full this time. And this will be a free hit coming up. And it's always really annoying when you hit a free hit for a single, when you hit a no ball for a single, because then the other batsman gets the free hit, and you feel like you've earned that free hit because you were facing it. You were the one in danger.
Yeah.
Right? It was your rib cage on the line.
But stay to see how he's managed this no ball.
It's a team game. Free hit.
Ooh.
Well, you won't be stumped here because it's free hit, and as long as you turn around immediately, then you can't be stumped. You can't be run out. I mean, the only way you could be run out is if you didn't make an immediate attempt to regain your ground. So even though you see he's stumped by a mile, Loki will just wander back. And nice bit of practice for Natty Gotler though. Sometimes that confuses people. The stumped versus run out debate, but pretty much the easiest way I could explain it on a free hit situation, if you come out of your crease to play the shot, as long as you then turn around and make an immediate attempt to regain your ground, then you'll be completely fine. But if you just stay there, or if you look to attempt to run, then you maybe run out. It's a good ball from Mishra. This is where you need to be. A lot of people like the commentary in the Hindi Urdu language, and a lot of people saying very nice things about Farouk, which I think is fantastic because he's a wonderful human being. It's been great to have him making a couple of cameos in the commentary box. I know he's a busy man. At one point we had over 10,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube, and that's not even to mention
10,000.
what we see on FanCode. Some staggering numbers. Mishra gets a bit of bounce this time. And thank you for everyone for your wonderful comments as well. And we do appreciate them, and we don't have time to read them all out because there's so many. I know a lot of people also watching on our Facebook page at European Cricket. The stream is on there. You might be watching on our YouTube channel. Slow ball from Mishra.
Slow ball, but
Goodbye ball. This is turns into a full toss, and Doki, well, the 55-year-old, he sends it over the 55-metre boundary, and that's a Maximo, and he'll finish the 6th over. Nice strike by the veteran.
you need to take a slow ball to have success.
Yeah, that was just slow,
It's
not
slow
slow, not slow enough. That's what you're saying. It's the end of the 6th over. 75 for 5. But normally you're 75 off 6 overs, and you think you're doing pretty well. 12 and a half, more or less a par. Kind of run rate maybe slightly above, but you can see the wickets they've lost along the way. It's going to make it really hard to press for a score of that kind of 125 to 140, which maybe they'd be happy with, just to reduce the margin of this loss. ACCB. But thank you to all of you out there.
I think he's an injury on the field, and it's a change.
It's Anand Rajshekara who, when we attempted that catch, and he just maybe copped it on the end of a finger or the thumb, and so probably as a precaution they'll take him off. The 12th man can enter the field, and you can see that Sukram Sahi is the 12th man in this game, so see him enter the field for Cluj. Might be the last we see of Anand today. So he comes on, all field in mid-wicket in the circle, and I think it's a good opportunity to try a couple of different bowlers. And I say different, but we certainly saw Cluj use some of these bowlers yesterday, and it's going to be Arun Kumar to bowl himself. And the 7th over getting underway, and he certainly had some success, picked up a couple of wickets. You don't see him bowling as much these days. I think that's just a sign that the Cluj bowling is actually pretty strong. They've got a lot of options, don't they, Pavel?
Yeah, they have a very strong bowling team, also batting. They are a complete team. but just stay and see the captain.
Here is Arun. Well, it's hit in the air, and it's going to be in the gap. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 runs. That one just carrying the boundary. And, well, you might as well keep swinging. Arun, welcome to the bowling crease. I'll welcome you. And Lala goes boom, boom. 6 runs. Nice shot over cover. This time gets a bit of an edge. And this is why you wear a helmet when you're keeping. I think it'll take some stopping. Fancy bit of footwork from Sohail Sheikh. And pretty good piece of fielding. It was really close, wasn't it? In the end.
I think he's safe.
He just made it, yeah, but it went whistling past Nadagotla's ears. Just got it down, lucky. But it was pretty fancy bit of fielding, but he recovered quickly, didn't he? And he absolutely horned that in. I'll save those direct hits for when you really need
Good
them,
throw.
I guess. Powerful throwing arm.
Yeah, very good.
He's one man we haven't seen bowl, Sohail Sheikh. They tried almost everybody else. The Cluj team. Just looking my way down this lineup. And this one is a wicket for Kumar. And he comes on in a situation where he knows the batsman to go after him. And Zakaria, after hitting a nice 6 over cover, Arun gets his revenge. 6 wickets down now. 83 for 6 in the 7th over. So, running out of time, running out of wickets. I don't think there's any coincidence that we're hitting viewing number records in the ECS with you involved in the tournament and some of the players that the viewers have fallen in love with since the ECN has been in existence, and certainly provide us with a lot of entertainment in this tournament.
This is sure.
Now look at this though. Watch out. Bales, stumps flying everywhere. Balls flying everywhere. And Gotla has a chat with his captain. He's probably saying, don't you worry. It won't even matter where the fielders are because I'm just going to keep whacking those stumps over. Who's going to come out now?
His number 8. 8.
Yeah, I think this is Saidullah who's coming out. It is.
Said.
He can bat a bit as well, but I mean, the task is so great, isn't it? And you actually start to wonder if they'll even bat out their 10 overs. Depends what their approach is. I mean, it's strange. It's hard to see it at this stage. Well, we've still got 24 hours to go in the group stages, but you know, it could come down to net run rate. If they say a ton with United, well, Arun, where did this come from? Camera 2, then camera 3. And talk about the pace. That's gone for 4. I think it's just come off the glove. This is really, it's given buys. I thought it came off the glove. We'll have a look at this. Oh. Bang, it really takes off, and it goes right past his nose. And this is why we like to see batsmen wearing helmets. Back to live action. Next one. Well, next one, he knocks him over. And so, well, it's a bit disconcerting when you have the ball going past your nose. It's got to make you a little bit concerned. And this is the very next ball. Arun, for the second time, knocks over the timber. I think that...
Very good ball.
Well, Saidullah was pretty happy that's over. And that was downright scary, that previous one. The next one, for the second time in this series, Kumar picks up 2 wickets. And the score, it's 87 for 7. Yeah, that was a funny one, the ball before. We haven't seen many doing that on this pitch. If anything, the occasional one stays down. Arun, he's suddenly, I think he's feeling, he thinks he's Shoal Bakhtar or something like that. Arun just off a few paces.
On the crease, Muhammad Ishaq.
Yeah, Ishaq comes to the crease at number 9. But Arun used to bowl more off-spin, didn't he? Used to bowl more off-spinning deliveries. But now it seems like he's really concentrating on these kind of seam-up slow mediums. But wasn't that slow that took off. And Ishaq is careful. End of the 7th over.
It's 87 for 7. Coming up tomorrow, Pavel, you'll be very interested to know what is ahead on a fantastic Friday on ECN, day 5, the last day of group matches. United taking on Banasa in the morning, but then in the afternoon, the Gladiators, your team, and you just have that feeling with your team that anything is possible, but can you spring a surprise and can you push Cluj tomorrow in matches 19 and 20?
Just stay and hope we win. To say like that.
You certainly have a lot of talent in your team, and there's a few ex-Cluj players in there, of course. And Cluj releasing a few players in the creation of the Gladiators organisation. See that last one, a really nice one from Aaron Kumar. Anyway, let's go back to live action, and it's Safi Ahmed to bowl. Starts with a dot, so 3 overs remaining in the day. 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. in India. That's when you need to tune in tomorrow morning. That United Banasa game. United, well, they're playing for a place in the top 2, and Banasa, they're playing just to make the finals and stay out of bottom position. And this time he's given him.
It's another wicket.
And, well, the wickets are falling thick and fast at the moment. Doki, this is a very young versus old battle, isn't it? You got the 16-year-old against 55-year-old. And really, I think that's a good shout. I think that's out. This one certainly wasn't going over the top. And although he gets a little bit forward, half a stride, but I think that's hitting in line. And there's no doubt for me that's going on to hit the stumps. So straight away, the umpire says, yep, that's out. And I don't think that Isfan Doki could be too upset with that decision. The 8th wicket falls. It's 87 for 8. So Mohammad Ismail Hussain says in the chat, now the question is, can they survive until the last ball? Well, my money would say no, but I mean, it just depends how they approach it from here. Here comes Afzal Hussain. That means the only player we haven't seen from ACCB so far in this innings is the captain, Sukhbinder Singh. He is normally the number 11 for their team. See many number 11 captains. Oh, what a ball! What an excellent ball! Safi Ahmed, the teenager. Well, that is 2 in a row, and this is just an outstanding delivery. And now he is going to be on a hat trick, and he's going to be bowling at the number 11 and the ACCB captain.
And
Sukhbinder
maybe
Singh.
we see the first hat trick.
Well, maybe. And poor Sukhbinder. I mean, he was, let's be fair to Sukhbinder. In game 15, he was the hero. He came on, and he only had 12 runs to defend. He kept them to 4. But since then, he's actually set what I think is a new record for most runs conceded in a game, 53 of his 2 overs in this match. And now he has to come out at number 11. He's really stretching the 60 seconds to get to the crease because I'm not sure he's super keen to get out there. But he's going to be facing Safi Ahmed, who's on a hat trick.
Yeah, he's important ball now.
Hey, Safi Ahmed, I mean, he's not quite 17 years of age, so he's 16. And Sukhbinder Singh, the captain of ACCB, he's facing up. He's a bit of a veteran. He's 43 years old. So you can see there the generation gap. And I tell you what, 1 ball away from finishing day 4 with a bang. Safi Ahmed, can he be the first person to take a hat trick? Many have tried. And now, with 9 wickets down, you won't get a better opportunity. Safi Ahmed, the youngster, on a hat-trick. Oh, and it was a pretty good one. That was a really good delivery. But well done to Sukhbinder Singh. He kept it out. This one was right on target. That was probably going to crash into the off stump. You've got to hand it to the youngster, though. He's bowled very well, and he's bowled under pressure a lot of times because they have got after him a bit, but every time he's come back and he's just running and given 100%. Again, great to see some young talent in this Cluj lineup. And this one's probably going to find its way to the boundary. This is one we probably just tries a bit too hard. Going for the Yorker down the leg side. That'll cost him 5 wides. Adding some respectability to the score for ACCB. They move up to 92. And it's great to see so much support in the live chat. I don't want to expect anything less. Everyone's very supportive of what we're doing in European cricket. 9 wickets down. That's a good delivery. That'll be fine.
So one more ball from Safi Ahmed. And look, he's taken 3 wickets during this innings, 3 for 25 with the ball remaining. They did get after him a bit. Went for 20 in the second over. But there was a wicket in there. This one will be leg byes, and I think it'll probably fly away to the boundary again. So that won't go on his figures, but it will be 4 more extras to end the over. And after 8, it's 96 for 9. But well bowled, Safi Ahmed. 2 really good deliveries in that over. And I know you always like watching young talent and young cricketers, and he certainly looks like a bowler with a bright future. So now, when you need over 100, well, slightly under 100 now, in 2 overs, you know it's going to be hard work, especially when you're down to your last 2 batsmen. And in the end, it's going to be Arun to continue. Well, he thinks he's a real pace bowler now. I mean, I don't know what that hit. But have a look at those 2 worms. Tail of 2 worms, and they actually stayed on the pace for quite a while, for about 3 or 4 overs, but those wickets that they lost at the top end of the innings are always going to come back to hurt ACCB. Now, big swing, little inside edge. That needs to go all the way to the boundary. Shaikh cleans up, keeps it to a single. So Arun Kumar, he has the opportunity to end the day's play. So 1 wicket will do it. Otherwise, 11 balls, whatever happens first. It'll be the end of a very, very entertaining day 4. And this one in that area again. More work for Shaikh. He's certainly put in a good shift down there.
The battle between the captains.
Yeah, it will be, won't it? And still, I think that time has given us runs. And Keanu saying that Safi Ahmed reminds him of Niaz, the 16-year-old who represented Belgium. Yeah, there's a lot of young talent around Europe, isn't there? This one will take some stopping. He's got more work to do. In fact, now it looks like Safi Ahmed who's down there, and he can't make the stop. It'll be 4. Again, that one flying away. And it was a good effort from Safi Ahmed, but he just assisted the ball over the rope once again. And that one flying away wide of the keeper, who's up to the stumps. Can they get this last wicket, Cluj? Big swing.
Not yet.
I do like this captain-on-captain battle, though. It's Arun, who's maybe not as regular bowler as he once was in this Cluj lineup, against Sukhbinder Singh, who, let's just say, he's not a regular batsman in this format of the game. And so, I'm sure Arun would love to pick up his opposite number to finish the day. Also well played by Sukhbinder. And so, Shaikh's finally decided, I'm just going to stay here because every ball seems to be going here. So, a single to Sukhbinder Singh. Now, the last ball for Arun Kumar is coming up. He's got 2 for 16. Last ball of the 9th over. Once again, Shaikh, he's going to have leather poisoning. He's certainly had a lot of the ball this over. It's the end of the 9th over, and the score, it's 105 for 9 with an over to play in Romania. And what a day it's been. We're certainly thankful for your company, whether you've been watching on FanCode in India or our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or our Facebook page, indeed. The live stream there as well. And it's been wonderful to have so many people. And we have been hitting viewing records, new viewing records all the time. Remember, there's multiple platforms. So probably the figures you see are only a part of the story. And we are thankful to each and every one of you for choosing to spend some or all of your day with the European Cricket Network. Taranjit Singh is going to bowl. Hasn't had a bowl today yet. So, Taran maybe just having one to make sure that he stays loose. And of course, we'll see Cluj again against your team, the Bucharest Gladiators, tomorrow, Pavel. Taran, the man who made 99. And I don't remember too many more 99s. Maybe Keanu, you can dig me up a 99 that is out. I don't think I can remember one on ECN. But certainly 99 is
a good score to make. If you had to choose between 99 or the 6 he scored in the previous game, he'd take the 99. Well, really aimed over the square leg boundary, but his shark, can't blame him. He's really flatlined for ACCB. It was a little bit predictable, wasn't it? Considering the wicket they lost and the wickets they lost at the start and through the middle of this innings. And he will get a wide. And well, what's happened here? I think this might have hit him. Well, this one looked like it was heading way down the leg side, but I think he just couldn't get out the way. Oh, it's got him. It's got him that's right in the rumpus. Well, we'll have to put that one on the social media. This one, when he gets his revenge, he will get 4. And that was pretty funny. He's trying to get the wide, wasn't he? And well, there's only 1 ball remaining now. So it's been a great day of cricket from first ball to last. As we get to last ball of the day, swing and a miss, and so they do bat out there 10 overs in the end. 8 double CB, they're going to finish on 109 for 9. It's a heavy loss, isn't it? I mean, 109 isn't the worst score, but they go down in this game by 84 runs, I should say, 193 to 109.
ICCB lose the game in the first inning, that's sure. And
yeah, I mean,
after they don't recover.
That's true. Well, PC Durham saying 99 is a tragic triumph. The 99 for Taranjit Singh. I mean, it was crucial in this match and certainly was in the mood for big hits. But so were ACCB when they came out. And look at Safi Ahmed, didn't he bowl well in the concluding stages of that innings? He picked up 3 wickets. And we'll have a look at it here. It's Mishra. He picked up Manan first ball. It was the worst possible start. Manan, he's wondering what he's done wrong. Might have walked under a ladder or something, but he'll have the chance to make up for it on finals day. And then you knew they were going to come out swinging. Abdul Asif, well, he hits the ball so well, and he certainly sent a couple out of here. They needed more, didn't they? End up falling for 20. And it was a good catch by Vasu Saini that ended up taking care of the big hitter. And he certainly put in a lot of work, and he'll enjoy his day off, I'm sure, before they come back for finals day on Saturday. But really, once those early wickets fell, you knew that it was going to be trouble. And although you saw Shaji there, Asad Abbas, going for it, ultimately you just knew that those wickets would keep tumbling and they were going to fall a fair way short in this mammoth run chase. Did like some of the big hitting though, Samiula, but also watch out, friendly fire coming down.
Oh,
and so you got to be careful where you throw it away. I mean, maybe you need to give Shaq some celebration lessons, because that is one grenade that you don't want exploding on your own body. But then Mishra came back, started the 6th. AK, he was gone. Doki, well, this was a nice one out of the middle of the bat, but even he wouldn't stick around too long. Ultimately, Aaron Kumar, well, he picked up 2 wickets, and that was Lala, who went missing a straight one. And this one almost rearranged the skull of the batsman. It was adjudged 4 byes in the end, but the very next ball, bang, right on target. Get me out of here, said the batsman. Then Doki, he went, and he was the first of 2 consecutive wickets for Safi Ahmed. That was a fairly comprehensive LBW. The very next ball, bang, well, Safi, he was up and away, why not? The youngster, Taran, some words of consolation to every batsman that left the field. Well, a few consolation runs at the end of the innings, but ultimately this result was beyond doubt. And Taran, he just added insult to injury, and that's one. Well, somebody go and sanitise that ball. But I tell you what, Pavel, in the end, these teams, they split their fixtures, and that just shows you the kind of contest we've had today, because we've had 2 double headers, and both of them, easy, both of them have been 1 apiece. So you and Banasa, 1-1, and then Cluj versus ACCB, 1-1.
Exactly.
So what an even day of cricket when it's come down to it. Although we've seen some one-sided matches, like the last match, really it just shows you that there isn't too much between these teams in this tournament.
Yeah. Every time it's good to win the second game, because you have a better morale.
You feel better. And I've said this before. I mean, if you take what we've just seen, if you reverse the chronology of the matches, so if that was the first match between these pair, and then the second match, it was ACCB that win by 6 runs. ACCB kind of walk away feeling really good and feeling confident, probably going into the finals day in a couple of days feeling confident, but that loss, it's a bit of a downer. It's the last thing that you have probably makes you feel the way you feel until your next match starts.
Now we, Gladiators and Cluj, we have the same moral.
Yeah, well, that's true, because you won your last game, they won their last game, and we will see you tomorrow. We might actually have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and you can see that we have 4 more matches for you. It starts at 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India. You can see United versus Banasa. Now, that's interesting because United, they're still playing for a spot in the top 2. They're 3-3 currently. And Banasa, well, they only have the 1 win. They need to win at least one of those matches to push you to get a result out of your matches against Cluj. But then, Cluj themselves, they're topping the table at the moment. But again, if they slip up, anything can happen with that top 3, depending also on how United go in the first half of the day. But, well, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you guys out there. It's been wonderful to have your company. Hasn't it been a great week in Romania? And the weather has been perfect. I don't know how you do it here, but this is an amazing part of the world, and we've had a beautiful day, about 32 degrees, pretty as a picture, great conditions for cricket, and the field looks in great condition. The pitch, I think it's played really well. It's actually quickened up a little bit. I think we saw a couple that really took off in that last game, but I think it's all headed towards an exciting conclusion. Now, first we have those final group matches tomorrow, and then we have finals day on Saturday. So you don't want to miss any of it. Look, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. You can have a look at the match previews and the daily preview article there, and that is a really great source of information for you, whether you're just following the games or whether you are playing some Dream 11 cricket or fantasy cricket. You get lots of information, lots of statistics on the website, europeancricket.com. You can also go to our website at European Cricket, and that is where we'll probably find you crashing the commentary box after you took that first wicket today. And I thought it was very funny you said to me, well, when I took a second wicket, I was out of ideas because I wasn't really sure that I'd get a second wicket. But you did throw the grenade, and it was great to see you getting a couple of wickets today. But great to see a lot of the native Romanian talent getting in amongst it. And Mihai Akim, I loved the way he bowled 2 for 5 in the second game of the day. And that was really crucial. Yeah, he's a star in the making for sure. But, well, thank you so much again. The main stars of this are you out there, and thanks so much for joining us every day on the European Cricket Network. And like I say, if you're enjoying it, tell your friends about it, tell your family members, tell those of you in your cricket teams, if you do play cricket, about it, because certainly it's something you can enjoy together, and there's plenty of cricket. We plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year.
And maybe one day we play together, why not?
Maybe. Well, I know you always like to travel and play cricket, so maybe if those of you out there want the service of this man in your team, well, don't forget to email us at European Cricket, or you can get Pavel at your social media. And what is it? It's Pavel Florin 13. Give us your Twitter and give us your Instagram. Go on.
So on Instagram I'm pavelflorin.ro.
Yeah.
And Instagram pavelflorin 13.
Yeah, Pavel Florin 13.
Pavel Florin bad luck.
Well, you didn't have too much bad luck today. But look, finally, just want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. And I know a lot of people are going through a lot of things right now, but we hope you stay safe. We hope you are enjoying your life wherever you are, and hopefully bringing some entertainment to you on ECN is making a difference to you. We're certainly enjoying doing it, and we hope you're enjoying it too. For now, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Romanian cricketing icon Pavel Florin, the bodyguard, and we will see you tomorrow for the final 4 group matches. But until then, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow on the European Cricket Network for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
Good night.